Have you ever looked up at the sky and asked, "Is God really there?" Millions of people ask this question every day. In today's edition of Bible Stories, we are going to look at 20 powerful stories that stand as a testimony that God is real and He watches over and protects His children. Before we begin, if this Bible story brings you peace, understanding, or rest, please subscribe. New long-form Bible stories are added regularly. Thank you for supporting this channel. We can't tell stories that prove God's existence without first looking at the story of how God systematically dismantled the most powerful empire on earth. So let's journey down to Egypt, where God taught King Pharaoh a bitter lesson with 10 plagues. When Moses told Pharaoh, "God Almighty said you should let my people go," Pharaoh was furious and said, "Who is the Lord, that I should obey Him?" Before we see how God told him who He is, let's rewind a bit so you understand who Pharaoh was and why he had such audacity. Egypt was the jewel of the ancient world. It was a land of gold and stone. It was a land where men built mountains to reach the stars. Pharaoh was their king. But he was not just a king. He was worshipped as a living god. He held the power of life and death in his hand. No army could defeat him. No weapon could touch him. No other king anywhere had 1/4 of his wealth. But the foundation of this great empire was built on the backs of slaves, the Hebrews. They were the children of Israel. They had lived in Egypt for 400 years. What started as a guest stay had turned into a nightmare. They made bricks without straw. They dragged heavy stones under the burning sun. The whip of the taskmaster was the only music they knew. Their cries for help went up to the sky. God heard them. Far away in the desert, an old shepherd named Moses saw a bush that burned with fire but did not turn to ash. The voice of God spoke from the flames. It told Moses to go back to Egypt. He had to stand before the mighty Pharaoh. He had to demand freedom. Moses was afraid. He was a fugitive. He stuttered when he spoke. But God promised to be with him. God gave him a staff of wood and a brother named Aaron to be his voice. Moses returned to the land of the pyramids. The air was thick with heat and magic. Egypt was protected by 1,000 gods. There was Hapi, the god of the Nile. There was Ra, the sun god. There was Nut, the goddess of the sky. To challenge Pharaoh was to challenge all of them. Moses and Aaron walked into the royal palace. The floors were polished marble. The walls were covered in gold. Pharaoh looked down from his high seat. He looked at the 2 old men in dusty shepherd clothes. "The God of the Hebrews says to let His people go," Moses said. Pharaoh laughed. It was a cold and cruel laugh. "I do not know this Lord," Pharaoh said, "and I will not let Israel go." He thought he was the ultimate power. He did not know that he was about to start a war with the creator of the universe. He punished the slaves even more. He made their work harder. The people cried out in despair. They blamed Moses. Moses went back to God. He asked why this was happening. God simply said, "Now you will see what I will do to Pharaoh." The stage was set. The battle was not just for freedom. It was a battle to show the world who the true God was. But brace yourself. What was coming would change history forever. Moses and Aaron went to the bank of the Nile River in the morning. Pharaoh was there. He was offering prayers to Hapi, the river god. The Nile was the life of Egypt. It gave them water for crops. It gave them fish to eat. It was their source of existence. Aaron lifted the wooden staff. He struck the surface of the water. In an instant, the world changed. The clear blue water vanished. A thick crimson tide took its place. It was blood. It was not just a color. It was real blood. The river stank. The fish died and floated to the surface. Their white bellies rotted in the hot sun. The smell of death filled the air. The Egyptians ran to the riverbanks. They tried to drink. They spit it out in horror. They dug holes in the ground nearby. They hoped to find fresh water, but the ground only bled. Pharaoh watched this with stone eyes. He called for his own magicians. They were masters of dark arts and illusions. They chanted their spells. They used their secret powders. Somehow, they managed to turn a bowl of water into blood. Pharaoh sneered. "My magicians can do the same," he thought. His heart became hard like a rock. He turned his back on Moses. He went into his palace. He ignored the blood that flowed through his kingdom. 7 days passed. The stench was unbearable. But this was only the first blow. The next would come not from the water, but from the mud. The Lord spoke to Moses again. "Go to Pharaoh. Tell him to let my people go." Pharaoh refused. So Aaron stretched his hand over the waters of Egypt, the streams, the ponds, the canals. Suddenly, the water began to bubble. It churned with movement. Frogs, thousands of them, millions of them, they leaped out of the rivers. They were a slimy green army. They did not stay by the river. They marched into the city. They hopped into the streets. They jumped through the windows of the palace. Pharaoh sat down to eat dinner. A frog jumped onto his plate. He went to his royal bedchamber. Frogs were under his sheets. He put on his sandals. He squashed cold frogs with his feet. The sound was deafening. Croak, croak, day and night. The magicians tried to stop it, but they could only make it worse. They used their magic to bring up even more frogs. They could conjure, but they could not banish. Pharaoh could take it no longer. He was like a god, yet he could not sleep in his own bed. He called for Moses. "Pray to the Lord to take the frogs away," Pharaoh begged. "I will let your people go." "When should I do this?" Moses asked. He wanted to prove that this was God's power, not luck. "Tomorrow," Pharaoh said. The next day the frogs died. They died in the houses. They died in the courtyards. The Egyptians piled them up in great heaps. The land reeked of rotting flesh. But as soon as the frogs were gone, Pharaoh looked around. The pressure was off. He took a deep breath. "Why should I release my slaves now?" he thought. He broke his promise. His heart hardened again. He did not know that the next plague would be something he could not see coming. It would be small. It would be terrifying. This time there was no warning. There was no meeting with Pharaoh. God told Moses, "Tell Aaron to stretch out his staff and strike the dust of the ground." They stood in the open air. Aaron struck the dry earth. The dust cloud rose up, but it did not settle. The specks of dust began to crawl. They grew wings. They grew hunger. Gnats, lice, tiny biting insects covered every inch of the land. They settled on the people. They settled on the animals. There was no escape. The Egyptians scratched at their skin until they bled. The animals kicked and screamed. The tiny pests got into their eyes and ears. Pharaoh shouted for his magicians. "Fix this." The magicians gathered their tools. They tried their enchantments. They tried to bring forth gnats from the dust. Nothing happened. Sweat poured down their faces. They waved their wands. They muttered their incantations. Still, nothing. Their power had hit a wall. They realized something terrifying. They were fighting a force far beyond their demons. They looked at Pharaoh with fear in their eyes. "This is the finger of God," they whispered. But Pharaoh would not listen. Even when his own wizards trembled, he stood firm. He was proud. He would not bow to the god of slaves. The itching stopped eventually, but a buzzing sound began to rise in the distance. A dark cloud was forming on the horizon. The fourth plague was different. Before this, the Hebrews suffered along with the Egyptians. They too had dealt with the smell of blood and the frogs. But now, God drew a line in the sand. Moses met Pharaoh at the water again. "Let my people go," he warned. "If you do not, I will send swarms of flies." But he added a promise. "I will deal differently with the land of Goshen, where my people live. No swarms of flies will be there." Pharaoh scoffed. Then they came. The sky turned black with them. These were not common houseflies. These were biting flies. Some say they were beetles or scarabs, which the Egyptians worshipped. Now, their idols were attacking them. The swarm poured into the palace. They ruined the ground. They destroyed the food. They filled every room. The noise was like a constant scream. But in the land of Goshen, where the Hebrews lived, the air was clear. Not a single fly buzzed. It was a miracle within a miracle. Pharaoh was desperate. He called Moses. "Go, sacrifice to your God," he said, "but do it here in the land." "We cannot," Moses said. "Our sacrifices would be offensive to the Egyptians. They will stone us. We must go 3 days into the desert." "I will let you go," Pharaoh lied. "Just do not go very far. Now pray for me." Moses prayed. The flies vanished. Not one remained. But the moment the relief came, the mask returned. Pharaoh hardened his heart. He slammed the door on freedom. The stakes were about to get higher. So far, the plagues had been annoying and painful. Now, they would become deadly to the wealth of the nation. Livestock was money. Cows, horses, donkeys, camels, and sheep. These were the engines of the economy. They were the tractors and the trucks of the ancient world. Moses warned Pharaoh, "The hand of the Lord will bring a terrible plague on your livestock in the field." Pharaoh did nothing. The next morning, a silence fell over the fields of Egypt. There was no mooing of cows. There was no bleating of sheep. Everywhere, animals dropped dead. The horses that pulled the chariots collapsed. The camels carrying goods fell to their knees and never rose. The cows in the pasture stopped eating and died. It was a financial disaster. The wealth of Egypt was rotting in the fields. Pharaoh sent spies to the land of Goshen. He wanted to see if the Hebrews had suffered too. The spies came back with wide eyes. "Not one of the animals of the Israelites is dead," they reported. "Their cattle are fat and healthy." Pharaoh clenched his fists. Jealousy and rage burned inside him. He would not give in. He would rather lose everything than lose this contest. The land was full of dead animals, but the people were still healthy. That was about to change. God commanded Moses and Aaron, "Take handfuls of soot from a furnace. Let Moses toss it into the air in the presence of Pharaoh." It seemed like a strange request. They walked to a kiln. They gathered the black ash. They stood before the king. Moses threw the dust high into the air. The wind caught it. It spread like a fine mist over all of Egypt. Wherever a speck of that dust landed on a person or an animal, it burned. Boils broke out, festering, painful sores. The skin of the Egyptians turned red and angry. They could not sit. They could not lie down. The pain was sharp and constant. The magicians tried to stand before Moses to oppose him, but they could not even stand up. Their legs were covered in sores. They fled in shame and agony. Pharaoh sat on his throne. He was likely covered in boils himself. His pride was the only thing holding him upright. He was suffering. His people were suffering. But his heart was harder than diamond. He refused to speak. The 7th plague brought a new level of terror. God spoke to Moses, "Raise your hand toward the sky." This time, God gave a warning. He told the Egyptians to bring their servants and animals inside. "Everything left in the field will die," God said. Some of Pharaoh's officials had learned to fear this God. They ran. They hid their livestock and slaves in barns. But others ignored the warning. They left their property in the open. Moses stretched out his staff toward the sky. Thunder crashed. It was louder than any thunder they had ever heard. Then the hail fell. It was not normal hail. These were stones of ice heavy enough to kill a man. And amidst the ice, fire flashed down to the ground. It was a storm of ice and fire mixed together. The hail smashed the flax and barley crops. It stripped the trees bare. It beat down every plant, and who were caught outside were battered to death. Animals were crushed. The storm raged over every inch of Egypt, except for one place. In the land of Goshen, the sun was shining. Pharaoh was shaken. The thunder terrified him. He summoned Moses and Aaron. "I have sinned this time," he admitted. "The Lord is in the right. I and my people are in the wrong. Pray to the Lord. We have had enough thunder and hail." Moses looked at him with sad wisdom. "I will spread out my hands to the Lord," Moses said. "The thunder will stop. But I know that you and your officials still do not fear God." Moses walked out of the city. He walked right into the storm, but the hail did not touch him. He lifted his hands. The thunder ceased. The rain stopped. Pharaoh saw the rain stop. He wiped his brow. "The danger is past," he told himself. He sinned again. He hardened his heart. He did not care that the wheat and spelt were still growing. He did not care that there was still hope for food. He only cared about his pride. But the food supply was about to vanish completely. Moses and Aaron returned. They were relentless. "How long will you refuse to humble yourself?" they asked. "If you refuse to let my people go, tomorrow I will bring locusts." Locusts. The very word made ancient farmers tremble. Pharaoh's officials had had enough. They turned on their king. "How long will this man be a snare to us?" They shouted at Pharaoh. "Let the men go. Do you not realize that Egypt is ruined?" Pharaoh was angry. He called Moses back. "Go worship your Lord," he snapped, "but only the men. The women and children stay." It was a trap. He was keeping hostages. "No," Moses said. "We will go with our young and our old, our sons and our daughters." Pharaoh was furious. "Get out," he screamed. He drove them from the palace. Moses stretched out his staff. An east wind began to blow. It blew all day and all night. It was a hot, dry wind. When morning came, the wind brought them. The locusts. They were a carpet of moving hunger. They covered the face of the ground until it was black. They ate what the hail had left. They ate every herb. They ate every fruit on the trees. Not a green thing remained in all of Egypt. The land was stripped naked. Pharaoh hurried to call Moses. "I have sinned," he said quickly. "Forgive my sin once more. Take away this death." Moses prayed. The Lord sent a strong west wind. It picked up the locusts and carried them into the Red Sea. Not one locust was left. But as soon as the wind died down, so did Pharaoh's resolve. He looked at his stripped land. He was bitter. He would not let them go. The sun was the chief god of Egypt, the bringer of light. God said to Moses, "Stretch out your hand toward the sky so that darkness spreads over Egypt, darkness that can be felt." Moses lifted his hand. The sun simply went out. It was not an eclipse. It was a heavy, supernatural blanket. For 3 days, total darkness covered Egypt. It was a thick, oppressive blackness. People could not see their own hands in front of their faces. No lamp could pierce it. No fire would stay lit. The Egyptians were paralyzed. They sat in their places for 3 days, too afraid to move. The silence was heavy. The fear was absolute. They were blind and helpless. But all the Israelites had light in their homes. It was a stark divide. Light and life on one side, darkness and dread on the other. Pharaoh was breaking. He called Moses in the darkness. "Go worship the Lord," Pharaoh said. His voice trembled. "Even your women and children can go, but leave your flocks and herds behind." He was still trying to negotiate. He wanted their wealth. "You must allow us to have sacrifices," Moses said calmly. "Not a hoof is to be left behind." Pharaoh exploded with rage. He was the most powerful man on earth, yet he had lost every round. "Get out of my sight." Pharaoh roared, "Make sure you do not see my face again. The day you see my face, you will die." Moses looked at the king. The prophet's eyes were sad but firm. "Just as you say," Moses replied. "I will never see your face again." Moses turned and walked out. The final curtain was about to fall. The last plague would not be an annoyance. It would not be a financial loss. It would break the heart of every family in Egypt. God spoke to Moses one last time. "I will bring one more plague on Pharaoh and on Egypt. After that, he will let you go." This was the end. God gave very specific instructions. This plague would be so deadly that even the Israelites needed protection. Every Hebrew family had to take a lamb, a perfect lamb. They had to kill it at twilight. Then, they had to take the blood of the lamb. They had to paint the blood on the doorframes of their houses, on the top and on the sides. On that same night, God said, "I will pass through Egypt." It was a warning of doom. Every firstborn son in Egypt would die. From the firstborn son of Pharaoh who sat on the throne to the firstborn son of the female slave behind the handmill, even the firstborn of the cattle. But the blood on the door was a sign. When God saw the blood, he would pass over that house. No death would enter there. The night arrived. The moon was high. The land of Egypt was silent. The Hebrews were inside their homes. They were dressed for travel. They ate the roasted lamb in haste. Their sandals were on their feet. Their staffs were in their hands. They waited. Midnight struck. It started as a murmur, then a scream, then a wail that rose from one house to another. The angel of death moved through the land. He entered the palaces of the rich. He entered the huts of the poor. He walked through the dungeons. In the royal nursery, the heir to the throne lay sleeping, the future king, the son of the God king. His breath stopped. His skin grew cold. Pharaoh woke up to the sound of weeping. His wife was screaming. He ran to his son's bed. The boy was dead. The wailing spread across the city. It was a sound of pure agony. There was not a house without someone dead. Fathers held their lifeless sons. Mothers rocked their dead babies. The grief was so heavy it crushed the air out of the room. Pharaoh stood in the middle of his palace. His gods had failed him. His magic was useless. His pride lay dead in his arms. He was defeated. He called for Moses and Aaron in the middle of the night. He did not threaten them this time. He did not negotiate. "Up," Pharaoh cried. "Leave my people, you and the Israelites. Go, worship the Lord as you have requested. Take your flocks and your herds, as you have said, and go." Then he added a whisper, a broken plea from a broken man. "And bless me also." The Egyptians begged the Hebrews to leave. "If you stay, we will all die," they shouted. They gave the Hebrews gold, silver, and clothing. They wanted them gone. The sun rose on a new world. The chains were broken. Millions of people, with their flocks and herds, began to move. They walked out of Goshen. They walked past the pyramids. They walked away from the lifeless bodies of every Egyptian firstborn. It was a sight the world had never seen. 600,000 men, plus women and children. A mixed multitude of others went with them. Flocks and herds covered the horizon. They did not take the short road. That road led through the land of the Philistines. God knew the people were not ready for war. If they saw battle too soon, they might run back to Egypt. So God led them the long way. He led them toward the wilderness of the Red Sea. They did not walk alone. By day, a strange phenomenon appeared in the sky. It was a massive pillar of cloud. It shielded them from the blistering desert sun. It moved like a living finger. When it stopped, they stopped. When it moved, they moved. By night, the cloud changed. It became a pillar of fire. It towered over the camp. It gave them light. It gave them warmth. It was a constant reminder. The God who broke Egypt was walking right beside them. They marched with high spirits. They were armed for battle. They felt invincible. They reached a place called Pi-Hahiroth. It was a narrow strip of land. On one side, mountains. On the other, the vast, deep waters of the Red Sea. God told Moses to camp there. It seemed like a tactical mistake. They were boxed in. But God was setting a trap. Not for Israel. For Pharaoh. Back in Egypt, the grief turned into anger. The funerals were over. The shock wore off. Pharaoh sat in his empty palace. He looked at the silent construction sites. No slaves were making bricks. No slaves were building cities. The economy had collapsed. Pharaoh's heart hardened one last time. It was a cold, calculated rage. What have we done? Pharaoh asked his officials. Why have we let Israel go and serve us no longer? He did not see the hand of God anymore. He only saw lost property. He saw a chance for revenge. Prepare my chariot, he ordered. This was not a small hunting party. Pharaoh gathered all his forces, 600 of the best chariots in Egypt. Every other chariot in the land followed. The captains of the army took their spears and bows. The horses were harnessed. The dust rose up as the most powerful army on earth began to move. They did not march slowly. They raced. They wanted blood. They wanted to drag the slaves back in chains. The Israelites were camping by the sea. Children played in the sand. Families rested. Then, the ground began to tremble. It was a low rumble at first. Then it grew louder. It sounded like distant thunder, but the sky was clear. Someone looked back toward the horizon. A cloud of dust was rising. It was moving fast. Then came the glint of the sun on metal, bronze shields, gold chariots, sharp spears. Their cry went up. Egypt, Egypt is coming. Panic swept through the camp like a wildfire. The confidence of the morning vanished. They looked at the sea in front of them. It was deep and wide. They looked at the mountains on the sides. They were too steep to climb. They looked behind them. The death squad was closing in. They were trapped. They ran to Moses. They did not ask for a plan. They screamed in terror. Was it because there were no graves in Egypt that you brought us to the desert to die? They shouted. We told you to leave us alone. It would have been better to serve the Egyptians than to die in the desert. Moses stood firm. He looked at the screaming crowd. He looked at the approaching army. He did not flinch. Do not be afraid, Moses said. His voice was calm. Stand firm, and you will see the deliverance the Lord will bring you today. The Egyptians you see today you will never see again. The Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still. The sun began to set. The Egyptian army was close now. They could see the faces of the soldiers. They could hear the shouting of the drivers. Then the angel of God moved. The pillar of cloud that had been leading them shifted. It moved from the front of the camp to the back. It settled between the armies of Egypt and the people of Israel. On the Egyptian side, the cloud was thick darkness. They could not see. They could not move forward. But on the Israelite side, the cloud was fire. It lit up the night like day. The two armies stayed apart all night. God spoke to Moses. Why are you crying out to me? Tell the Israelites to move on. Move where? The people must have thought. Into the water? Raise your staff, God commanded. Stretch out your hand over the sea to divide the water so that the Israelites can go through the sea on dry ground. Moses walked to the edge of the shore. The waves lapped at his feet. The wind whipped his robe. He lifted the wooden staff high above his head. A strong east wind began to blow. It was not a gentle breeze. It was a roar. It hit the water with invisible force. The impossible happened. The water did not just recede. It split. The sea was sliced down the middle. The water piled up. It stood up like a wall on the left. It stood up like a wall on the right. A wide path opened up through the heart of the ocean. But the most amazing part was the ground. It was not muddy. It was not wet. The wind had dried it instantly. It was a highway of dry sand. Moses stepped onto the seabed. The people followed. Imagine the sight. Walls of water towered above them. Maybe they could see fish swimming in the suspended waves. The roar of the wind held the water back. They walked in awe. Millions of people, flocks of sheep, herds of cattle, carts carrying the elderly. They walked through the valley of death, but they feared no evil. The pillar of fire cast a glow on the water walls. It was a tunnel of miracles. They walked all night, mile after mile. They were escaping to a new continent. The Egyptians waited in the darkness. The cloud finally lifted. They saw the Israelites moving. They saw the path through the sea. Pharaoh did not hesitate. He was blinded by rage. He did not stop to think why the water was standing up. He assumed the path was for him too. Charge, he screamed. The horses galloped onto the seabed. The chariots rumbled after them. The entire army went into the sea. But God looked down from the pillar of fire. He caused confusion in the Egyptian camp. The wheels of the chariots began to wobble. Then they jammed. Then they fell off completely. The heavy war machines dragged in the sand. The horses panicked. The soldiers shouted orders that no one followed. The dry ground seemed to turn against them. They were stuck in the middle of the sea. Terror finally seized the Egyptians. They looked at the water walls towering over them. They realized their mistake. "Let's get away from the Israelites," they screamed. "The Lord is fighting for them against Egypt." They tried to turn the horses around. They tried to run back to the shore. It was too late. Morning light broke over the horizon. The last of the Israelites stepped onto the far shore. They were safe. Moses stood on the bank. He looked back at the sea. The Egyptian army was in chaos in the middle of the channel. God spoke. "Stretch out your hand over the sea, so that the waters may flow back over the Egyptians and their chariots and horsemen." Moses stretched out his hand. The wind stopped. The invisible dam broke. The walls of water collapsed. Millions of gallons of ocean crashed down with the force of a mountain falling. The scream of the army was cut short. The sea covered the chariots. It covered the horses. It covered the Pharaoh's pride. The water churned and foamed. Then it settled. The sea returned to its place. It looked as if nothing had ever happened. The surface was calm. Not one of them survived. The Israelites stood on the shore in silence. They watched the debris wash up, shields, helmets. They saw the bodies of the soldiers who had enslaved them. The power of Egypt was broken forever. The people looked at Moses. Then they looked up to heaven. A great fear and respect for the Lord filled their hearts. They finally believed. Then the silence broke. It started with a beat, then a melody. Miriam, the sister of Aaron, took a tambourine in her hand. All the women followed her with tambourines and dancing. They began to sing a song of victory, a song that would be remembered for generations. "Sing to the Lord, for he is highly exalted. Both horse and driver he has hurled into the sea." They were slaves no more. They were a nation freed by God, the living God. Now, let me ask you, have you ever cried so deeply that words failed you, but God still listened? That was the case of the woman we are about to share her story. Her name was Hannah. Hannah was a quiet woman with a broken heart and a living God who hears what humans ignore. She was mocked. She was barren. She was misunderstood. Yet, in her pain, Hannah did not turn away from God. She turned toward him, and God indeed proved that he is a living God. There lived a man named Elkanah. He was a good man, a man of some importance in his town of Ramah. He loved God, and he tried to follow the old ways even when the world around him was changing. But there was a heaviness in his house. Elkanah had 2 wives. The first wife was named Hannah. Her name meant grace. Elkanah loved her deeply. She was his first love, the one who held his heart. But there was a silence in her life where there should have been the laughter of children. Hannah had no children. Her womb remained closed. The second wife was named Peninnah. Her name meant pearl or jewel. Perhaps she was beautiful to look at, but her spirit was sharp and cold. Peninnah had children. She had sons and she had daughters. Her part of the house was full of noise, toys, and life. You might think that having children would make Peninnah happy, but it did not. She saw that Elkanah looked at Hannah with a special tenderness. She saw that even though Hannah gave him no heirs, he loved her more. Jealousy is a terrible fire. It burns up everything good. Peninnah decided that if she could not have Elkanah's heart, she would crush Hannah's spirit. This went on for years. Every day, Hannah woke up to silence. Every day, she watched Peninnah nurse a baby or teach a toddler to walk. And every day, Peninnah would make small comments. She would whisper loud enough for Hannah to hear. She would say things like, "It is a shame some women are like dry trees," or "God surely blesses those he loves with children." Hannah said nothing. She swallowed her tears. But the pain was growing. It was becoming a heavy stone in her chest. Stay with me now, because the breaking point is coming. You see, ordinary pain we can manage. But there is a special kind of pain that happens when your rival lives under your own roof. Once a year, the family made a pilgrimage. This was required under the law God had given to Moses generations earlier. 3 times a year, Israelite men were supposed to appear before the Lord at the central place of worship. For Elkanah's family, that place was Shiloh. Shiloh was where the tabernacle stood. Not Solomon's temple. That wouldn't be built for generations yet. But the tabernacle, the portable tent sanctuary that had traveled with Israel through the wilderness after they escaped Egypt. Inside that tent, behind thick curtains in the most holy place, sat the Ark of the Covenant. A gold-covered chest containing the stone tablets of the 10 Commandments, a jar of manna from the wilderness, and Aaron's rod that had budded. The Ark was God's throne on earth. His presence dwelt there, between the golden cherubim on its lid. This was the holiest place in all of Israel. This was where people came to meet with God. And every year, this pilgrimage became Hannah's worst nightmare. Why was it a nightmare? Because Peninnah knew that festivals were about family. It was the perfect time to remind Hannah of what she did not have. Picture the dusty road. Elkanah walking ahead. The children of Peninnah running around, laughing, calling out, "Mother, Mother." Peninnah would gather them close, making sure Hannah saw every hug. She would look at Hannah with a smirk that said, "You are all alone." When they arrived at Shiloh, the torture got worse. The time came for the ceremonial meal. Elkanah would sacrifice the meat as an offering to God. Then he would share portions of the meat with his family. He gave portions to Peninnah. He gave portions to all her sons. He gave portions to all her daughters. The plates were full. But to Hannah, he gave a double portion. He gave her the best cut of the meat. He did it to show her he loved her. He wanted to say, "You are valuable to me, even without a son." But this act of love only made things worse. It was like pouring oil on Peninnah's fire. Peninnah would lean over the table. She would mock Hannah. The Bible says she provoked her sore, for to make her fret. That means she bullied her relentlessly. She likely said, "Look at your double portion, Hannah. You have so much meat, but no little mouths to feed. What a waste. God has surely forgotten you." Something inside Hannah snapped. The food turned to ash in her mouth. Her throat closed up. She looked at the meat, then at her husband, then at her rival. The tears finally spilled over. She pushed the plate away. She could not eat. She sat there, weeping, her shoulders shaking with the weight of years of disappointment. Elkanah saw her crying. He moved closer to her. He tried to comfort her, but men often do not understand the deep longing of a mother's heart. He asked her, "Hannah, why do you weep? Why do you not eat? Why is your heart grieved?" Then he said something that probably made her feel even more alone. He asked, "Am I not better to you than 10 sons?" He meant well. He was saying, "My love should be enough." But to a woman who longs for a child, a husband is not a son. His love was great, but it could not fill the empty room in her house. Hannah did not answer him. What could she say? There are sorrows that words cannot touch. But this is where the story turns. Most people would give up. Most people would grow bitter and angry at God. Hannah did something different. She was about to do something desperate. The meal ended. The sun was perhaps beginning to set, casting long shadows over the tabernacle. The people were full of food and wine. They were happy. Hannah stood up. She wiped her face, but she did not stop crying inside. She walked away from the family tent. She walked toward the house of the Lord. At the entrance of the temple sat Eli. Eli was the high priest. He was the most powerful religious man in Israel, but Eli was old. His eyes were dim. He had grown heavy and tired. He sat on a seat by the doorpost, watching the people. He had seen many things in his life, but he had lost his sharp spiritual sight. He judged things by how they looked on the outside. Hannah did not care about Eli. She was not there for the priest. She was there for God. She fell to her knees in the dust. Her soul was bitter. She began to pray, but it was not a polite, religious prayer. It was a raw battle cry of the heart. She wept uncontrollably. Then she made a vow. A promise that would change history. O Lord of hosts, if you will indeed look on the affliction of your handmaid, and remember me, and not forget your handmaid, but will give unto your handmaid a man-child, then I will give him unto the Lord all the days of his life, and there shall no razor come upon his head. Do you understand what she just offered? She wanted a son more than anything in the world. But she promised that if God gave her that son, she would give him back. She would not keep him. She would not watch him grow up in her house. She would dedicate him to serve God forever. It was a total surrender. She was saying, "God, just let me be a mother, and I will give the fruit of my womb back to you." Now, watch what happens next. It adds a layer of tension to the scene. Hannah was praying in her heart. Her lips were moving, but her voice was silent. She was shaking with emotion. Eli the priest was watching her. He saw a woman trembling. He saw her lips moving but heard no sound. He saw her distress. In those days, the festivals could get rowdy. People drank too much wine. Eli looked at this weeping, shaking woman and made a terrible judgment. He thought she was drunk. Imagine the insult. Here she is, pouring out the holiest, most painful prayer of her life, and the high priest thinks she is a drunkard. Eli shouted at her from his chair, "How long will you be drunken? Put away your wine from you." It was a sharp rebuke. It could have crushed her. She could have gotten angry. She could have shouted back, "You blind old man. You don't know my pain." But Hannah possessed a quiet strength. She stopped praying. She looked up at the high priest with tear-stained eyes. She answered him gently, "No, my lord, I am a woman of a sorrowful spirit. I have drunk neither wine nor strong drink, but have poured out my soul before the Lord." She continued, "Count not your handmaid for a daughter of Belial, for out of the abundance of my complaint and grief have I spoken until now." Eli paused. He looked at her again. He saw the truth in her eyes. He realized his mistake. The old priest's heart softened. He realized he was in the presence of a great sorrow and a great faith. He changed his tone. He spoke a blessing that would seal her fate. He said, "Go in peace, and the God of Israel grant you your petition that you have asked of him." It was all she needed. The word of the priest was like a key unlocking a door. Hannah believed him. She stood up. The Bible tells us something amazing happens right here. So the woman went her way and did eat, and her countenance was no more sad. Think about that. Nothing had physically changed yet. She was not pregnant. Peninnah was still mean. She still had to walk back to the same tent. But her face was no longer sad. Why? Because she had peace. She had left her burden at the feet of God. She knew, deep down, that something had shifted in the universe. The family returned to Ramah the next morning. They worshiped God and then made the long journey home. Life went back to normal, but Hannah was different. She walked with a secret hope. And then it happened. The Bible says simply, the Lord remembered her. It is a beautiful phrase. It does not mean God had forgotten her before. It means the time had come for action. Hannah felt the changes in her body. The sickness in the morning that brought joy instead of annoyance. The swelling of her belly. The first flutter of life inside her. Peninnah must have been shocked. The silence in the house changed. Hannah was no longer the dry tree. She was blooming. When the time came, Hannah gave birth to a son. She looked at his little face, his tiny fingers. She held him close, smelling that new baby smell. She named him Samuel. The name Samuel sounds like the Hebrew phrase for heard of God. She said, because I have asked him of the Lord. Every time she called his name, Samuel, Samuel, she was testifying, God heard me, God heard me. But as she held her beautiful baby boy, a shadow surely passed over her heart. Do you remember her vow? Do you remember the deal she made? If you give me a son, I will give him back. Now the boy was here. He was flesh and blood. He was warm and soft. He looked at her with trusting eyes. Could she really do it? Could she really take this child, her only child, and give him away to live with the old priest Eli? The suspense in her heart must have been agonizing. Every mother knows the bond with a nursing child. It is the strongest bond on earth. To break it seems impossible. The next year, the time for the pilgrimage to Shiloh came around again. Elkanah prepared the family to go. But Hannah did not go. She said to her husband, I will not go up until the child be weaned, and then I will bring him, that he may appear before the Lord, and there abide forever. In those days, women nursed children for about 3 years. So Hannah had 3 years. 3 years to hold him. 3 years to kiss his cheeks. 3 years to sing him lullabies. 3 years to teach him to walk and speak. She knew every day was a countdown. Every sunset brought her closer to the day she would have to say goodbye. Did she try to find a loophole? Did she think, maybe God doesn't really expect me to give him up? Surely I can just offer a sacrifice instead? No. Hannah was a woman of honor. She had made a vow. She spent those 3 years pouring everything she had into little Samuel. She taught him about God. She told him, you are special. You were asked for. You belong to the Lord. She was preparing his little heart to live in a holy place. Finally, the day came. The child was weaned. He was no longer a baby dependent on her milk. He was a young boy, perhaps 3 or 4 years old. It was time. Hannah packed their things. This time, the luggage was heavier. They were not just bringing clothes for a trip. They were bringing the boy's things to leave him there. They also brought offerings. 3 bullocks, 1 ephah of flour, a bottle of wine. These were expensive, large offerings. It showed the magnitude of the occasion. They walked the road to Shiloh. Can you imagine the walk? Every step taking her son away from her home. They arrived at the tabernacle. They sacrificed the bullock. The smoke rose into the sky. Then Hannah took the boy's hand. She led him to Eli the priest. Eli was 3 years older now, even heavier, even blinder. He probably did not recognize her at first. Why would he remember a crying woman from years ago? But Hannah stood tall. She was not crying this time. She was radiating strength. She said to him, "O my Lord, as your soul lives, my Lord, I am the woman that stood by you here, praying unto the Lord." She pointed to the little boy holding her hand. The boy looking around at the big tent with wide eyes. "For this child I prayed," she said. Her voice must have trembled with pride and sorrow. "And the Lord has given me my petition which I asked of him." Then she spoke the words of release. "Therefore also I have lent him to the Lord. As long as he lives, he shall be lent to the Lord." She knelt down. She hugged her son. She probably whispered in his ear, told him to be good, told him to listen to Eli, told him she would always love him. And then she did the hardest thing a mother can do. She let go of his hand. She left him there. The Bible says, "And he worshiped the Lord there." Even as a tiny child, Samuel seemed to understand. He did not kick and scream. He stayed. Hannah turned and walked away. She went back to Ramah without her son. Her house was quiet again. But it was a different kind of quiet. It was the quiet of a promise kept. It was the peace of obedience. You might think this is a sad ending, a mother losing her son, but God does not take without giving back. Hannah's sacrifice opened the floodgates of heaven. Every year, Hannah would make a little coat for Samuel. She would bring it to him when they came for the yearly sacrifice. She would see him growing taller, growing wiser. She saw him ministering before the Lord, wearing a linen ephod like a little priest. And God visited Hannah again. He did not let Samuel. Hannah conceived again, and again, and again. She gave birth to 3 more sons and 2 daughters. The barren woman became the mother of many. The house that was once silent was now filled with the laughter of 5 children. And what of Peninnah? The Bible stops mentioning her. Her cruel words faded away. She is remembered only as the woman who foolishly mocked her fellow woman, not knowing God would raise a prophet from her. So, if you ever feel like your prayers are hitting the ceiling, remember Hannah. Remember that the silence of God is not the absence of God. He is writing a story that is bigger than you can see. And sometimes, the thing you want most is the very thing God wants to use to change the world. Back to the boy, Samuel. He was growing up in the house of God. But do not think this was a safe or easy place to be. Yes, the tabernacle was holy, but the men running it were rotting from the inside out. That is where the real danger begins. Eli the high priest was old and losing his grip. He had 2 sons named Hophni and Phinehas. They were priests too, but in name only. The Bible calls them sons of Belial. That means they were worthless, wicked men. They treated the offerings of the people with contempt. When a man came to sacrifice an animal to God, Hophni and Phinehas would send a servant with a 3-pronged fork. They would stab the meat while it was boiling and steal the best parts for themselves. They did not care about the law. They only cared about their appetites. It was worse than just theft. They were sleeping with the women who served at the entrance of the tabernacle. They turned the house of prayer into a den of sin. The people hated them. The smell of the sacrifices became repulsive because of these 2 men. Eli heard about it. He heard everything. But he was weak. He would say to them gently, "Why do you do such things?" It is not a good report that I hear. But he did not stop them. He did not fire them. He honored his sons more than he honored God. In the middle of this corruption lived the boy Samuel. Imagine the contrast. On one side, you have greed, lust, and blasphemy. On the other side, you have a young boy opening the doors of the temple, sweeping the floors, and lighting the lamps. The Bible says Samuel grew on and was in favor both with the Lord and also with men. He was a flower growing in a garbage heap. He saw the sin, but he did not copy it. He kept his eyes on his duty. But the silence of God was about to break. It was night. The sun had gone down over the hills of Ephraim. The lamp of God, the great golden menorah inside the holy place, was flickering low but had not yet gone out. Eli was asleep in his place. His eyes were now so dim he could barely see anything. Samuel was also lying down to sleep. Suddenly, a voice cut through the silence. "Samuel." The boy sat up. He knew only one person who would call him at this hour. He jumped out of bed and ran to the old priest. He shook him gently. "Here am I," Samuel said, "for you called me." Eli groaned, waking from his heavy sleep. He frowned. "I did not call. Lie down again." Samuel must have been confused. He went back to his mat. He closed his eyes. "Samuel." The voice came again, clearer this time. Again, the boy ran to Eli. "Here am I," he insisted, "for you did call me." Eli was tired. "I did not call, my son. Lie down again." This happened a third time. Samuel was just a boy. He did not yet know the voice of the Lord. In those days, visions were rare. Nobody expected God to talk. When Samuel ran to Eli the third time, the old priest's mind finally woke up. He realized something supernatural was happening. The boy was not dreaming. Eli said to him, "Go, lie down. And it shall be, if he calls you, that you shall say, 'Speak, Lord, for your servant hears.'" Samuel went back to his bed. His heart must have been pounding. The darkness of the temple felt different now. It was charged with electricity. He lay there waiting, listening. Then the presence came. The Lord stood there. "Samuel, Samuel." The boy whispered the words he had been taught. "Speak, for your servant hears." Then God dropped a bomb on the boy's shoulders. God said, "Behold, I will do a thing in Israel, at which both the ears of everyone that hears it shall tingle." God told Samuel that the time for judgment had come. He told him that Eli's house would be destroyed forever. He said the sins of Hophni and Phinehas would never be purged with sacrifice or offering. God had sworn it. The voice faded. Samuel was alone again in the dark. He lay there until morning, terrified. How could he tell this to Eli? Eli was like a father to him. How do you tell your father that God is going to kill his family? When the sun rose, Samuel opened the doors of the house of the Lord. He tried to look busy. He was afraid to see Eli. But Eli called him, "Samuel, my son." "Here am I." "What is the thing that the Lord has said to you?" Eli asked. Then he gave a strict warning. "God do so to you, and more also, if you hide anything from me of all the things that he said to you." Samuel had no choice. He took a deep breath. He told him everything. He did not hold back the words of doom. Eli listened. The old man slumped in his chair. He did not get angry. He did not fight. He simply accepted his fate. "It is the Lord," Eli sighed. "Let him do what seems him good." From that day on, everyone knew. From Dan in the north to Beersheba in the south, all of Israel knew that Samuel was established to be a prophet of the Lord. The silence was over. Samuel grew, but the judgment he predicted did not happen immediately. It waited for the right moment. That moment came with war. The Philistines gathered their armies against Israel. The Israelites went out to fight, but they were beaten. 4,000 men died. The elders of Israel came up with a foolish plan. They said, "Let us fetch the ark of the covenant out of Shiloh unto us, that, when it comes among us, it may save us out of the hand of our enemies." They treated the ark like a magic charm. They thought the wooden box would win the war for them. They did not repent of their sins. They just wanted the power. So Hophni and Phinehas, the wicked priests, carried the ark into the camp. When the soldiers saw it, they shouted so loud the earth shook. The Philistines were terrified. They said, "God has come into the camp." But they decided to fight like men anyway. The battle was a slaughter. Israel was crushed. 30,000 footmen fell. And then the unthinkable happened. The Philistines captured the ark of God, and Hophni and Phinehas were killed. A runner from the tribe of Benjamin escaped the battle. He ran all the way to Shiloh. His clothes were torn. He had dirt on his head. Eli was sitting by the wayside watching. He was 98 years old. He was blind. His heart trembled for the ark of God. He heard the noise of the city crying out. "What is the noise of this tumult?" he asked. The messenger came to him. "I am he that came out of the army," the man gasped. "Israel is fled before the Philistines. There has been a great slaughter among the people. Your 2 sons also, Hophni and Phinehas, are dead." Eli took the blow. He sat still. Then the man finished the report. "And the ark of God is taken." That was the final straw. The death of his sons broke his heart, but the loss of the ark broke his life. Eli fell backward off his seat by the side of the gate. He was heavy and old. His neck broke, and he died. He had judged Israel for 40 years. On that same tragic day, Phinehas's wife went into labor. She died giving birth. With her dying breath, she named the baby Ichabod. It means the glory has departed. The glory was gone. The priests were dead. The ark was in enemy hands. Israel was left with nothing but a young prophet named Samuel. 20 years passed. The ark eventually came back because it caused plagues among the Philistines, but the people were still spiritually lost. Samuel was now a grown man. He was the undisputed leader. He told the whole house of Israel, "If you do return unto the Lord with all your hearts, then put away the strange gods and Ashtaroth from among you." The people listened. They gathered at a place called Mizpah. They fasted. They confessed, "We have sinned against the Lord." But the Philistines heard they were gathering. They thought it was a military rally. The warlords of the Philistines marched up to attack. The Israelites were terrified. They had no weapons to match the Philistines. They begged Samuel, "Cease not to cry unto the Lord our God for us." Samuel took a sucking lamb. He offered it as a burnt offering. He cried out to heaven, and God answered with thunder. As the Philistines drew near to battle, the Lord thundered with a great thunder on that day upon the Philistines. It threw them into a panic. They were confused. They turned on each other. The men of Israel chased them down and struck them. It was a massive victory. Samuel took a stone and set it up between Mizpah and Shen. He named it Ebenezer. It means stone of help. He said, "Hitherto has the Lord helped us." For the rest of Samuel's days, the hand of the Lord was against the Philistines. Samuel went on a circuit every year from Bethel, Gilgal, to Mizpah, judging Israel. He was the prophet, the priest, the judge. He was the glue holding the nation together. A child of a woman once mocked and described as cursed. Isn't God faithful? Let's proceed with the story of an honest man who feared God in all his dealings. And God in most unimaginable way protected him against 120 evil powerful men who sought to destroy him for loving God and being honest. 120 men stood against one. They were the princes. They were the governors. They were the captains of the Persian Empire. They controlled the armies and the treasury. They had every advantage. Yet they felt weak. A single old exile from Jerusalem stood in their way. Daniel. He was nearly 80 years old. He walked with a slow step. He had no army. He had no weapon. But he had the ear of the king. As long as Daniel whispered truth to Darius, these 120 men could not steal a single coin. They could not rule as they pleased. They were tired of being watched by an honest man. One night they decided, the eyes of the honest man must be closed forever. Before we see their plan unfold, I have a simple favor to ask. Kindly hit the like and subscribe buttons. It takes just 1 second and costs nothing, but it makes a huge difference in helping us grow and reach more people who love biblical stories. Thank you. Now back to Daniel's story. You know, it is usually easy to destroy a powerful man. You just have to find his secrets, his loopholes. After all, everyone has a stain on their soul, no matter how small. So one night, the satraps of Persia sat in a private chamber deep within the palace. Scrolls and tax records were scattered across the table. They had hunted for a flaw in Daniel's records kept for years. They dug through his trash. They audited his tax records. They found nothing. Daniel was terrifyingly perfect. He was honest. He was pure. It was maddening. One governor slammed his fist onto the heavy wooden table. Dust danced in the torchlight. "Nothing," he shouted. "The man is spotless. We cannot find a single error. We cannot find a single lost coin. How can a man govern a province for 60 years and never take a bribe?" "He is not human," another grumbled, rubbing his tired eyes. "He works with a spirit of excellence that shames us all." The mood in the room was heavy with jealousy. Remember, they hated Daniel not because he was bad, but because he was too good. When King Darius looked at the empire, he saw corruption and laziness in every corner. Then he looked at Daniel, and he saw only truth. Because of this, Darius was already planning to set Daniel over the entire kingdom. This was the nightmare that kept the governors awake at night. If Daniel became prime minister, their days of easy power would end. He would check their accounts. He would stop their secret theft that makes them leave in affluence of ill-gotten wealth. He would force them to be honest. They had to stop him. But how do you destroy a man who does nothing wrong? "Then we have failed," one of them shouted. "No," the first administrator said, a smile beginning to form on his lips. "We have not failed. We have simply been looking in the wrong place. We cannot trap Daniel through his work. His administration is flawless. We cannot trap him through his politics. He has no political ambitions beyond serving the king. But there is one area where Daniel will never compromise." The room fell silent as everyone leaned forward. "His God," the administrator said. Someone laughed, a sharp bark of sound. "His God? What does that matter? There are 1,000 gods in Babylon. One more or less makes no difference." "You don't understand," the second administrator said. "Daniel's God is not like our gods. Daniel does not simply honor his God alongside others. He worships only his God. 3 times every day he goes to his upper room, opens the windows toward Jerusalem, and prays, only to his God, to no other. So he is a fanatic," the satrap said. "Again, how does this help us?" The third administrator stepped to the center of the room. "What if the king issued a decree? What if for 30 days no one in the empire could pray to any god or any man except the king himself? Anyone who violated this decree would be thrown into the lion's den." The room erupted in conversation. Some immediately grasped the brilliance of the plan. Others were confused. "But the king would never agree to such a thing," someone protested. "Darius is not a fool. He knows the people worship many gods. He would agree if we presented it properly," the first administrator said. "We tell him that there has been unrest in the provinces, that there are rumors of plots and conspiracies, that we need a way to test the loyalty of every official and citizen. For just 30 days. Everyone must acknowledge the king's authority above all else. It is not about religion. It is about unity, about loyalty to the empire." "And Daniel will refuse," someone said, understanding dawning on his face. "Daniel will refuse," the first administrator confirmed. "He will pray to his God 3 times a day, as he always has. He will open his windows where everyone can see. He is not the kind of man who hides his faith. And when he does this, we will have our proof. We will go to the king and show him that Daniel has violated the decree. And according to the law of the Medes and Persians, which cannot be altered, Daniel must be thrown into the lion's den." The room erupted in approval. Hands clapped. Voices rose in excitement. It was perfect. They would use Daniel's greatest strength against him. They would make his faithfulness the instrument of his destruction. The conspirators spent the rest of the night crafting their decree. They chose every word carefully, making it sound reasonable, even necessary. They would present it to Darius in the morning, with all of them united, showing that every important official in the empire supported this measure. The king would have no reason to refuse, and Daniel would have no way to escape. King Darius was a man of war, not a man of details. He liked strength. He liked loyalty. When his governors and satraps requested an audience, he sat on his high throne and looked down at them. They bowed low. Their faces touched the ground. They looked so loyal. They looked so devoted. King Darius, live forever. They shouted in unison. The leader stepped forward. He held a scroll made of expensive parchment. "O great king," he began, "we have all consulted together. The royal administrators, the prefects, the satraps, the advisors, and the governors. We have agreed on one thing. This was a lie. They had not consulted Daniel. But the king did not know that. We wish to honor you," the man continued. "We wish to establish a royal statute, a firm decree. For the next 30 days, no one shall petition any god or man except you, O king." Darius leaned back. The idea pleased him. It sounded like unity. It sounded like peace. For 1 month, all eyes in the empire would turn to him. No division, no arguments about different gods, just the king. "And if someone breaks this law?" Darius asked. The room went silent. You could hear the wind blowing through the high windows. "He shall be cast into the den of lions," the governor said. Darius nodded slowly. The punishment was severe, but Persian laws were always severe. It showed strength. It showed that the king's word was final. He did not see the trap. He did not see the invisible noose they were handing him. "Bring me the wax," Darius said. A servant brought the melting candle and the royal signet ring. The governors watched with hungry eyes. They held their breath. Darius pressed his ring into the hot wax. Thump. It was done. According to the law of the Medes and the Persians, a law once signed could never be revoked. Not even by the king himself. The governors smiled. They bowed and backed out of the room. As they walked down the marble halls, they did not look at the beautiful art or the hanging gardens. They only looked at the sun. They were waiting for it to set. They were waiting for prayer time. Daniel heard the news before the sun went down. News travels fast in a palace, especially bad news. He held the scroll in his hands. He read the words. 30 days, no prayer. Only to the king. He knew exactly what this meant. This was not a general law. This was a targeted arrow, aimed straight at his heart. Daniel was an old man now. His hair was white. His hands were wrinkled. He had served kings before. He had survived wars and fires and madness. But this was different. This was a choice between his life and his soul. He could just close his windows. He could pray in secret. He could whisper his prayers in the dark where no one could see. God would hear him, wouldn't he? God knows the heart. Why die for a ritual? Daniel walked to his room. The palace was quiet. He could feel the eyes of his enemies waiting. He knew they were watching his house. They were hiding in the bushes and the alleys, waiting for him to make a mistake. He walked to the window. It faced Jerusalem. That city was far away, in ruins, but it was the home of his heart. He reached out his hand to the wooden shutters. If he closed them, he lived. If he left them open, he died. The simple wooden latch felt heavy in his hand. He pushed the windows wide open. The afternoon light flooded the room. He did not hide. He knelt down on the rug. He did not whisper. He spoke clearly. He thanked his God. He asked for mercy for his people. He prayed just as he had done yesterday, just as he had done the day before. From the street below, shadows moved, fingers pointed. A low murmur of excitement rippled through the hiding men. "He is doing it," one whispered. "He is praying." "Are you sure?" "I see him. The window is open. He is on his knees." They had him. The trap had snapped shut. They did not wait. They turned and ran toward the palace, their robes flying behind them, eager to spill blood. But they did not know that they were not the only ones watching. King Darius was having a good evening until the doors burst open. The governors rushed in, breathless and pretending to be shocked. "King Darius, live forever." Darius frowned. "What is this disturbance? Did you not sign a decree?" The leader asked, feigning innocence. "Did you not say that for 30 days no one could pray to any god or man but you? And if they did, they would go to the lions?" "The decree stands," Darius said firmly. "It cannot be changed." The leader turned to the others. A cruel grin spread across his face. He turned back to the king. "Daniel," he spat the name out like a curse. "Daniel, who is one of the exiles from Judah, pays no attention to you, O king. He does not respect the decree you put in writing. He still prays to his God 3 times a day." The king froze. The blood drained from his face. The room spun. Suddenly, the compliment of the law became a curse. The honor they had given him was a cage. They had used his own vanity to kill his best friend. Darius stood up. "Get out," he shouted. "All of you." The governors stood their ground. "Remember, O king," the leader said coldly, "the law of the Medes and the Persians cannot be changed. You signed it. They were right. The king was the most powerful man on earth, yet he was powerless against his own word. If he broke his own law, his authority would crumble. The empire would fall into chaos." "Give me time," Darius said. His voice shook. For the rest of the day, the palace was in a frenzy. Darius called his lawyers. He called his scholars. He paced back and forth in the throne room. He looked for a loophole. He looked for a mistake in the writing. He looked for any way to save Daniel. But the sun kept moving. It sank lower and lower. The sky turned orange, then purple, then dark blue. The shadows lengthened. The time was up. The governors returned. They did not bow low this time. They stood tall. They knew they had won. "The sun has set, O king," they said. Darius looked at them with pure hatred. But he nodded. He had no choice. "Bring him," Darius whispered. They brought Daniel in. He was not struggling. He was not begging. He walked calmly, his hands bound in front of him. Darius met him at the entrance to the royal gardens. The king looked older than the prisoner. His eyes were red from stress. He placed his hands on Daniel's shoulders. "Daniel," the king said, his voice breaking, "your God, whom you serve so continually, he must save you." "I cannot." Daniel looked at the king with kindness. He did not blame him. The soldiers led Daniel away. They walked out of the palace, down the stone path, toward the edge of the city. There was a pit there. It was dug deep into the earth. The smell hit them first. It was the smell of old meat and death. It was a thick, musk scent that made the horses nervous. The soldiers rolled back the heavy stone that covered the mouth of the pit. A sound came from below, a low, rumbling growl. It vibrated in the chest of every man standing there. These were not circus animals. These were royal executioners. They were kept hungry. They were kept wild. The soldiers grabbed Daniel. This is the moment where most men scream. This is where they bargain. This is where they cry out for their mothers. Daniel said nothing. They pushed him. He fell into the darkness. The king watched him fall. He turned away, unable to look. "Seal it," he ordered. The soldiers rolled the stone back over the hole. Darkness swallowed the pit. Then, the king took his signet ring. He pressed it into the clay seal on the stone. He made the nobles press their rings into it too. "No one touches this stone," Darius commanded. "If the seal is broken, you die." He looked at the silent stone one last time. Then he walked back to the palace. Inside the pit, it was pitch black. Daniel stood up. The ground was uneven with bones. He heard the sound of heavy paws on stone. Scrape, scrape. He heard the intake of breath. The lions were there. He could not see them, but he could feel the heat of their bodies. He could smell their hunger. A low growl started from the corner, then another from the left, then another from behind. They were circling him. Daniel stood still. He closed his eyes. He did not run. There was nowhere to run. The first lion leaped. In the palace, the lights were out. King Darius refused to eat. The musicians came to play soothing music, but he sent them away. The dancers came, but he yelled at them to leave. He lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw Daniel being torn apart. He heard the crunch of bones. He saw the gloating faces of his governors. The hours dragged on. Midnight came and went. The silence of the palace was heavy. But in the pit, there was a different kind of silence. It was not the silence of death. It was the silence of awe. When the first lion had leaped, something had happened. A light had flashed in the darkness. Not a torch, not a fire. A figure stood there. The figure was bright, like a star brought down to earth. He did not carry a weapon. He simply held out a hand. The massive lion, 500 pounds of muscle and fury, stopped in midair. It landed softly, like a house cat. It looked at the shining figure, whined and lowered its head. The other lions froze. Their mouths, filled with razor-sharp teeth, snapped shut. The angel of the Lord stood between the beast and the man. Daniel sank to his knees, not in fear, but in relief. The lions approached him. They did not bite. They sniffed his robe. One large male lion, with a scar across its nose, lay down at Daniel's feet. It rested its heavy head on Daniel's sandals. The angel looked at Daniel. No words were spoken. None were needed. The presence of God filled the damp, smelly pit, turning it into a holy sanctuary. Daniel reached out a trembling hand and touched the lion's mane. The fur was coarse and warm. The beast purred. It was a deep, rumbling sound, like distant thunder. Above them, the city slept. The governors slept, dreaming of their victory. They thought the old man was gone. They thought the problem was solved. They did not know that the lions were keeping him warm. The first gray light of dawn touched the horizon. Darius had not slept a wink. As soon as the sky turned pale, he jumped from his bed. He did not wait for his guards. He did not wait for his sandals to be tied properly. He ran. The king of the massive Persian Empire ran through the dirt like a desperate father. His robes flapped in the wind. His breath came in ragged gasps. He reached the pit. The stone was still there. The seals were unbroken. But was there anything alive inside? The soldiers caught up to him, panting. "Roll it away." Darius screamed. "Roll it away now." The soldiers put their shoulders to the stone. It ground against the earth. Dust rose up. A gap appeared. Darius threw himself onto the ground at the edge of the hole. He peered into the gloom. "Daniel," he cried out. His voice was full of anguish. "Daniel, servant of the living God, has your God, whom you serve continually, been able to rescue you from the lions?" The king held his breath. The soldiers held their breath. The birds stopped singing. Silence. Then a voice. Calm, strong, alive. "O king, live forever." Darius wept. He laughed and wept at the same time. "My God sent his angel," the voice from the pit continued. "He shut the mouths of the lions. They have not hurt me, because I was found innocent in his sight. And I have done no wrong before you, O king. Get him out." Darius roared. "Pull him up." Ropes were lowered. Daniel tied them around his waist. The soldiers pulled. Daniel emerged from the darkness. He blinked in the morning sun. The king grabbed him and hugged him. The soldiers checked him. They looked at his arms, his legs, his neck. There was not a scratch on him, not a single mark. The governors, who had just arrived to see the body, stopped in their tracks. Their faces turned the color of ash. They saw Daniel standing there, brushing dust off his robe, alive and well. They looked at the king. The king turned his back on Daniel and faced the group of governors. The joy on his face vanished instantly. It was replaced by a look cold enough to freeze water. Darius looked at the men who had tricked him. He looked at the men who had tried to murder. His friend using the law as a weapon. "You said the lions must eat," Darius said softly. "You insisted the law could not be changed." The high governor took a step back. His face was the color of old milk. He opened his mouth to speak, but only a squeak came out. He looked at the open pit. He looked at the king. He realized, too late, that the trap he had dug was not for Daniel. It was for himself. "Guards," Darius commanded. "Seize them." The royal guards moved with terrifying speed. These were giant men, trained for war. They grabbed the governors by their silk robes. Panic erupted. The dignity of the court shattered. The governors did not walk tall now. They screamed. They kicked. They fell to the ground and clawed at the dirt, trying to find something to hold on to. They begged for mercy. They offered money. They offered land. "Mercy, O king. We were wrong. We will serve Daniel." Darius did not blink. He pointed to the black hole in the ground. The guards dragged the struggling men to the edge. The smell of the pit drifted up. It was the scent of raw meat and old death. The lions below began to pace. They smelled fear. They smelled fresh blood. The angel was gone now. The holy protection that had covered Daniel had lifted like mist in the morning sun. The lions were no longer calm. They were starving beasts, and their nature had returned with a vengeance. The guards lifted the screaming men into the air. They threw them. What happened next was a display of pure, wild power. The Bible says the men did not even reach the bottom of the pit. As the bodies fell through the darkness, the lions leaped. They launched themselves upward from the floor of the den. They caught the conspirators before they could touch the ground. The sound was terrible. It was the wet snap of bones breaking instantly under the force of the jaws. It was the tearing of expensive silk and flesh. There was no fight. There was no escape. One moment the men were screaming in the air, and the next moment they were silenced by the crushing bite of the beasts. The lions dragged them down to the floor of the den. The dust rose up. The growling was deep and loud, vibrating against the stone walls. King Darius stood at the edge at the top of the pit and listened. He heard the savage power of the animals. He knew that justice had been done. The men who wanted to eat up the innocent were now being eaten themselves. The king signaled to the soldiers. "Cover the pit," he said. They rolled the stone back over the hole, sealing the darkness and the doom inside. Later that day, Daniel sat in his room. The window was open, facing Jerusalem. The breeze was cool. He could hear the city buzzing with the news. The story was already spreading. The old man who walked with lions. The God who shuts mouths. King Darius sat at his desk. He was writing a new decree. He called for the scribes. "Write this down," he commanded, "to all peoples, nations, and languages that dwell in all the earth." The scribes dipped their pens. "I make a decree that in every dominion of my kingdom, men must tremble and fear before the God of Daniel, for he is the living God and steadfast forever. His kingdom is the one which shall not be destroyed. He delivers and rescues, and he works signs and wonders in heaven and on earth. He who has delivered Daniel from the power of the lions." Darius signed it. This time he did not need to be tricked. He signed it with a steady hand. Daniel watched the sun go down. He knelt on his rug. "Thank you, Lord, for not allowing me to be put to shame," he whispered. And far away, in the dark of the den, the lions slept, their bellies full with the meat and blood of those who conspired to kill Daniel. Now, let us look at another story that proves God listens and responds. The story of Jabez. Jabez entered life marked by pain. Even his name spoke suffering. By human standards, his future looked fixed. But Jabez refused to let a name, a past, or a story written by others define him. Instead, he turned to the living God. And once again, God proved that he is real. This is what happened. In the ancient lands of Judah, names were not just sounds used to call a person for dinner. A name was a prophecy. It was a container that held a person's character, their future, and their destiny. If you named a child peace, you expected them to bring rest. If you named them strength, you expected a warrior. But in the hill country, where the clan of Judah dwelled, there was a day that began with screaming. It was not the scream of battle. It was the agonizing cry of a woman in labor. The heat of the day was oppressive. Dust hung in the air like a thick brown curtain. Inside the tent, the atmosphere was heavy with fear. The midwives exchanged worried glances. This birth was not going well. It had gone on for too long. The mother was weak, her body racked with a pain that went beyond the normal travail of childbirth. Hours turned into an eternity. The sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in bruises of purple and red. Just when the midwives thought hope was lost, a final, piercing cry shattered the silence. A baby boy took his first breath. He was small. He was fragile. But he was alive. The mother lay back, sweat pouring down her face. Her body throbbed with an agony she had never known. She looked at the small bundle in the midwife's arms. Usually a mother would smile. She would whisper names of hope or joy. But this mother did not smile. She looked at the child through a haze of suffering. "He has cost me too much," she whispered. Her voice was raspy. "He almost killed me. Every breath he took was a stab of sorrow." The father waited near the tent entrance, expecting a name like Simcha for joy or Baruch for blessing. The mother spoke clearly, though her voice was weak. "Call him Jabez." The room went silent. The midwives froze. Jabez. In their language, it sounded like the word for pain or sorrow. To name a child Jabez was to say he causes pain. It was to brand him. It was to say that his very existence was a burden. The father hesitated. To accept this name was to accept a dark shadow over the boy's life. But the mother's eyes were fierce with the memory of her suffering. She would not be swayed. So the boy was named Jabez, the child of sorrow, the son of pain. And as the sun set completely, the neighbors whispered. They wondered what kind of man grows from a seed of sorrow. They did not know that this boy would one day challenge the very fabric of destiny. But that day was far away. First, he had to survive the name. Growing up, Jabez learned quickly that his name walked into the room before he did. When other children played in the fields, chasing goats and laughing, Jabez was often watched with suspicion. If a child fell and scraped a knee while Jabez was nearby, the mothers would whisper. "It is the boy," they would say. "He is sorrow. Bad luck follows him like a shadow." It is a terrible thing for a child to believe he is a mistake. Jabez was a quiet boy. He was observant. He saw how his brothers were praised for their strength. He saw how his cousins were celebrated for their speed. But when Jabez succeeded, people were surprised. When he failed, they nodded knowingly. "What did you expect?" they would say. "His name is pain." By the time Jabez became a young man, the weight of his name had begun to shape his reality. It seemed as though the prophecy was coming true. He tried to farm a small patch of lentils. The locusts came and ate only his crop. He tried to raise sheep. A wolf scattered his small flock, leaving him with nothing but bloody wool and broken bones. He tried to trade in the market, but merchants were superstitious. They did not want to make a deal with a man named Sorrow. They feared his bad luck would rub off on their gold. Jabez sat one evening on a rocky ridge overlooking his family's land. He was 20 years old, and he had nothing. No wife, no wealth, no prospects. His brothers were building houses and expanding their herds. Jabez was still living in the shadow of his mother's difficult labor. He looked at his hands. They were calloused and strong. He was willing to work. He was honest. He honored the laws of Moses, yet invisible walls surrounded him. "Is this it?" he asked the empty sky. "Am I doomed because of a moment of pain I cannot even remember?" A cold wind blew across the ridge. It felt like the breath of failure. Most men would have given up. They would have become beggars or thieves, fulfilling the low expectations of their community. They would have become bitter, lashing out at the world that rejected them. But Jabez had something else inside him. It was a spark. A tiny, burning refusal to accept that a word spoken by a human could overrule the will of the Creator. He knew the stories of his ancestors. He knew of Abraham, who believed when there was no hope. He knew of Jacob, who wrestled with God to change his identity. Jabez stood up. The sun was rising now. A golden light hit the hills of Judah. "I am not sorrow," he said, his voice shaking. "I am a son of Judah. I am a child of the covenant." He realized that he could not fight this battle with a plow or a sword. He could not work his way out of a curse. He had to pray his way out. But he would not just pray a simple prayer. He would ask for the impossible. He would ask for things that a man named Pain had no business asking for. Stay with me now, because what happens next is the moment the universe shifted. Jabez did not go to the village priest. He did not ask his father to intercede. He went to a solitary place. It was a high plateau where the air was thin and the silence was deep. He fell to his knees. The rocks dug into his skin, but he did not feel them. He felt only the desperation of a drowning man. He raised his hands to the sky. He did not recite a poem. He spoke to the God of Israel as if God were standing right in front of him. "Oh, that you would bless me indeed." He cried out. He did not ask for a small blessing. He did not ask for a little bit of help. He asked for the heavy, undeniable blessing of God. He wanted the kind of blessing that washes away the past and enlarge my territory. This was bold. A man with no success was asking for more land, more influence, more authority. He was asking God to push back the boundaries that society had set for him, and that your hand would be with me. He knew he could not do it alone. He needed the supernatural power of God to touch everything he did. If he planted a seed, he wanted God's finger to push it up through the soil. "And that you would keep me from evil, that it may not grieve me." This was the core of it. He used the word related to his name. "Keep me from grief. Keep me from being the pain they say I am. Rewrite my identity." He finished his prayer. The wind stopped. The birds were silent. Jabez waited. There was no thunder. There was no lightning bolt. There was just peace. A quiet, solid assurance settled in his chest. It felt like a heavy stone had been lifted from his shoulders. He stood up, brushed the dust from his knees, and walked back down the mountain. He looked the same. His clothes were still ragged. His pockets were still empty. But his eyes had changed. He no longer looked like a victim. He looked like a man who knew a secret. And the people of the village were about to see that secret unfold. The Bible says simply, "And God granted him that which he requested." It is a short sentence. But the reality of it was a series of miracles that shook the clan of Judah. It started with the land. The tribal elders were dividing a section of rocky, unclaimed territory near the border. No one wanted it. It was dry, filled with thorns, and known to be the hiding place of vipers. Jabez stepped forward. "I will take it," he said. His brothers laughed. "Look," they mocked, "Sorrow wants the land of death. It fits him." Jabez ignored them. He took the deed to the land. He walked the perimeter of the dry, dusty field. He remembered his prayer, "Enlarge my territory." He took his spade and walked to the center of the field. He felt a strange pulling sensation, an instinct he could not explain. He dug. He dug for 3 days. The ground was hard as iron. Passers-by shook their heads. "There is no water there, Jabez. You are wasting your strength." On the 4th day, his spade hit rock. He struck it hard. A hiss of air escaped the ground. Then, a rumble. Suddenly, water shot into the air. It was not a trickle. It was a geyser. He had tapped into a deep, ancient aquifer that no one knew existed. The water was sweet and cool. It flooded the dry furrows. Within weeks, the land of death transformed. The water brought life. Grass sprang up overnight. Jabez planted vineyards, and the vines grew with supernatural speed. The grapes were the size of plums. People from the village came to stare. "How?" they asked. "How did sorrow find the water?" Jabez just smiled. "The hand of God," he said. But the blessing was not just about water. It was about expansion. One day, a caravan of foreign merchants lost their way. They were wealthy traders from the east, carrying gold, purple dyes, and rare spices. They had intended to go to the great markets of the coast, but a sandstorm had turned them around. They ended up at Jabez's gate. Jabez welcomed them. He fed them from his new harvest and gave water to their camels. He showed them kindness, not because he wanted their money, but because he was grateful to God. The leader of the merchants was impressed. "I have traveled the world," the merchant said, "but I have never tasted wine this sweet or met a man with such peace in his house. We need a trading partner in this region. We cannot trust the others. They are greedy. But you are different." That day, they signed a contract. Jabez became the primary supplier for the eastern caravans. His coast was enlarged not just by acres, but by influence. His name was now spoken in distant cities, not as a curse, but as a recommendation. But the greatest test was yet to come. Jabez had prayed to be kept from evil. He prayed that it would not grieve him. Wealth brings envy, and envy brings danger. A band of raiders from the desert heard of Jabez's prosperity. They were ruthless men who lived by the sword. They did not care about God or hard work. They only wanted to steal. They gathered in the valley below Jabez's land. There were 50 of them, heavily armed. Jabez had only his servants and a few shepherds. It was night. The moon was hidden behind clouds. The raiders crept up the hill, their knives drawn. They planned to slaughter everyone and burn the house to the ground. They wanted to turn Jabez back into sorrow. Jabez was sleeping. Suddenly, he woke up. His heart was pounding. He felt a sharp warning in his spirit. "Get up." He rushed to the roof of his house. He looked down into the darkness. He could see nothing, but he knew evil was approaching. "God," he whispered, "you promised to keep me from evil." At that exact moment, down on the slope, the leader of the raiders stepped on a loose rock. It should have been a small noise, but in the supernatural silence of the night, the sound was amplified. It echoed like a thunderclap. The raiders froze. Then, something unexplainable happened. A panic seized them. It was the terror of the Lord. In the darkness, the shadows of the olive trees looked like giant warriors. The rustling of the leaves sounded like the marching of an army. "They are waiting for us," one raider screamed. "It is a trap. There are hundreds of them." Confusion broke out. The raiders turned on each other in the dark, thinking they were being attacked. They dropped their weapons and fled, running down the hill, tripping over themselves in sheer terror. By morning, Jabez went out. He found swords and shields left behind in the grass. He found the tracks of men running for their lives. He had not lifted a finger. He had not fired a single arrow. The evil had come to his doorstep, but it had not touched him. It had not caused him grief. The news of this spread through the hill country. "Did you hear?" the people said. "An army came against Jabez, and they fled before a ghost army. Surely the God of Israel fights for him." Years passed. The man who was born in pain had become a patriarch of peace. His brothers, who had once mocked him, now came to him for advice. They came to him for loans. They came to him to settle disputes. Jabez never held their past against them. He was generous. He understood that his battle had never been with them. It was with the limitation placed upon his life. One evening, his mother, now very old and frail, sat with him by the fire. She looked around at the abundance. She saw his healthy children playing on the rugs. She saw the servants carrying baskets of bread. She felt the safety of his home. She looked at her son. The lines of pain on her face softened. "I named you for my sorrow," she said softly. "I thought you would be my burden." Jabez took her hand. "You gave me a name, Mother. But God gave me a destiny." She nodded, tears slipping down her cheeks. "You are more honorable than all your brothers," she whispered. This was the final verdict. This is what the chronicler wrote down in the Holy Scriptures. And Jabez was more honorable than his brethren. He was not just richer. He was not just stronger. He was honorable. He had taken the pain of his past and transmuted it into glory through the power of prayer. The story of Jabez is short in the records of history, but it is long in its meaning. He died an old man, full of days and satisfied. When they buried him, they did not mourn for sorrow. They celebrated a man who had broken the ceiling of his limitations. His life proved that where you start does not determine where you finish. It proved that a label put on you by others, even by your own parents, cannot stand against a blessing put on you by God. He showed that prayer is not just a ritual. It is a tool for geography. It can move borders. It can change landscapes. It can rewrite the future. Quite similar to this is the story of Leah. You see, history is often written by the victors. It is usually told by the strong, the beautiful, and the chosen. But sometimes the most powerful stories come from the shadows. This is a story about a woman who lived in the shadows. She was not the hero's first choice. She was not the beauty who stopped traffic. She was the one people looked past. But through it all, God saw her. God heard her. God answered her prayers. Her body became the vessel for priests and kings. Her descendants would serve in the temple, rule over nations, and ultimately bring forth the King of Kings. Her name was Leah. To understand her pain, you must first understand her world. We have to go back thousands of years. We go to a dusty, rugged land called Haran. In this place, a woman's worth was often measured by her beauty and her ability to birth children. If you had neither, you were invisible. Leah lived in the house of her father, Laban. Laban was a wealthy man. He was sharp. He was a trickster. He knew the value of everything, including his daughters. He had 2 of them. The younger daughter was named Rachel. Rachel was stunning. She was the kind of woman who made men stumble over their words. She had a figure that was lovely to look at and a face that radiated light. Everyone loved Rachel. Then there was the older daughter, Leah. The ancient texts describe Leah with a very specific, strange phrase. They say she had weak eyes. Some say this meant she was nearly blind. Others say her eyes were dull and lacked sparkle. Whatever it meant, it was her defining feature. When people looked at Rachel, they saw beauty. When they looked at Leah, they saw a flaw. Leah grew up knowing she was the second option. She was the other sister. She likely spent her days working quietly while Rachel received the praise. She probably wondered if anyone would ever truly see her. But the winds of change were blowing toward Haran. A stranger was coming. He was a man running from a death threat. He was a man with a destiny. His arrival would turn Leah's quiet, sad life into a battlefield. Would she survive the war for a man's heart? Or would she find a love far greater than she could imagine? The stranger's name was Jacob. He was not just any traveler. He was the son of Isaac and the grandson of Abraham. He came from a family of great promise. But he was also a deceiver. He had tricked his own father and brother back home. Now he was running for his life. He came to Haran to hide. He also came to find a wife. It happened at the village well. This was the center of life in the ancient world. Jacob arrived tired and thirsty. Then he saw her. He saw Rachel. She was coming with her father's sheep. Jacob was struck by lightning. It was instant. He was so overcome by her beauty that he rolled a massive stone away from the well's mouth all by himself to water her sheep. He kissed her and wept aloud. Imagine Leah watching this later, or perhaps hearing about it. The handsome stranger did not ask about the older sister. He only had eyes for Rachel. Jacob went to stay with their father Laban. It did not take long for a deal to be struck. Jacob was in love. He was desperate to marry Rachel. He went to Laban and made an offer that was unheard of. "I will serve you 7 years for your younger daughter Rachel." 7 years. In those days, a bride price was usually distinct and paid quickly. 7 years of labor was a fortune. It showed how valuable Rachel was to him. Laban smiled. Laban was a businessman. He saw a free worker who was strong and motivated. He agreed immediately. So the clock started. For 7 years, Leah had to watch. Every day, she saw Jacob working in the fields. He was sweating and toiling under the sun, and he was doing it all for her sister. The Bible says those 7 years seemed like only a few days to Jacob because of the love he had for Rachel. But what did they feel like to Leah? They probably felt like an eternity. Every day was a reminder that she was not chosen. She was the oldest, yet she was being skipped over. In her culture, the oldest daughter usually married first. But Jacob did not care about custom. He cared about Rachel. Leah was becoming a spinster in her father's house, unwanted, unnoticed. But Laban was watching too. He had a plan. He looked at Leah, and he looked at Jacob. He knew that once Jacob married Rachel, he might leave. He also knew that it would be hard to find a husband for Leah compared to her beautiful sister. Laban hatched a scheme. It was cruel, it was risky. But if it worked, he would secure futures for both his daughters. He would also keep a hard worker in his employment. The 7 years ended. The wedding day arrived. The wedding feast was grand. There was food, wine, and celebration. Jacob was ecstatic. He had waited 84 months for this moment. His heart was racing. The sun went down. The desert night became pitch black. In those days, there were no streetlights. Inside the tent, it was dark. The bride was brought to Jacob. She was heavily veiled. She was silent. This is where the story turns into a thriller. How could a man not know who he was marrying? There are many theories. Perhaps Jacob had drunk too much wine at the feast. Perhaps the tent was completely dark. Perhaps the bride refused to speak, knowing her voice would give her away. Who was under the veil? It was not Rachel. It was Leah. Imagine the terror in Leah's heart. Her father had likely forced her into this. Or maybe, just maybe, she went willingly. Maybe she loved Jacob too. Maybe she thought that once they were intimate, he would learn to love her. She lay beside the man who had ignored her for 7 years. She felt his embrace. She heard him whisper words of love. But she knew those words were meant for her sister. The suspense of that night must have been suffocating. Every moment, she must have feared he would light a lamp. She must have feared he would touch her face and realize the deception. But he did not. The night passed. The deception was complete. The sun rose. The light filtered into the tent. Jacob woke up. He turned to look at his beautiful bride, the prize he had worked 7 years for. He looked into the face of the woman next to him. It was Leah. The shock must have been physical. The Bible simply says, And it came to pass that in the morning, behold, it was Leah. Jacob was furious. He stormed out of the tent to find Laban. You can imagine the shouting match. "What is this you have done to me?" Jacob screamed. "Did I not serve with you for Rachel? Why then have you deceived me?" Laban remained calm. He was a master manipulator. He shrugged. "It must not be so done in our country," Laban said smoothly, "to give the younger before the firstborn." It was a lie, or at least a convenient truth he had never mentioned before. But then Laban set the hook for the next trap. "Fulfill her week," Laban said, referring to the wedding week of celebration. "And we will give you this also for the service which you shall serve with me yet 7 other years." Laban offered Rachel to Jacob as a second wife. But the cost was another 7 years of slavery. Jacob agreed. He loved Rachel that much. So 1 week later, Jacob married Rachel. Now look at Leah's position. She had been a wife for 1 week. She had barely had a moment to be the lady of the house. Now, her beautiful sister was also her co-wife. And everyone knew who Jacob truly loved. The Bible puts it brutally. He loved also Rachel more than Leah. Leah was married, but she was still alone. She was trapped in a tent with a man who resented her and a sister who was his idol. The tension in that tent must have been thick enough to cut with a knife. But there was one set of eyes that did not find Leah weak. There was one person who was watching this domestic tragedy unfold. The story was about to take a supernatural turn. God looked down. He saw the heartbreak of the unloved woman. The Bible says, when the Lord saw that Leah was hated, he opened her womb. This is the turning point. This is where the unseen character enters the story. God did not speak from a burning bush here. He did not send an army. He touched Leah's body. Rachel, the beautiful one, was barren. She could not have children. Leah, the unloved one, became pregnant. This was Leah's chance. In that culture, giving a man a son was the highest honor. Surely, if she gave Jacob a son, he would love her. Leah gave birth to a baby boy. She held him and looked at his face. She named him Reuben. Names were very important in the Bible. They told a story. The name Reuben sounds like the Hebrew phrase, "for he has seen my misery." Leah cried out her hope in the name. She said, "Surely the Lord has looked upon my affliction. Now therefore my husband will love me." Do you hear the desperation? Now he will love me. I have given him an heir. She waited for Jacob's affection. She waited for the warmth in his eyes. It did not come. Jacob was still obsessed with Rachel. Leah became pregnant again. Another boy. She named him Simeon. This name means hearing. She said, "Because the Lord has heard that I was hated, he has therefore given me this son also." The hope was fading. She no longer said, "He will love me." She simply acknowledged that God heard her pain. She was still the hated one. She became pregnant a 3rd time. Another boy. This time she felt a surge of determination. 3 sons. Surely 3 sons would break the wall around Jacob's heart. She named him Levi. This name means attached or joined. She said, "Now this time will my husband be joined unto me, because I have borne him 3 sons." It is heartbreaking. She just wanted to be attached to him. She wanted a connection. She was bargaining with her body. But the silence from Jacob continued. He was a good father, perhaps, but a distant husband. His heart remained in Rachel's tent. Then came the 4th pregnancy. Something changed in Leah during this time. Maybe she realized that chasing a human's love was endless torture. Maybe she realized that the only one who had truly been with her was God. She gave birth to a 4th son. She looked at him. She did not mention her pain. She did not mention her husband. She did not mention her misery. She named him Judah. Judah means praise. She simply said, "Now will I praise the Lord." She stopped looking at Jacob. She looked up. She found her worth not in the man who rejected her, but in the God who chose her. She stopped fighting for a place in the tent and accepted her place in God's plan. And then, the Bible says, she stopped bearing children for a while. The story could end there, but human emotions are messy. The rivalry wasn't over. Rachel was watching all of this. She was beautiful and loved, but she had no children. She was jealous of Leah. She screamed at Jacob, "Give me children, or else I die." The tension exploded. The sisters began a war of proxy. Rachel gave her maid to Jacob to have children for her. Leah, not wanting to be outdone, gave her maid to Jacob too. It was a chaotic, bitter household. One day, during the wheat harvest, Leah's oldest son Reuben went out into the fields. He found mandrakes. These were plants that were believed to help women become pregnant. They were considered a love potion. Reuben brought them to his mother, Leah. Rachel saw them. She wanted them. She was desperate to conceive. Rachel said to Leah, "Give me, I pray thee, of thy son's mandrakes." Leah's answer shows that the old wounds were still raw. She snapped back. "Is it a small matter that you have taken my husband? And would you take away my son's mandrakes also?" It was a moment of honest anger. "You have everything, Rachel. You have his heart. Now you want the one thing I have." Then Rachel made a bargain, a transaction that showed just how transactional their marriage had become. "Therefore he shall lie with you tonight for your son's mandrakes," Rachel said. Rachel was selling a night with their husband for a plant. It showed that Rachel controlled the schedule. She held the keys to Jacob's intimacy. Leah agreed. That evening, Leah went out to the field to meet Jacob as he came home from work. She did not wait for him to be called. She walked out to him. "You must come in unto me," she said boldly. "For surely I have hired you with my son's mandrakes." It sounds crude, but it was the reality of her life. She had to buy time with her own husband. Jacob went with her. And once again, God proved he was on the side of the underdog. Leah became pregnant again, and again. She bore 2 more sons, Issachar and Zebulun. She eventually bore a daughter named Dinah. Leah, the woman with the weak eyes, became the mother of 6 of Jacob's sons. She was the mother of half the future nation of Israel. Rachel eventually did have children. She had Joseph and later Benjamin. But in giving birth to Benjamin, Rachel died. The years rolled on. The drama of the mandrakes and the jealousy faded into the background of a larger story. Jacob grew old. The family moved to Egypt to escape a famine. But what happened to Leah? The Bible does not record her death scene in detail like it does for others. But it gives us a very important clue about how the story ended. It tells us where she was buried. When Jacob was dying, an old and fragile man, he gave instructions to his sons. He wanted to be buried in the family tomb back in Canaan. It was the cave of Machpelah. This was the VIP cemetery. Abraham was buried there. Sarah was buried there. Isaac was buried there. Rebekah was buried there. And then Jacob said something profound. "There I buried Leah." Rachel was not buried there. Rachel was buried on the side of the road near Bethlehem, where she died. But Leah? Leah made it to the final resting place. In the end, Jacob acknowledged her rightful place. She was his wife. She was the mother of the majority of his house. She was the one who stuck by him through the long years. The beauty of Rachel had faded and passed, but the loyalty of Leah had endured. In death, they lie side by side. But the story of Leah is not just about a tomb. It is about a legacy that proves God is alive and active in the most broken situations. Remember the names of her children? She had Levi. From Levi came Moses, the deliverer who set the people free. From Levi came the priesthood. Every priest who ever served in the temple of God was a descendant of unloved Leah. And she had Judah. Judah was the 4th son, the praised son. From Judah came the line of kings. King David, the greatest king of Israel, was a descendant of Leah. But it goes further. Centuries later, in a small town called Bethlehem, a baby was born. He was the Lion of the tribe of Judah, Jesus of Nazareth. God chose the bloodline of Leah the unloved, the overlooked, the woman with the weak eyes to bring the Savior of the world. When we look at the Bible, we often think God only uses the stars. He uses the Rachels. But the story of Leah proves otherwise. God saw a woman crying in the dark. He saw a woman who felt like a second option. And he said, "I will build my nation on her." It proves God is alive because natural selection would have picked Rachel. Human logic picked Rachel. Jacob picked Rachel. But God picked Leah. He took the rejection she felt and turned it into redemption. He took her emptiness and filled it with a legacy that outlasted the Roman Empire. So if you ever feel like you are the one in the shadows, if you feel like the weak one, if you feel unchosen, remember the story of Leah. God is real and takes the invisible and makes them honorable. Now, imagine losing everything: your husband, your security, and your future, all while living as a refugee in a foreign land. That was Ruth. By all accounts, her life was over. But the Bible shows us that our rock bottom is often the foundation where God begins his greatest work. The story of Ruth is a masterclass in divine orchestration that proves a living God. Her story started during the time of the Judges. Israel had no king. Every person did what seemed right in their own eyes. The people would forget their God, fall into chaos, cry out for help, and then God would send a deliverer. But between these cycles of rescue, life could be brutal. And now, during one of these dark periods, famine gripped the land. In the middle of this turbulence sat a small town in the hills of Judah. Its name was Bethlehem. Living in this town was a man named Elimelech. His name was a bold statement. It meant, "My God is king." In a time when men forgot God, Elimelech carried a reminder of faith in his very name and never disobeyed God. He had a wife named Naomi. Her name meant pleasant. Together they raised 2 sons, Mahlon and Chilion. They were an established family. They were the kind of people who had deep roots in the rocky soil of Judah. They were Ephrathites. But the famine was getting intense. Famine was not just an inconvenience in the ancient world. It was a slow death sentence. It was a silent invader that walked through walls. It stole the fat from the cattle. It stole the laughter from the children. Days turned into weeks. Weeks turned into months. The family's reserves finished completely. Elimelech felt the heavy weight of fatherhood. He watched his 2 sons. Mahlon and Chilion were growing thinner. Their cheeks were hollow. The future of his family line was fading away before his eyes. He realized that faith sometimes requires difficult movement. He looked toward the east. Across the Dead Sea lay the mountains of Moab. Moab was not a friendly place. The Moabites were old enemies of Israel. They worshipped different gods, called Chemosh. They were strangers. But word had reached Bethlehem. There was rain in Moab. There was food in Moab. It was a terrifying choice. To leave meant abandoning his community. It meant walking away from his inheritance. It meant becoming a foreigner in a land that might despise him. But hunger is a powerful motivator. One evening, the decision solidified in his mind. The desperation had reached a breaking point. Elimelech gathered his family. The air in the house was thick with anxiety. "We cannot stay," he said. His voice was low but firm. "The food is gone. Our sons will starve." He looked at Mahlon and Chilion. They were thin but still strong enough to make the journey. "We must go to Moab." Naomi felt her stomach tighten. "Moab," Naomi whispered. "Elimelech, that place is evil." But her husband interrupted. "That place has rain and grain and life. Here we have only death waiting." So they went, Elimelech, Naomi, Mahlon, and Chilion. They packed what little they owned onto a donkey and walked away from Bethlehem. The journey took several days. They descended the rocky hills, passed by the salt shores of the Dead Sea, and climbed into Moab. The difference was shocking. Green fields spread before them. Crops grew thick and healthy. People looked well fed. But everywhere Naomi turned, she saw shrines to Chemosh. She heard strange prayers. They eventually settled somewhere in there in the Moabite town. Elimelech found work. The boys grew into men. For a while, life seemed better than it had been in starving Bethlehem. Then Elimelech died. No warning. No long illness. One day he simply collapsed in the field and never rose again. Naomi buried her husband in foreign soil, far from his ancestors. She wept until she had no more tears. Now she was a widow with 2 sons in a pagan land. Everything she had known was gone. Her partner, her companion, the father of her children, lay in a Moabite grave. But Mahlon and Gideon remained. They were men now, capable and strong. "Mother," Mahlon said gently, "we will care for you. Do not be afraid." Time passed. The sons met Moabite women. Mahlon fell in love with a girl named Ruth. Gideon became enchanted with her friend Orpah. Both women came from Moabite families. They worshipped Moabite gods. They knew nothing of the God of Israel. Naomi should have objected. Hebrew men were not supposed to marry foreign women. These marriages could lead her sons away from the true God. But Naomi was tired. She was lonely. She was living in Moab already, so what difference did it make? And the girls seemed kind enough. Ruth especially had a gentle spirit that reminded Naomi of her younger self. The weddings happened. Simple ceremonies by Moabite custom. Ruth became Mahlon's wife. Orpah became Gideon's wife. The little household expanded. Naomi had daughters now, even if they were daughters-in-law from a foreign people. For 10 years, they lived together. The women helped Naomi. They learned to cook Hebrew dishes. They listened to Naomi's stories about the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Ruth seemed particularly interested. She would ask questions late into the evening. "Tell me more about how your God parted the sea," she would say. Or, "What does it mean that he hears the prayers of the poor?" But something was wrong. Neither Ruth nor Orpah became pregnant. Month after month, year after year, no children came. In that culture, at that time, a woman's value was often measured by her ability to bear children, especially sons. The lack of children cast a shadow over the household. Naomi prayed. The younger women made offerings to their gods. Nothing changed. Then catastrophe struck again. Mahlon fell sick. Fever consumed him. He shook and sweated and called out in delirium. Ruth sat by his side day and night, pressing cool cloths to his forehead, forcing him to drink water. But the sickness was too strong. Within a week, Mahlon died. Ruth held his hand as he breathed his last. Before Naomi could even process this new grief, Gideon collapsed. The same fever, the same terrible progression. Orpah screamed and begged him to fight, to stay with her. But death does not listen to begging. Gideon joined his brother and father in death. Now there were 3 widows, no men, no protectors, no providers, no sons to carry on the family name or inherit property. In the ancient world, this was a death sentence of a different kind. Widows were vulnerable to poverty, abuse, and starvation. They had no legal rights, no way to earn a living, no standing in society. Naomi sat in her house and stared at the walls. She had left Bethlehem with a husband and 2 sons. Now all 3 were dead. She was alone in a foreign land with 2 foreign daughters-in-law who had no children. Everything was lost. The family line of Elimelech had been erased. But then news arrived from Bethlehem. A traveler passing through Moab brought word that the famine had ended. God had visited his people. The rains had returned. Wheat and barley grew again in the fields of Judah. The house of bread was truly a house of bread once more. Naomi stood up. She would go back. There was nothing left for her in Moab but graves and grief. At least in Bethlehem she would be among her own people. She would die in the land of her birth rather than this cursed foreign country that had taken everything from her. She told Ruth and Orpah of her decision. "I am returning to Judah," she said. "You have been good to me and good to my sons. May the Lord deal kindly with you as you have dealt with the dead and with me. May he grant that you find rest, each in the house of her husband." She kissed them both. This was goodbye. They would stay in Moab, return to their families, perhaps remarry. Naomi would travel alone back to Bethlehem. But both young women protested. "No," Ruth said firmly. "We will return with you to your people." Naomi shook her head. Tears ran down her weathered cheeks. "Turn back, my daughters. Why will you go with me? Have I yet sons in my womb that they may become your husbands? Turn back, my daughters, go, for I am too old to have a husband. If I should say I have hope, if I should have a husband tonight and should bear sons, would you wait till they were grown? Would you refrain from marrying? No, my daughters. It has been far more bitter for me than for you, because the hand of the Lord has turned against me." The logic was clear. According to Israelite custom, if a man died without children, his brother was supposed to marry the widow and provide an heir. But Naomi had no more sons. She could not give Ruth and Orpah new husbands from her family. What future could they possibly have in Judah? They would be poor foreign widows in a land that despised Moabites. Orpah understood. She wept loudly, kissed Naomi one final time, and turned back toward her mother's house. She would rebuild her life in Moab. It was the sensible choice. But Ruth clung to Naomi. She would not let go. "Look," Naomi said, "your sister-in-law has gone back to her people and to her gods. Return after your sister-in-law." What happened next would echo through generations. Ruth looked at her mother-in-law with fierce determination and spoke words that became immortal. "Do not urge me to leave you or to turn back from following you. For where you go I will go, and where you lodge I will lodge. Your people shall be my people, and your God my God. Where you die, I will die, and there will I be buried. May the Lord do so to me and more also if even death parts me from you." This was not a casual promise. Ruth was renouncing everything: her homeland, her culture, her family, her gods. She was choosing to follow Naomi into an unknown future, to worship a God she barely knew, to join a people who would despise her as a Moabite. She was choosing probable poverty and certain hardship. And she was doing it simply out of love and loyalty. Naomi stared at her daughter-in-law. She saw the resolve in Ruth's eyes. There would be no changing her mind. So Naomi said nothing more. The two widows gathered their few possessions and began the journey to Bethlehem. The road was long and hard. Two women traveling alone faced constant danger. They had to avoid bandits, sleep in the open, beg for food and water along the way. But they pressed on. Ruth supported Naomi when her strength failed. Naomi guided Ruth toward her homeland. Finally, they climbed the last hill and saw Bethlehem spread before them. It was harvest season. The beginning of the barley harvest, to be specific. The fields were gold and full. Workers moved through the grain with sickles. The city that had been dying when Naomi left was now alive and prosperous. The women entered the town. People stopped and stared. Could it be? After 10 years? Someone called out, "Is this Naomi?" Naomi stopped in the street. Her face was bitter. "Do not call me Naomi," she said. The name meant pleasant. "Call me Mara, for the Almighty has dealt very bitterly with me. I went away full, and the Lord has brought me back empty. Why call me Naomi, when the Lord has testified against me and the Almighty has brought calamity upon me?" The people gathered around, curious about this angry, broken woman, and they noticed Ruth standing behind her. A young woman, clearly not Hebrew. Where had she come from? "This is Ruth," Naomi said flatly. a Moabite. My son's widow. Whispers rippled through the crowd. A Moabite? Here in Bethlehem? The enemy? One of those people. But they said nothing more because Ruth kept her eyes lowered respectfully and stayed close to Naomi. Naomi found her old house. It was still standing but run down. No one had lived there during the years of famine. She and Ruth moved in and tried to make it habitable. They had no food, no money, no means of support. They were as poor as it was possible to be. I will go to the fields, Ruth said. I will glean. Gleaning was the practice allowed by Israelite law. When harvesters gathered grain, they were commanded to leave the edges of the field uncut and to drop some grain for the poor. Widows, orphans, and foreigners could follow behind the harvesters and gather these leftovers. It was backbreaking work for small reward, but it was better than starving. Naomi nodded wearily. What choice did they have? Ruth set out early the next morning. She did not know whose field to approach. She did not know which landowners might be kind and which might drive her away. So she simply walked until she found a field where harvest was taking place and asked the foreman if she could glean. The foreman looked her over, young, strong, foreign accent. Who are you? He demanded. I am Ruth, the Moabite, the daughter-in-law of Naomi, she said humbly. Please let me glean and gather among the sheaves after the reapers. He grunted his permission. Ruth began to work. The sun was hot. The labor was exhausting. She bent down again and again, picking up single stalks of barley that the harvesters had dropped or missed. Her back ached. Sweat poured down her face. But she did not stop. Naomi was depending on her. What Ruth did not know was that this field belonged to a man named Boaz. He was wealthy. He was respected in Bethlehem. And he was a relative of Elimelech, Naomi's dead husband. The family connection was not close, but it existed. In Hebrew society, this mattered. Extended family had responsibilities to each other. Boaz arrived at the field around mid-morning to check on his harvest. He greeted his workers warmly. The Lord be with you, he called out. The Lord bless you, they replied. This was a man who honored God and treated his workers well. His reputation was sterling. Then Boaz noticed someone new. A young woman gleaning in the corner of his field. He did not recognize her. Who is this young woman? He asked his foreman. The foreman answered, she is the Moabite who came back with Naomi from the country of Moab. She said, please let me glean and gather among the sheaves after the reapers. So she came, and she has continued from early morning until now, except for a short rest. Boaz watched Ruth work. Something stirred in his chest. This foreign woman who had come with Naomi, who worked so hard, who showed such dedication. He approached her. Now listen, my daughter, Boaz said kindly. Ruth looked up, startled that the owner of the field was speaking to her. Do not go to glean in another field or leave this one, but keep close to my young women. Let your eyes be on the field that they are reaping, and go after them. Have I not charged the young men not to touch you? And when you are thirsty, go to the vessels and drink what the young men have drawn. Ruth fell on her face, bowing to the ground in amazement. Why have I found favor in your eyes, that you should take notice of me, since I am a foreigner? Boaz smiled. All that you have done for your mother-in-law since the death of your husband has been fully told to me. How you left your father and mother and your native land and came to a people that you did not know before. The Lord repay you for what you have done, and a full reward be given you by the Lord, the God of Israel, under whose wings you have come to take refuge. These words were more than kind. They were astonishing. Boaz was acknowledging that Ruth, a Moabite, had taken refuge under the wings of Israel's God. He was treating her not as an outsider, but as someone who had chosen to join God's people. In a culture that despised Moabites, this was radical grace. Ruth could hardly speak. You are most gracious to me, my lord, for you have comforted me and spoken kindly to your servant, though I am not one of your servants." At mealtime, Boaz invited Ruth to eat with him and his workers. He gave her roasted grain. He made sure she had plenty. Ruth ate until she was satisfied and still had some left over. When she returned to work, Boaz quietly instructed his young men to pull out some grain from the bundles deliberately and leave it for Ruth to find. They were to make sure she gathered a large amount. And they were to treat her with respect, not harass her as they might harass other poor gleaners. Ruth worked until evening. When she beat out what she had gleaned, she had gathered about an ephah of barley. This was roughly 30 pounds. It was far more than a normal gleaner could gather in a day. She carried it back to town, her arms aching but her heart light. Naomi could hardly believe it when Ruth arrived with so much grain. "Where did you glean today? Where did you work? Blessed be the man who took notice of you." Ruth told her everything. About the kindness shown to her, about the food shared with her, about the protection offered. "The man's name with whom I work today is Boaz," she said. Naomi's eyes widened. Her bitter expression softened for the first time since returning to Bethlehem. "May he be blessed by the Lord, whose kindness has not forsaken the living or the dead." She grabbed Ruth's hands. "The man is a close relative of ours, one of our redeemers." Redeemer was a specific legal term, a goel in Hebrew. This was a family member who had the right and responsibility to help relatives in need. A redeemer could buy back family land that had been sold due to poverty. A redeemer could marry a childless widow to provide an heir for a dead relative. A redeemer could pay debts or ransom family members from slavery. Boaz was such a man. For the first time in years, Naomi felt something like hope. Could it be? Could God be at work in this? Could there be restoration after all the loss? Ruth continued to glean in Boaz's field throughout the barley harvest and the wheat harvest that followed. Every day she worked hard. Every day Boaz made sure she was protected and provided for. He watched her from a distance. His admiration grew. Here was a woman of noble character. A woman who had given up everything to care for her mother-in-law. A woman who was not afraid of hard work. A woman who had chosen the God of Israel. When the harvest was finished, Naomi called Ruth to her. "My daughter, should I not seek rest for you, that it may be well with you? Is not Boaz our relative, with whose young women you were? See, he is winnowing barley tonight at the threshing floor. Wash therefore and anoint yourself, and put on your cloak and go down to the threshing floor. But do not make yourself known to the man until he has finished eating and drinking. But when he lies down, observe the place where he lies. Then go and uncover his feet and lie down, and he will tell you what to do." This instruction sounds strange to modern ears, but in that culture, it was a symbolic act. The threshing floor was where men would work late into the night, separating grain from chaff. After the work and celebrating, they would sleep there to guard the grain. For Ruth to uncover Boaz's feet and lie there was a way of asking him to spread his garment over her. It meant, act as my redeemer. Take me under your protection. Marry me. It was bold. It was risky. If Boaz rejected her, Ruth would be humiliated. But Naomi believed this was the right course. God had brought them to Boaz. Now they needed to act in faith. Ruth agreed. "All that you say I will do." That night, Ruth went to the threshing floor. She waited in the shadows while Boaz and his workers winnowed the grain, tossing it into the air so the wind would blow away the chaff while the heavier kernels fell back down. She waited while they ate and drank and celebrated the successful harvest. She waited while the workers left and Boaz lay down at the edge of the grain heap to sleep. Then, quietly, Ruth approached. She uncovered his feet. She lay down. Midnight came. Something woke Boaz. Perhaps the cool air on his feet, perhaps a sound. He sat up, startled, and saw a figure lying there in the darkness. "Who are you?" he asked sharply. "I am Ruth, your servant," came the soft reply. "Spread your wings over your servant, for you are a redeemer." The Hebrew word for wings. was the same word Boaz had used earlier when he blessed Ruth and spoke of her taking refuge under the wings of the God of Israel. Now she was asking Boaz to be the human instrument of that divine protection. She was asking him to redeem her and Naomi. Boaz's response was immediate and warm. "May you be blessed by the Lord, my daughter. You have made this last kindness greater than the first in that you have not gone after young men, whether poor or rich. And now, my daughter, do not fear. I will do for you all that you ask, for all my fellow townsmen know that you are a worthy woman." Ruth's heart soared. He was willing. He would redeem her. But then Boaz continued, and his words brought a complication. "And now it is true that I am a redeemer. Yet there is a redeemer nearer than I. Remain tonight, and in the morning, if he will redeem you, good. Let him do it. But if he is not willing to redeem you, then, as the Lord lives, I will redeem you. Lie down until the morning." There was another relative, one closer to Elimelech than Boaz. According to the law, this nearer relative had the first right to redeem. He had to be given the opportunity to act. If he refused, then Boaz could step in. But they had to ask him first. Ruth lay at Boaz's feet until just before dawn. Then Boaz told her to leave before anyone else awoke. He did not want her reputation damaged by gossip about a woman spending the night at the threshing floor with a man. He filled her cloak with 6 measures of barley and sent her home. Naomi was awake and waiting when Ruth returned. "How did it go, my daughter?" Ruth told her everything. About Boaz's willingness to redeem. About the nearer relative who had to be consulted first. Naomi nodded slowly. "Wait, my daughter, until you learn how the matter turns out. For the man will not rest, but will settle the matter today." She was right. Boaz wasted no time. That very morning, he went to the town gate. This was where legal matters were handled, where the elders sat, where public business was conducted. Boaz sat down there and waited. Soon, the other relative passed by. The text does not give his name, referring to him only as so-and-so. This is deliberate. The man forfeited his place in the story through his actions. He does not deserve to be remembered. "Turn aside, friend, sit down here," Boaz called to him. The man sat. Boaz gathered 10 elders of the city to serve as witnesses. Everything was being done properly and legally. Then Boaz spoke. "Naomi, who has come back from the country of Moab, is selling the parcel of land that belonged to our relative Elimelech. So I thought I would tell you of it and say, buy it in the presence of those sitting here and in the presence of the elders of my people. If you will redeem it, redeem it. But if you will not, tell me that I may know. For there is no one besides you to redeem it, and I come after you." This was the test. Would this nearer relative act as redeemer? Would he buy the land and take responsibility for the family? The man considered. Land was valuable. This was an opportunity to expand his holdings. "I will redeem it," he said. But Boaz was not finished. "The day you buy the field from the hand of Naomi, you also acquire Ruth the Moabite, the widow of the dead, in order to perpetuate the name of the dead in his inheritance." Now the situation was different. If he redeemed the land, he also had to marry Ruth and provide an heir for Mahlon. That heir would inherit the land. The redeemer would spend his money to buy the property, but ultimately it would belong to Ruth's son, not to him. He would be supporting another man's family line at his own expense. And Ruth was a Moabite, which some would see as shameful. The man's enthusiasm evaporated. "I cannot redeem it for myself, lest I impair my own inheritance. Take my right of redemption yourself, for I cannot redeem it." He removed his sandal and gave it to Boaz. This was the legal symbol that he was transferring his right. He was publicly refusing to act as redeemer. Boaz took the sandal. He turned to the elders and all the people gathered at the gate. "You are witnesses this day that I have bought from the hand of Naomi all that belonged to Elimelech and all that belonged to Chilion and to Mahlon. Also Ruth the Moabite, the widow of Mahlon, I have bought to be my wife, to perpetuate the name of the dead in his inheritance, that the name of the dead may not be cut off from among his brothers and from the gate of his native place. You are witnesses this day." The elders and all the people responded, "We are witnesses." "May the Lord make the woman who is coming into your house like Rachel and Leah, who together built up the house of Israel. May you act worthily in Ephrathah and be renowned in Bethlehem, and may your house be like the house of Perez, whom Tamar bore to Judah, because of the offspring that the Lord will give you by this young woman." These blessings were profound. Rachel and Leah were the mothers of the 12 tribes of Israel. Tamar was a woman who, like Ruth, had shown remarkable initiative and courage to preserve a family line. The people were acknowledging that God was doing something significant through Ruth and Boaz. Boaz took Ruth as his wife. The Moabite widow who had arrived in Bethlehem poor and foreign and despised was now the wife of one of the most respected men in the city. It was a redemption beyond anything she could have imagined. But the story was not complete. Ruth conceived and bore a son. When the child was born, the women of Bethlehem came to Naomi. They blessed her. "Blessed be the Lord, who has not left you this day without a redeemer, and may his name be renowned in Israel. He shall be to you a restorer of life and a nourisher of your old age, for your daughter-in-law who loves you, who is more to you than 7 sons, has given birth to him." 7 sons was the perfect number, the ideal blessing. But the women were saying Ruth was worth more than that. This foreign woman who had clung to Naomi, who had refused to abandon her, who had worked and sacrificed and remained faithful. She was more valuable than any perfect blessing. Naomi took the child and held him to her breast and became his nurse. The women of the neighborhood gave him a name, Obed. The name meant servant or worshiper. They said, "A son has been born to Naomi." This is a crucial detail. The child was legally considered Naomi's grandson, the heir of Elimelech and Mahlon. The family line was preserved. The name was perpetuated. What had seemed dead was now alive. But the significance went far beyond one family. Obed grew up and had a son named Jesse. Jesse had a son named David. David became the greatest king of Israel, the man after God's own heart, the founder of the royal line. And centuries later, from that same line, in that same town of Bethlehem, another child would be born. A child who would be called the Son of David, a child whose name would be Jesus, the ultimate Redeemer, the one who would spread his wings over all who would come to him for refuge. Ruth the Moabite, the foreigner, the outsider, the one who should have been excluded forever, became the great-grandmother of King David and an ancestor of the Messiah. This is why her story matters. It reveals the heart of God. He does not look at nationality or status or worthiness. He looks at the heart. He honors faithfulness. He redeems the broken. He takes what seems useless and makes it precious. He takes what seems dead and brings it to life. He is a living God. Now, let's look at another mind-blowing story that proves God really answers when we call on him. At some time, Israel was living in confusion and fear. The people had turned from God and followed idols that never spoke or acted. For a long time, the land suffered under drought, and prayers seemed unanswered. Then Elijah called the nation to Mount Carmel for a public test. He said the true God would answer by fire. What happened next would settle the question forever. But what led to this buildup? The land of Israel was dying. It was not a quick death. It was a slow and dusty suffocation. To understand why the sky had turned to bronze and the earth to iron, you have to look at the throne. King Ahab sat on that throne. He was a man who might have been decent in another life. But he had married a woman who was a storm all on her own. Her name was Jezebel. Jezebel was a princess from Sidon. She did not come alone. She brought her gods with her. Her favorite was Baal. Baal was the god of storms. He was the god of rain and lightning and fertility. The people believed that Baal rode the clouds like a chariot. They believed he made the crops grow. Slowly, the heart of Israel shifted. The people forgot the God of their ancestors. They forgot the God who split the Red Sea. They stopped praying to the God who gave them manna in the wilderness. Temples for Baal rose up. Altars smoked with sacrifices to foreign idols. The prophets of the true God were hunted down like animals. They hid in caves. They whispered their prayers in the dark. It seemed like the true God had packed up and left. But then a man walked out of the wilderness of Gilead. His name was Elijah. He did not look like a diplomat. He wore a garment of hair and a leather belt around his waist. He looked like the rough hills he came from. He walked straight into the royal palace of Samaria. He stood before King Ahab. He did not bow. He did not tremble. He spoke words that fell like heavy stones. As the Lord, the God of Israel, lives, whom I serve, there will be neither dew nor rain in the next few years except at my word. Then he turned and walked out. Ahab likely laughed. A drought? Baal was the god of rain. How could this wild man stop the rain when the storm god ruled the house of Israel? But the next morning, the sky was clear. And the next. And the next. Weeks turned into months. The green hills turned brown. The brooks dried up. The ground cracked open like a thirsty mouth. The sun beat down without mercy. For 3 years, not a drop of water fell. The king was furious. He searched everywhere for Elijah. He sent soldiers to every nation and kingdom. He made them swear oaths that they could not find him. Elijah had vanished. Meanwhile, the people suffered. The cattle died. The crops failed. The priests of Baal danced and chanted, but the sky remained empty. Where was Elijah? And more importantly, when would the silence break? 3 years later, the famine was severe in Samaria. The word of the Lord came to Elijah in his hiding place. Go and present yourself to Ahab, and I will send rain on the land. It was a suicide mission. Ahab had been hunting him for years. To walk back into the lion's den was madness, but Elijah was a man under orders. He started the long walk back. On his way, he met a man named Obadiah. Obadiah ran the king's palace, but he secretly feared the Lord. He had hidden 100 prophets in caves and fed them bread and water. When Obadiah saw Elijah, he fell to the ground in terror. "Is it really you, my lord Elijah?" he asked. "It is I," Elijah answered. "Go tell your master, Elijah is here." Obadiah was terrified. He thought the Spirit of the Lord would carry Elijah away as soon as he left. Then Ahab would kill him. But Elijah promised he would stand before the king that very day. The meeting happened on a dusty road. The king rode out to meet the prophet. The air was thick with heat and tension. When Ahab saw him, his eyes narrowed. He spat out the words that had been festering in his heart for 3 years. "Is that you, you troubler of Israel?" The accusation hung in the hot air. Ahab blamed Elijah for the drought. He blamed the messenger for the message. Elijah did not flinch. "I have not made trouble for Israel," Elijah replied. "But you and your father's family have. You have abandoned the Lord's commands and have followed the Baals." Then Elijah issued a challenge. It was a challenge so bold that it sounded insane. "Now summon the people from all over Israel to meet me on Mount Carmel. Bring the 450 prophets of Baal and the 400 prophets of Asherah who eat at Jezebel's table." This was the showdown. 1 man against 850. The God of Israel against the gods of the storm. Ahab agreed. He was desperate. He wanted rain. If this contest could bring rain, he would do it. Mount Carmel was a beautiful place, usually lush and green. Now it was brown and withered. It jutted out towards the Mediterranean Sea. It was a high place, a place where people felt close to the heavens. Crowds began to gather. They climbed the slopes. They were hungry, thirsty, and confused. They wanted to see what would happen. On one side stood the prophets of Baal. There were 450 of them. They were dressed in fine robes. They were well-fed, supported by the queen. They looked powerful. They looked like the winners. On the other side stood Elijah. He was alone. He was one man against an army. Elijah walked to the front of the crowd. He looked at the people. Their faces were gaunt from hunger. Their eyes shifted back and forth. They were afraid of the king, but they were also afraid of this prophet who could shut up the heavens. Elijah's voice rang out across the mountain. How long will you waver between two opinions? If the Lord is God, follow him. But if Baal is God, follow him. Silence. The people said nothing. Not a word. They were hedging their bets. They wanted to see who would win before they picked a side. It is a dangerous thing to stand in the middle of the road when two chariots are charging at each other. Elijah spoke again. I am the only one of the Lord's prophets left. But Baal has 450 prophets. Get 2 bulls for us. Let Baal's prophets choose one for themselves. Let them cut it into pieces and put it on the wood, but not set fire to it. I will prepare the other bull and put it on the wood, but not set fire to it. The terms were simple. Then you call on the name of your God, and I will call on the name of the Lord. The God who answers by fire, he is God. The crowd murmured. This was a good test. Baal was the god of lightning. Fire was his specialty. If Baal existed, surely he could light a fire. It was playing on his home turf. Then all the people said, what you say is good. The stage was set. The tension was so high you could almost feel the static in the air. Elijah was courteous. He gave the home team the advantage. Choose one of the bulls and prepare it first, he told the prophets of Baal. Since there are so many of you, call on the name of your God, but do not light the fire. The prophets of Baal went to work. They chose the best bull. They slaughtered it. They arranged the wood. They placed the meat on the altar. It was morning. The sun was climbing into the sky. O Baal, answer us, they shouted. They waited. The wind blew across the mountain. The people watched. Nothing happened. They shouted louder. They began to dance around the altar they had made. It was a rhythmic, stomping dance. They chanted. They waved their arms. O Baal, send the fire, send the lightning. Morning turned to noon. The sun was high and hot. The meat on the altar sat there. It was beginning to smell in the heat. There was no smoke. There was no spark. Elijah sat nearby. He watched them. He began to get bored, or perhaps he just wanted to make a point. He started to taunt them. Shout louder, Elijah said. Surely he is a god. Perhaps he is deep in thought, or busy, or traveling. Maybe he is sleeping and must be awakened. It was biting sarcasm. He was mocking their God in front of the whole nation. Is your God in the bathroom? Is he taking a nap? The prophets of Baal became frantic. They realized they were losing the crowd. They shouted louder. They pulled out swords and spears. This was their custom. They began to slash themselves. Blood flowed down their bodies. They hoped the smell of their own blood would wake their God. They hoped their pain would buy a miracle. It was a gruesome scene. 450 men, bleeding, screaming, stomping in the dust. The noise was deafening. Midday passed. The afternoon wore on. The shadows began to lengthen. They kept on prophesying frantically until the time for the evening sacrifice. They screamed until their voices were hoarse. They bled until they were faint. But there was no response. No one answered. No one paid attention. The sky remained blue and empty. The wood remained cold. The failure was total. Baal, the god of the storm, could not even light a match. The sun was dipping low. The exhausted prophets of Baal collapsed. They were defeated. The crowd was restless. They had been standing in the heat all day. Now it was Elijah's turn. He stood up. He called out to the people, "Come here to me." The crowd shuffled forward. They gathered around him. They wanted to see what he would do. Would he dance? Would he cut himself? He did neither. First, he repaired the altar of the Lord. It had been torn down, ruins of a forgotten faith. Elijah took 12 stones, one for each of the tribes descended from Jacob. He was making a statement. We are one people. We serve one God. He built the altar carefully. He dug a trench around it. The trench was large enough to hold about 3 gallons of seed. He arranged the wood. He cut the bull into pieces and laid it on the wood. Then he did something that made the crowd gasp. Fill 4 large jars with water, he commanded. Pour it on the offering and on the wood. Water? In a drought, water was more precious than gold. Why waste it? And why wet the wood? Everyone knows wet wood does not burn. He was making it impossible. He was stacking the odds against himself. The servants obeyed. They poured the water. It soaked the meat. It soaked the wood. Do it again, Elijah said. They did it again. Do it a 3rd time, he ordered. They did it a 3rd time. The water ran down around the altar. It filled the trench. The bull was swimming in water. The wood was sodden. The stones were slick. If a fire started now, it wouldn't be a trick. It wouldn't be a hidden coal. It would have to be a miracle. The mountain fell silent. The frantic screaming of the afternoon was gone. There was only the sound of the wind and the breathing of the crowd. It was the time of the evening sacrifice. This was the holy hour. Elijah the prophet stepped forward. He did not scream. He did not jump. He simply prayed. He spoke to God as if he were standing right next to him. Lord, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Israel, let it be known today that you are God in Israel, and that I am your servant and have done all these things at your command. Answer me, Lord, answer me, so these people will know that you, Lord, are God, and that you are turning their hearts back again. A simple prayer. No magic words, just a request for truth. The crowd held its breath. Oosh! It didn't start as a spark. It didn't grow from a flame. It fell. The fire of the Lord fell from the sky. It hit the altar with the force of a lightning bolt, but with the heat of a furnace. It did not just burn the meat. It consumed the sacrifice. It consumed the wet wood. It consumed the stones of the altar. It consumed the soil underneath. It licked up the water in the trench. In seconds, everything was gone. There was nothing left but a scorched black mark on the earth. The power was terrifying. The heat was intense. When all the people saw this, they fell prostrate on the ground. Their faces pressed into the dust. The fear of God struck their hearts. They cried out together, "The Lord, He is God. The Lord, He is God." The chant echoed off the mountains. It drowned out the memory of the prophets of Baal. The debate was over. The verdict was in. The sky had spoken. Elijah seized the moment. The spiritual spell over the nation was broken. Seize the prophets of Baal, he commanded. Don't let anyone get away. The people obeyed. They were furious at the deception. They grabbed the prophets who had led them astray. They took them down to the Kishon Valley. That day the corruption was purged from the land. The fire had fallen, but the rain had not. The sky was still clear. The ground was still dry. Elijah went back up to the top of Mount Carmel. King Ahab was there too, likely in shock. Elijah spoke to the king. "Go, eat and drink, for there is the sound of a heavy rain." There was not a cloud in the sky. But Elijah heard something no one else heard. He heard the promise of God. Ahab went off to eat. He was a man of earthly appetites. But Elijah climbed to the top of the mountain. He bent down to the ground and put his face between his knees. He was praying again. The battle wasn't over. The fire was for the people's hearts. The rain was for the people's lives. He said to his servant, "Go and look toward the sea." The servant went and looked. The Mediterranean Sea stretched out blue and calm. "There is nothing there," the servant said. "Go back," Elijah said. 7 times Elijah sent him back. 7 times the servant looked at the empty blue horizon. Imagine the tension. Had the fire been a fluke? Was God going to leave them in the drought? Elijah kept praying. He persisted. He did not give up. The 7th time, the servant returned. A cloud as small as a man's hand is rising from the sea. Just a small wisp, a tiny fist of white in a sea of blue. That was enough for Elijah. He told his servant, "Go and tell Ahab, hitch up your chariot and go down before the rain stops you." Before the rain stops you? It was just a tiny cloud. But meanwhile, the sky grew black with clouds. The wind rose. The smell of ozone filled the air. A heavy rain began to fall. It started as drops, creating puffs of dust in the dry earth. Then it became a sheet of water. The drought was broken. Ahab rode off in his chariot toward Jezreel. The horses galloped through the mud. And then, one last impossible thing happened. The power of the Lord came on Elijah. He tucked his cloak into his belt. He began to run. He was an older man. He had been on the mountain all day. He had faced down 850 men. He had prayed down fire. He had prayed down rain. He should have been exhausted. But he ran. He ran so fast that he overtook the king's chariot. He beat the horses all the way to the entrance of Jezreel. He ran in the rain, the cool, refreshing, life-giving rain. The God of Israel was back, or rather, he had never left. He just needed a man who was willing to build an altar, pour on the water, and trust him to bring the fire. The land drank. The grass would grow again. The famine was over, and everyone knew, beyond a shadow of a doubt, who was really in charge of the storm: the living God. Now let's look at the story of Gideon. It stands as one of the most dramatic demonstrations of God's power and faithfulness in all of Scripture. The fleece, the reduced army, the trumpets and torches, the self-destructing enemy. Every detail screams that this was God's work, not human achievement. And that's exactly the point. When God moves, it's unmistakable. When God acts, everyone knows it was Him. This is how it happened. The threshing floor was supposed to be on top of the hill. That's where farmers had threshed their grain for generations. You would spread the wheat stalks on a flat, elevated surface and beat them with a stick, or have oxen walk over them to separate the grain kernels from the stalks and husks. Then you would toss it all into the air. The wind at the hilltop would blow away the light chaff while the heavier grain fell back down. It was simple, efficient, and it had worked for centuries. But Gideon wasn't on the hill. He was hiding at the bottom of a winepress. A winepress was a pit carved into rock where grapes were crushed to make wine. It was deep, enclosed, hidden. There was no wind down there. No breeze to separate the wheat from the chaff. Threshing grain in a winepress was slow, exhausting, and inefficient. It would take hours to do what should take minutes on the hilltop. But Gideon had no choice. He crouched in the confined space, beating the grain with a stick in the darkness. Every few minutes he would stop and listen, listening for hoofbeats, listening for voices, listening for any sound that meant the raiders had spotted him. Because if they found him with grain, they would take it all. And they might take him too. This was what life had become for the people of Israel: hiding, scraping, surviving, terrified. Every harvest season for 7 years, the Midianites had come. The Midianites were desert people from the east, from the lands beyond the Jordan River. They were nomads who lived in tents and traveled with vast herds of camels. Normally they stayed in their own territories. But 7 years ago, they had discovered that the land of Israel was ripe for plunder. They came during harvest time because that's when there was the most to steal. The Israelites would plant their crops, tend them for months, water them, weed them, do all the back-breaking work of farming. Then, Just when the wheat and barley were ready to be harvested, the Midianites would arrive. They came like locusts. That's how the scripture describes them. An endless brown wave stretching across the horizon, so many that you couldn't count them. They brought their camels, thousands upon thousands of camels. They brought their tents and their families and their flocks. They set up camp right in the middle of Israelite farmland and took everything. The grain that should have fed Israelite families for a year. Gone. Loaded onto camels and carried away. The sheep and cattle that were the Israelites' wealth and livelihood, driven off to become Midianite property. Even the donkeys that farmers used to plow their fields were stolen. Sometimes the Midianites took people too. Young men and women who could be sold as slaves. Children who would never see their parents again. They left nothing. The land looked scraped bare after they passed through, as if a plague of actual locusts had consumed every living thing. Gideon's hands were blistered from threshing. Sweat ran down his face in the confined space of the winepress. The stone walls pressed close around him. He had maybe half a basket of grain to show for hours of work. It wasn't enough to feed his family for a week. But if he threshed on the hilltop like his grandfather had done, the Midianites would see the grain dust rising and come for everything. This was what Israel had become. A nation of people hiding in caves and holes in the ground, terrified of their enemies. It hadn't always been this way. Gideon's father had told him the old stories many times, stories of how their people had been slaves in Egypt until God sent plagues and miracles and parted a sea to set them free. Stories of how they wandered in the desert for 40 years, eating bread that fell from heaven. Stories of how God gave them this land, defeating kings and armies before them. The children of Israel had made a promise when they entered this land. They would serve only the God who rescued them. They would not bow to the false gods of the Canaanites or the Amorites or any of the other nations around them. They would obey the laws God had given through Moses. But that was generations ago now. After Joshua died, the great leader who had brought them into the promised land, things began to change, slowly at first. The Canaanite people still lived among them in some cities. The Israelites saw how their neighbors worshipped Baal, the storm god, and Asherah, the goddess of fertility. The Canaanites said these gods made crops grow and brought rain. They built altars on every high hill and under every spreading tree. Some Israelites became curious, then some became interested. Then some began to worship at those altars too. What harm could it do? They asked each other, "We'll still honor the God of Abraham. But maybe these other gods can help with the harvest." But you cannot serve two masters. You cannot worship the God who rescued you while also bowing to idols made of wood and stone. The people forgot what God had done for them. They forgot the miracles. They forgot the promises. They forgot who they were. And when a nation forgets God, it opens the door to something terrible. For 7 years, the Midianites had been that terrible thing. They came from the east, from the desert regions beyond the Jordan River. They came with the Amalekites and other eastern tribes, thousands upon thousands of warriors on camels. The Bible says they were without number, like locusts for multitude. Their camels were beyond counting. The timing of their raids was always the same. They waited until the Israelites had planted their crops and done all the hard work of farming. They waited until the wheat and barley were almost ready for harvest. Then they swept in. They camped across the land like an occupying army. They consumed everything, every plant, every animal, every scrap of food they could find. They left nothing alive for Israel, neither sheep nor ox nor donkey. When they finally moved on, the land looked like it had been scraped bare. The Israelites were reduced to living in mountain dens and caves and strongholds. They went hungry. Their children cried with empty bellies. Their livestock died. They became weak and poor and desperate. This was the judgment for turning away from God. The people finally understood what they had lost. In their caves and hiding places, they began to cry out to God. They begged for help. They remembered the old stories of deliverance and wondered if God would save them again. God heard their cries, but his answer would come in a way no one expected. It would come to a frightened young man hiding in a winepress, trying to save a few handfuls of grain. Gideon didn't see the stranger arrive. One moment he was alone in the winepress, beating the wheat stalks. The next moment, a man was sitting under the oak tree nearby, watching him. Gideon's heart jumped into his throat. Midianite scout? Bandit? He gripped his threshing stick tighter. But the man didn't move to attack. He just sat there in the shade of the great oak that belonged to Gideon's father, Joash. He seemed completely at ease, as if he had been there all along. Then the stranger spoke. His voice was calm but carried strange authority. "The Lord is with you, mighty warrior." Gideon almost laughed. Mighty warrior? He was hiding in a hole in the ground, terrified of being discovered. There was nothing mighty about him. He was just trying to survive. But something about the stranger's presence made Gideon bold enough to speak his mind. All the frustration and confusion and anger of 7 years came pouring out. "Pardon me, sir, but if the Lord is with us, why has all this happened to us? Where are all his wonders that our fathers told us about? They said the Lord brought us up out of Egypt, but now the Lord has abandoned us. He has given us into the hand of Midian." It was a fair question. If God was really with them, why were they suffering like this? Why did it seem like God had turned his back on his people? The stranger turned to look directly at Gideon. His eyes were intense, piercing. "Go in the strength you have and save Israel out of Midian's hand. Am I not sending you?" Now Gideon did laugh, but it was a bitter sound. Him? Save Israel? This had to be a joke. "Pardon me, sir, but how can I save Israel? My clan is the weakest in Manasseh, and I am the least in my family." He wasn't being modest. It was simply true. The tribe of Manasseh wasn't particularly powerful or important among the 12 tribes of Israel. Within Manasseh, his father's clan was among the smallest and poorest. And Gideon himself was the youngest son, which meant he had no inheritance, no authority, no standing. He was nobody. Nobody doesn't lead armies. Nobody doesn't save nations. But the stranger's next words made Gideon's blood run cold. "I will be with you, and you will strike down all the Midianites, leaving none alive." The way he said, "I will be with you." Not "the Lord will be with you," just "I will be with you." Gideon stared at the man under the oak tree. A terrible suspicion was growing in his mind. This was no ordinary stranger. "If now I have found favor in your eyes," Gideon said slowly, carefully, "give me a sign that it is really you speaking to me." He needed proof. He needed to know for certain who he was talking to. "Please do not go away until I come back and bring my offering and set it before you." The stranger nodded. "I will wait until you return." Gideon hurried to his house. His mind was racing. If this really was the Lord, if God himself had come to speak with him, then he needed to bring a proper offering. Not much. They didn't have much. But the best he could manage. He prepared a young goat. That was a significant sacrifice for his poor family, but this situation demanded it. He also made bread without yeast, using nearly all of their remaining flour. It took time to cook the meat and prepare everything properly. But the stranger had said he would wait. When Gideon returned to the oak tree, the man was still there. Gideon carried the meat in a basket and the broth in a pot. He had laid the bread carefully on top. "Take the meat and the unleavened bread," the stranger said, "and place them on this rock. Pour out the broth." Gideon did as he was told. He laid the food on a large flat rock near the tree and poured the broth over it. It seemed like a waste of good food, but he obeyed. The stranger reached out and touched the meat and bread with the tip of the staff he was carrying. Fire blazed up from the rock. Not normal fire. This was supernatural flame that erupted from solid stone. It consumed the meat and bread instantly, completely, leaving nothing but ash. The heat was so intense that Gideon stumbled backward. And then the stranger was gone. He didn't walk away. He simply vanished like smoke, as if he had never been there at all. Gideon fell to his knees. His whole body was shaking. "Alas, Sovereign Lord," he cried out, "I have seen the angel of the Lord face to face." The old stories said that no one could see God and live. If this was truly the angel of the Lord, if this was God himself appearing in human form, then Gideon had just had an encounter that should have killed him. But a voice spoke, gentle and reassuring, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere. "Peace. Do not be afraid. You are not going to die." Gideon built an altar right there, on that spot, with trembling hands. He called it "The Lord is Peace." It stood there in Ophrah as a reminder of the day God came and spoke to a frightened young man hiding in a winepress. But peace was not what God was calling Gideon to bring. Not yet. First would come something far more dangerous. First would come confrontation. That very night, the Lord spoke to Gideon again. But this time, the command was terrifying. "Take your father's bull, the second bull 7 years old. Pull down your father's altar to Baal and cut down the Asherah pole beside it. Then build a proper altar to the Lord your God on the top of this height. Use the wood of the Asherah pole to offer the second bull as a burnt offering." Gideon felt his stomach drop. His own father, Joash, had built an altar to Baal, right there in Ophrah, in their own town, with an Asherah pole standing beside it. His father participated in the very idolatry that had brought God's judgment on Israel. And now God wanted Gideon to destroy it. If he did this, there would be consequences. The whole town worshipped at that altar. They would be furious. They might kill him. But God had commanded it. If Gideon was going to lead Israel against their enemies, he first had to deal with the enemy within, the false gods, the idols, the spiritual corruption that had brought all this suffering in the first place. Gideon gathered 10 of his servants, men he trusted. He told them what had to be done. They looked at him like he was insane, but they agreed to help. They waited until the middle of the night when the town was asleep. Then they crept through the darkness to the altar of Baal. The altar stood on a raised platform, with the wooden Asherah pole towering beside it. In the moonlight, they could see the remains of offerings left by townspeople. People came here to pray for rain, for crops, for fertility. They came here instead of to the God who had rescued their ancestors from slavery. Gideon took hold of the Asherah pole and began to chop. Each blow of the axe sounded impossibly loud in the night air. He kept expecting shouts, torches, angry people coming to stop them, but no one came. They pulled down the altar stone by stone. They broke the idol. They chopped the wooden pole into pieces. The destruction was thorough and complete. Then, on a different spot nearby, on the high ground, they built a new altar. A proper altar to the Lord, following the old instructions. They used the wood from the Asherah pole as fuel. And they took Joash's second bull, the 7-year-old, and offered it as a sacrifice on that new altar. The smoke rose into the night sky, sweet and clean, a proper offering to the true God. When it was done, Gideon and his servants hurried home. They went to bed, but Gideon didn't sleep. He lay awake, listening, waiting for morning. When dawn came, all of Ophrah would know what he had done. The shouts started at first light. Someone had gone to offer a morning sacrifice at Baal's altar and found it destroyed. The news spread through Ophrah like wildfire. People came running from their houses to see the ruins. They stood around the broken stones and splintered wood, shocked and furious. Who would dare to do such a thing? Who would destroy the altar? This was sacrilege. This would bring disaster on the whole town. But there on the hill above was the new altar, still smoking from last night's sacrifice, and tracks leading from the destruction to Joash's property. The crowd began to piece it together. Someone had investigated and reported back. 10 men had been seen, and they had taken Joash's bull. The mob turned and marched toward Joash's house. They were angry, frightened, ready for violence. When they reached his door, they were shouting, "Bring out your son. He must die. He has torn down Baal's altar and cut down the Asherah pole beside it." Inside the house, Gideon heard them coming. His family gathered around him. His mother was pale with fear. His brothers looked at him with a mixture of shock and something else. Maybe admiration? It was hard to tell. His father Joash went to the door. He stepped outside to face the crowd alone. The mob pressed forward. "Bring out your son, Joash. He destroyed the altar of Baal. He must die for this." But Joash surprised everyone, including probably himself. He looked at the angry faces of his neighbors and fellow townspeople. These were people he had known all his life. People he had worshipped alongside at that altar to Baal. People who had turned away from the God of their fathers. And suddenly, standing there facing their rage, something became clear to him. "Are you going to plead Baal's cause?" Joash asked, his voice rising. "Are you trying to save him? Whoever fights for him shall be put to death by morning." If Baal really is a god, he can defend himself when someone breaks down his altar. It was a challenge, a dare. If Baal was real, if he was powerful, then let him take revenge on Gideon himself. Why did he need humans to fight his battles? The crowd fell silent. They looked at each other uncertainly. Joash's logic was hard to argue with. If Baal was truly a god, surely he could deal with one young man who had destroyed his altar. The mob dispersed, muttering among themselves. But they gave Gideon a new nickname that day. They called him Jerub-Baal, which means "let Baal contend with him." The name stuck. From that day on, Gideon was known as Jerub-Baal, the man who defied the false god and lived. But word of what he had done spread beyond Ophrah. It traveled through the towns and villages of Manasseh, then to the other tribes. People heard that someone had finally had the courage to tear down the altars to false gods. And when the Midianites heard that the Israelites were stirring again, they decided it was time for another raid. The Midianites, Amalekites, and other eastern peoples crossed the Jordan River in force. Their numbers seemed even greater than in previous years. They set up camp in the valley of Jezreel, a broad plain perfect for their camels and easy for their armies to maneuver. News of the invasion spread quickly through Israel. The people began to panic. Here it came again. The locust swarm. The destruction. 7 years hadn't been enough apparently. The Midianites wanted to make sure Israel stayed crushed and broken. But something was different this time. The Spirit of the Lord came upon Gideon. It wasn't a gentle experience. The scripture says the Spirit clothed himself with Gideon, as if putting him on like a garment. Power and authority that didn't belong to Gideon suddenly filled him. Purpose crystallized in his mind with absolute clarity. He knew what he had to do. Gideon took a trumpet and blew it. The sound echoed across the hills of Ophrah. It was a call to arms, a summons to war. His own clan, the Abiezrites, heard and responded. They came to him, ready to fight. But Gideon needed more than one clan. He sent messengers throughout Manasseh, calling the whole tribe to assemble. They came. Thousands of men, farmers and shepherds and craftsmen who had spent 7 years hiding in caves, now picking up weapons and gathering for battle. He sent messengers to Asher, to Zebulun, to Naphtali, the northern tribes. They had all suffered under Midianite oppression. The message was simple. Come and join us. It's time to fight back. And they came. Men streamed in from all over northern Israel. They brought what weapons they had: swords, spears, farming implements that could be used in battle. Many had no real military training. But they had courage, and they had desperation, and now they had a leader. 32,000 men gathered around Gideon. It was the largest Israelite army assembled in years. Gideon stood among them and felt the weight of what was happening. All these men were looking to him, trusting him. ready to follow him into battle against an enemy that outnumbered them drastically. The fear came rushing back. What if he had misunderstood? What if the angel's message hadn't been what he thought? What if this ended in disaster? Gideon needed to be absolutely certain that God was with him. He needed one more sign. That evening, after the men had made camp, Gideon went to his tent. He brought with him a wool fleece, freshly sheared. He laid it out on the threshing floor nearby. Then he prayed. It was an audacious prayer. Some might even call it presumptuous. God, if you will save Israel by my hand as you have promised, look, I will place a wool fleece on the threshing floor. If there is dew only on the fleece and all the ground is dry, then I will know that you will save Israel by my hand, as you said. He was asking for a miracle, a specific, unmistakable sign, not fire from heaven this time, but something more subtle and yet just as impossible by natural means. He wanted the fleece to be wet with dew, while the ground all around it remained completely dry. It was a bold request. Some might say Gideon was testing God, which the scriptures elsewhere warn against. But Gideon wasn't doubting God's power. He was doubting himself. He was doubting his own worthiness, his own understanding, his own fitness to lead. He needed to know, beyond any shadow of doubt, that this was really God's plan. Gideon went to bed, but sleep came fitfully. He kept waking, wondering, questioning. Finally, he gave up and rose early, before dawn. He walked to the threshing floor in the gray pre-morning light. The fleece was soaking wet. He picked it up, and it was heavy with water, so saturated that when he squeezed it, water poured out. He wrung it into a bowl, and the fleece released enough water to fill the bowl completely. But when he looked at the ground around where the fleece had been, it was bone dry. Completely dry, as if no dew had fallen at all. Gideon stared at the wet fleece in his hands and the dry ground at his feet. It was impossible. Dew doesn't fall in patterns like this. Dew doesn't soak one object while leaving everything around it untouched. This was God's answer, clear and unmistakable. But doubt is a persistent thing. It crept back into Gideon's mind even as he held the dripping fleece. Maybe this was coincidence somehow. Maybe there was a natural explanation he hadn't thought of. He hated himself for doubting, but he couldn't help it. So that night, Gideon approached God again. This prayer was even more audacious than the first. "Do not be angry with me," he began, almost apologetically. "Let me make just one more request. Allow me one more test with the fleece. This time make the fleece dry and let the ground be covered with dew." He was reversing the sign, making it even more specific. If the first miracle could possibly be explained away, this one couldn't. Morning dew falls on everything or nothing. It doesn't discriminate between fleece and ground. For the fleece to stay dry while everything around it became wet would defy all natural law. Gideon laid out the fleece again and went to bed. He slept better this time, though he couldn't have said why. Maybe exhaustion, maybe peace. When he rose before dawn and walked to the threshing floor, his breath caught in his throat. The fleece was completely dry. Not just mostly dry, but utterly dry, as if it had been kept inside all night. He picked it up and touched it, dry as bone. But the ground all around was wet with heavy dew. The grass sparkled with moisture. The stones gleamed with water. Everything was drenched. Everything except the fleece. Gideon fell to his knees, clutching the dry fleece. Tears ran down his face. Not tears of sadness, but of relief, gratitude, awe. God had answered. Not once, but twice. In two different ways, both impossible by natural means. The message was unmistakable. This was real. God was really calling him. God was really going to save Israel. And somehow, impossibly, God was going to use Gideon to do it. The youngest son of the weakest clan of Manasseh. The nobody hiding in a winepress. But if God was with him, then numbers didn't matter. Strength didn't matter. Military experience didn't matter. If God was with him, he couldn't lose. Gideon stood up, straightened his shoulders, and walked back to camp. He was ready now. Absolutely, completely ready. He had no idea that God was about to make things much, much harder. The next morning, the Lord spoke to Gideon again. The message was shocking. You have too many men. I cannot deliver Midian into their hands, or Israel would boast against me, saying their own strength has saved them. Too many men? Gideon looked at his army of 32,000 and then at the Midianite host spread across the valley below. The Midianites had at least 100,000 warriors, possibly twice that, plus all their support personnel and families. They filled the valley like a swarm of locusts. And God said the Israelite army was too large. But the reasoning made sense, even if it was terrifying. If Israel won with 32,000 men against overwhelming odds, they would credit their own courage and fighting skill. They would forget that God had given them the victory. They would return to their old patterns of idolatry and unfaithfulness. God wanted there to be absolutely no doubt about who won this battle. Announced to the people, God continued, anyone who trembles with fear may turn back and leave. Gideon gathered the army and made the announcement. Any man who was afraid could leave with no shame. They were free to go home. 22,000 men left. Gideon watched in dismay as more than 2/3 of his army simply walked away. They gathered their belongings, said goodbye to friends, and headed back to their towns and villages. He couldn't blame them. The Midianite army was terrifying to look at. But still, he was left with 10,000 men, against at least 100,000 Midianites. The odds had just become 10 to 1, maybe 20 to 1. But the Lord spoke again. There are still too many men. Gideon couldn't believe what he was hearing. Still too many? How could 10,000 be too many when facing such overwhelming numbers? Take them down to the water, God instructed, and I will thin them out for you there. If I say, this one shall go with you, he shall go. But if I say, this one shall not go with you, he shall not go. Gideon led his 10,000 soldiers down to the spring at the foot of the hill. His mind was reeling. What was God doing? How many men would be left after this next cut? Watch how they drink, the Lord told him. Separate those who lap the water with their tongues as a dog laps from those who kneel down to drink. The soldiers, hot and thirsty from the morning, rushed to the water. Most of them knelt down, putting their faces to the water to drink deeply. But a small group of men scooped water in their hands and brought it to their mouths, lapping it quickly. These men kept their heads up, watching their surroundings even while they drank. The difference was subtle but significant. The men who knelt down were focused only on drinking, vulnerable, inattentive. The men who lapped from their hands remained alert and ready. But Gideon's heart sank when he counted the second group. 300 men. That was all. 300 out of 10,000, 300 out of the 32,000 who had originally gathered. With the 300 men that lapped, I will save you and give the Midianites into your hands, the Lord said. Let all the others go home. Gideon sent the 9,700 men away. They left with provisions and trumpets. The trumpets were important. They would be used in the battle, though Gideon didn't know that yet. He stood with his 300 remaining soldiers and looked down at the Midianite camp in the valley below. From their vantage point, they could see the vast sprawl of tents and camels. Cooking fires sent up countless plumes of smoke. The sound of their camp was like the roar of the ocean, a constant hum of voices and animals and activity. 300 Israelites versus more than 100,000 Midianites. The math was simple. They were outnumbered at least 300 to 1, possibly more. If every one of Gideon's soldiers fought like a champion and killed 100 enemies each without dying, they would still be vastly outnumbered by the survivors. By any military calculation, this was suicide. But God had shown Gideon 2 miraculous signs with the fleece. God had called him personally. God had promised victory. Still, knowing something in your head and feeling peace in your heart are different things. As night fell and the Midianite campfires multiplied across the valley like stars, Gideon felt fear creeping back. 300 men. How could this possibly work? God knew what Gideon was feeling, and in his mercy he provided one more sign. That night, the Lord spoke to Gideon, "Get up, go down against the camp, because I am going to give it into your hands. If you are afraid to attack, go down to the camp with your servant Purah and listen to what they are saying. Afterward, you will be encouraged to attack the camp." God was acknowledging Gideon's fear, not condemning it, but acknowledging it. And he was offering help. Gideon woke Purah, his personal servant, a young man who had been with him since the beginning. Together, in the dead of night, they crept down from the Israelite camp toward the Midianite positions. They moved slowly, carefully, using every bit of shadow and cover. The Midianite camp was massive, spreading across the valley floor. Guards walked the perimeter. Gideon and Purah had to belly crawl the last part of the approach, hiding behind rocks and brush. Finally, they reached the edge of the camp. They could see into it now. Rows and rows of tents. Camels sleeping in great herds, weapons stacked beside the tents. Soldiers everywhere. The scripture says the Midianites and Amalekites and all the other eastern peoples had settled in the valley thick. As locusts, their camels were as numerous as the sand on the seashore. Looking at it now, Gideon believed every word. There seemed to be no end to them. How could anyone defeat this army? How could 300 men even make a dent? But Gideon and Purah had arrived just in time for something important. They heard voices nearby, 2 guards talking at the edge of the camp. "I had a dream," one of the guards was saying to the other. His voice sounded troubled, uncertain. "Tell me," the other guard replied. "I dreamed that a round loaf of barley bread came tumbling into the Midianite camp. It struck the tent with such force that the tent overturned and collapsed." There was silence for a moment. Then the second guard responded, and his voice was filled with dread. "This can be nothing other than the sword of Gideon, son of Joash, the Israelite. God has given the Midianites and the whole camp into his hands." Gideon nearly gasped out loud. He clamped his hand over his mouth to keep silent. Purah grabbed his arm, eyes wide. These Midianite soldiers were having nightmares about Gideon, about him specifically by name. And they were interpreting those dreams to mean that God was going to give them defeat. The image from the dream was perfect. Barley bread was the food of the poor, the cheapest, most common bread. Israel was poor, weak, insignificant, like a loaf of barley bread. But in the dream, that humble barley loaf destroyed the tent. The Midianites were already afraid. They were expecting defeat, not because of Israel's military might, but because they somehow knew that God was involved. Gideon felt something rise up inside him. Not fear this time, faith. Bold, absolute faith. He turned to Purah and whispered, "Get up. The Lord has given the Midianite camp into our hands." They crept back to the Israelite camp. Gideon's mind was racing now, plans forming. God had reduced his army to 300 for a reason. God had sent him to overhear that dream for a reason. God was orchestrating something brilliant, something that would work despite the impossible odds. Or rather, something that would work because of the impossible odds. When Gideon reached his men, he woke them all. 300 faces looked at him in the darkness, waiting. "Get up," Gideon said, his voice ringing with new confidence. "The Lord has given the Midianite camp into our hands." Gideon divided the 300 men into 3 companies of 100 each. Then he gave them the strangest battle orders any of them had ever heard. Each man was given a trumpet, a ram's horn shofar, the kind used in worship and festivals. Each man was also given an empty clay jar with a torch inside it. No swords were drawn. No spears were distributed, just trumpets, jars, and torches. The men looked at each other in confusion. What kind of battle plan was this? How do you fight with a trumpet and a jar? But Gideon's confidence was contagious. He had heard the Midianite soldiers' dream. He knew God was with them. So he gave his instructions clearly and firmly. "Watch me," he said. "Follow my lead. When I get to the edge of the camp, do exactly as I do. When I and all who are with me blow our trumpets, then from all around the camp blow yours and shout, 'For the Lord and for Gideon.'" The plan was audacious, insane even, but it was also brilliant. The three companies moved out just after midnight. The timing was critical. This was during the middle watch, when the guards had just been changed. The new sentries were still waking up, still adjusting to being on duty. Their predecessors had just gone to sleep and would be hard to rouse. Gideon led his 100 men to the northern edge of the camp. The other two companies moved to positions around the camp's perimeter, east and west. They surrounded the Midianites, or at least gave the impression of surrounding them. Everything depended on timing and coordination, and on God. Gideon and his men crept as close to the camp as they dared. They could hear guards talking quietly, camels shifting in their sleep, someone coughing in a tent. The Midianite army lay before them, vast and vulnerable. Gideon looked to his left and right. His men were in position. They held their jars carefully, keeping the torches hidden inside. Each man had his trumpet ready. Gideon took a deep breath. This was it. The moment everything would be decided. He raised his trumpet to his lips and blew with all his might. The sound split the night air, loud and clear and terrifying. Immediately, all 100 men with him blew their trumpets. At the same instant, they smashed their jars on the ground. The crash of breaking pottery was like thunder. And suddenly there were torches blazing everywhere, held high in the darkness. From the other sides of the camp, the other two companies did the same. 300 trumpets blared. 300 jars smashed. 300 torches flared to life. And 300 voices shouted at the top of their lungs, "A sword for the Lord and for Gideon." The Midianite camp exploded into chaos. Soldiers jerked awake to the sound of hundreds of trumpets blasting from every direction. They stumbled out of their tents in confusion, grabbing for weapons, trying to understand what was happening. All around the camp perimeter, they saw torches, hundreds of torches. It seemed like thousands. And the sound of the trumpets was deafening, echoing off the hills, making it impossible to tell how many attackers there were. In the darkness and confusion, the Midianites made a fatal assumption. They thought they were surrounded by a massive army. Why else would there be so many trumpets? So many lights? The noise suggested thousands upon thousands of soldiers. They panicked. Men ran in every direction, shouting warnings, calling for their units, trying to form defensive lines. But in the darkness, they couldn't tell friend from enemy. Everyone looked like a shadow. Every movement seemed threatening. Someone swung a sword at a figure running past. The figure fell. But it wasn't an Israelite. It was a fellow Midianite soldier. That mistake multiplied across the camp in seconds. Midianites were fighting Midianites. Amalekites were striking down their own allies. In the chaos and terror, with trumpets blaring and torches blazing all around, the enemy army turned on itself. The Lord set every man's sword against his fellow soldier throughout the whole camp. It was pandemonium. The screaming was terrible. Men fought shadows, killed friends, died at the hands of their own brothers in arms. Blood flowed in the darkness. Bodies fell everywhere. The Midianites broke and ran. Those who could escape the fighting inside the camp fled into the night, running for their lives. They abandoned their tents, their supplies, their camels, everything. They just ran. The entire vast army, more than 100,000 strong, routed by 300 men with trumpets and torches. Gideon and his 300 didn't even draw their swords during the initial attack. They just stood at their positions, holding their torches high, blowing their trumpets, watching as the Midianite army destroyed itself. It was the most complete and miraculous military victory in Israel's history. And it had required almost no fighting from the Israelites themselves. God had done exactly what he promised. He had given the Midianites into Israel's hands. And he had done it in a way that made it absolutely clear that this was his victory, not Israel's. No one could claim that superior tactics won this battle. No one could boast about their courage or strength. 300 men had defeated 100,000 by standing still and making noise. This was the power of God on full display. But the battle wasn't over yet. As the Midianite army fled in terror, Gideon sent messengers throughout Israel. The message was simple and urgent. The enemy is running. Come and cut them off. The men who had been sent home earlier, the 22,000 who were afraid and the 9,700 who had knelt to drink, they all received the call. Every fighting man in Israel was summoned to join the pursuit. The Midianites were running east, back toward the Jordan River, trying to reach their own territory. They fled through the night, a broken mob of terrified soldiers, no longer an army but a mass of refugees. Gideon sent specific word to the tribe of Ephraim. Go down ahead of the Midianites and seize the waters of the Jordan as far as Beth-bara. This was strategic. If the Ephraimites could reach the Jordan River crossing points before the fleeing Midianites, they could trap them. The enemy would be caught between Gideon's forces behind them and the Ephraimites ahead of them. The Ephraimites responded immediately. They were the largest and most powerful of the northern tribes, and they moved fast. They seized the fords of the Jordan River and waited. Meanwhile, Gideon and his 300 pressed the pursuit. They were exhausted but relentless. They had started this battle after midnight, and now dawn was breaking. They had been up all night, and the adrenaline was beginning to wear off. But they couldn't stop. Not yet. The Midianite commanders were trying to rally their forces as they fled. Two of their princes, Oreb and Zeb, gathered groups of soldiers and attempted to make stands at defensible positions. Prince Oreb made his stand at a large rock formation. It was a good defensive position, a place where a small force could hold off many attackers. But the Israelites were everywhere now, swarming over the countryside. They found Oreb and his men and overwhelmed them. Prince Oreb was killed at the rock, and afterward, the place was called the Rock of Oreb. Prince Zeb tried to defend a winepress, another naturally defensive location. But he met the same fate. The Israelites attacked and killed him there. The place became known as the winepress of Zeb. It was fitting, in a way. Gideon's story had begun at a winepress, where he was hiding and threshing wheat in fear. Now it would include victory at a winepress, where an enemy prince fell in defeat. The heads of Oreb and Zeb were brought to Gideon as trophies. Two of the Midianite commanders were dead, but the kings were still fleeing. Zebah and Zalmunna, the two kings of Midian, were somewhere ahead with 15,000 soldiers, the remnant of their vast army. Gideon and his 300 kept going. They crossed the Jordan River in pursuit. The rest of the Israelite forces were busy mopping up the scattered Midianite soldiers and claiming the abandoned camp and all its plunder. But Gideon wanted the kings. The victory wouldn't be complete until the leaders were captured or killed. His men were beyond exhausted now. They had been fighting and marching for more than a day without rest. They were hungry, thirsty, stumbling with fatigue. But they pressed on. They came to the town of Sukkoth, east of the Jordan. Gideon approached the town leaders and made a simple request. Give my troops some bread. They are worn out, and I am still pursuing Zebah and Zalmunna, the kings of Midian. It was a reasonable request. They were fellow Israelites chasing their common enemy. Surely the people of Sukkoth would support them. But the officials of Sukkoth refused. Their response was mocking and cowardly. Do you already have the hands of Zebah and Zalmunna in your possession? Why should we give bread to your troops? In other words, you haven't won yet. The Midianite kings might still escape, might still come back, might still take revenge on anyone who helped you. We're not taking that risk. It was a betrayal. These were Israelites refusing to help other Israelites who were fighting for their freedom. They were so beaten down, so used to living in fear, that even after God had given them a miraculous victory, they couldn't bring themselves to believe it was real. Gideon was furious. But he didn't have time to deal with Succoth now. He made a promise, though. When the Lord has given Zebah and Zalmunna into my hand, I will tear your flesh with desert thorns and briars. Then he moved on. They reached Peniel, another town. Gideon made the same request. The men of Peniel gave the same cowardly answer. Gideon promised them consequences too. When I return in triumph, I will tear down this tower. Then he and his 300 continued the pursuit, running on nothing but determination and faith now. Their bodies were screaming for rest, for food, for water. But the Midianite kings were close. They could feel it. Gideon and his men came upon Zebah and Zalmunna at Karkor. The two kings had stopped there with their 15,000 remaining soldiers. These were the survivors, the ones who had made it through the chaos at the camp, who had escaped across the Jordan, who had outrun the pursuing Israelites. They felt safe now. They were deep in their own territory. They had put distance between themselves and Israel. Yes, they had lost most of their army. Yes, it was a devastating defeat. But they were alive, and they still had 15,000 fighters. They could rebuild. They didn't expect Gideon to keep coming. But Gideon approached their camp by the route of the nomads east of Nobah and Jogbehah. He came from an unexpected direction, from the desert, from a route they weren't watching. He attacked the camp while the army felt secure. The Midianites were caught completely off guard for the second time. Their remaining forces scattered in panic. The same terror that had gripped them at the valley of Jezreel returned. These Israelites were relentless, unstoppable, backed by a God who clearly intended their destruction. Gideon's 300 swept through the camp. This time they did draw their swords. This time they fought. Exhausted as they were, they fought with the supernatural strength that comes from knowing God is with you. Zebah and Zalmunna fled. But Gideon pursued them personally. He ran them down and captured both kings of Midian. Their entire army dissolved around them, soldiers fleeing in every direction. The victory was complete, total, absolute. Gideon had started with 32,000 men. God had reduced his force to 300. And with those 300, he had defeated an army of more than 100,000, killed the princes, captured the kings, and broken the Midianite power forever. The scripture records it simply. Thus Midian was subdued before the Israelites and did not raise its head again. 7 years of oppression ended in one night and one day of divinely orchestrated victory. Gideon and his men began the long journey home. They had the two kings as prisoners. They were carrying the spoils of war. And they were still exhausted, but now it was the good kind of exhaustion. The kind that comes after a great victory. When they passed through Succoth again, Gideon kept his promise. He captured a young man from the town and had him write down the names of the 77 officials and elders of Succoth. Then he confronted them with Zebah and Zalmunna in chains beside him. Here are Zebah and Zalmunna, about whom you taunted me by saying, "Do you already have the hands of Zebah and Zalmunna in your possession? Why should we give bread to your exhausted men?" The officials of Succoth had no answer. They had been wrong, catastrophically wrong. They had bet on the Midianites and lost. Gideon took desert thorns and briars and taught the men of Succoth a painful lesson about faith and courage and supporting your brothers in battle. It was harsh justice, but it was justice nonetheless. Then he went to Peniel and pulled down their tower, just as he had promised. The men of Peniel learned the same hard lesson. When God is moving, you don't hedge your bets. You don't play it safe. You choose sides. Finally, Gideon turned to the two kings. Zebah and Zalmunna were experienced warriors, men who had led armies and won battles. But they were defeated now, prisoners of a farmer's son from an insignificant clan. Gideon had a personal question for them. "What kind of men did you kill at Tabor?" The kings looked at each other. Then Zebah answered honestly, "Men like you." Each one resembled the son of a king. Gideon's face went hard. "Those were my brothers, the sons of my own mother. As surely as the Lord lives, if you had spared their lives, I would not kill you." This explained something. The rage that had driven Gideon through the exhaustion, through the pursuit, through everything. This wasn't just about freeing Israel. It was also about vengeance. The Midianite kings had killed Gideon's own brothers in a previous raid, probably at the beginning of the 7 years of oppression. Gideon turned to his oldest son, Jether. Kill them. But Jether was young, probably still a teenager. He drew his sword but hesitated. He was afraid. This wasn't threshing wheat or tending sheep. This was executing enemy kings. His hand trembled. The kings saw his fear. Zebah spoke up. "Come, do it yourself. As is the man, so is his strength." They were asking for an honorable death at the hands of a warrior rather than a frightened boy. It was the last request of doomed men. Gideon drew his own sword and killed Zebah and Zalmunna. Then he took the ornaments off the necks of their camels as additional spoils of war. The Midianite threat was ended. The kings were dead. The princes were dead. The army was scattered and broken. Israel was free. The Israelites were euphoric. They had spent 7 years living in caves and hiding their food and watching their children go hungry. Now, suddenly, dramatically, they were free. The Midianites were destroyed. Their land was their own again. And it was all because of Gideon. The people came to him with a proposition. "Rule over us, you, your son, and your grandson, because you have saved us from the hand of Midian." They wanted to make him king. They wanted to establish a dynasty, a ruling family. It made sense from their perspective. Gideon was a proven leader. He had heard from God. He had led them to victory. Why not make it official? Why not make it permanent? It was an enormous temptation. Gideon was the youngest son of the weakest clan. He had no inheritance, no prospects, no future before God called him. Now he was being offered a kingdom, power, wealth, dynasty, legacy, everything a man could want. But Gideon had learned something important through this whole experience. This victory wasn't about him. It was about God. God had reduced the army specifically so Israel wouldn't boast. God had won the battle, not Gideon. If Gideon accepted kingship now, it would undermine everything God had just demonstrated. "I will not rule over you," Gideon told the people, "nor will my son rule over you. The Lord will rule over you." It was the right answer, the perfect answer. Israel didn't need a human king. They had God as their king. That was the whole point. But then Gideon made a terrible mistake. He didn't accept political power, but he did something almost as dangerous. "I do have one request," he said. "Each of you give me an earring from your share of the plunder." The Midianites and Ishmaelites wore gold earrings. The Israelites had taken massive amounts of plunder from the Midianite camp. Everyone was happy to honor Gideon's request. They spread out a garment, and each man threw his gold earrings onto it. The pile grew and grew. When they weighed it all, the gold earrings alone weighed 1,700 shekels. That was about 43 pounds of gold. Also, there were ornaments, pendants, purple garments from the Midianite kings, and chains from the camels' necks. It was an enormous fortune. Gideon took all that gold and made an ephod. An ephod was a priestly garment, something the high priest would wear. It was supposed to be used in worshiping God according to the specific instructions given to Moses. But Gideon wasn't a priest. He wasn't a Levite. And he didn't set up the ephod at the tabernacle where it belonged. He set it up in his own town, in Ophrah. The scripture records what happened next with simple, devastating clarity. All Israel prostituted themselves by worshiping it there, and it became a snare to Gideon and his family. The very man who had torn down the altar to Baal ended up creating a new object of false worship. People came to Ophrah to see Gideon's golden ephod. They treated it like an idol. They prayed to it, made offerings to it, worshipped it. Gideon probably didn't intend this. He probably meant it as a memorial to God's victory, a reminder of what God had done. But good intentions don't matter when you disobey God's clear instructions about worship. The ephod became a stumbling block, another false god for Israel to pursue, another distraction from the true worship of the Lord. It's a sobering reminder. You can be used by God for great victories and still fall into sin. You can tear down one idol and end up creating another. You can refuse political power but still fall victim to spiritual pride. Gideon was a hero, but he was also a flawed human being. Despite this failure, Gideon's story still brought lasting good to Israel. The land had peace for 40 years. An entire generation grew up without foreign oppression, without raids, without terror. Gideon lived a long life. He had many wives, which was common for leaders of that era. When he died at a good old age, he was buried in the tomb of his father Joash in Ophrah of the Abiezrites. The story of Gideon isn't just ancient history. It's a living testimony to how God works. God chose the weakest, most unlikely person to lead his people. The youngest son of the poorest clan, a man so afraid he was hiding in a hole. God called him a mighty warrior before he had ever fought a battle. God reduced the army from 32,000 to 300, making victory humanly impossible. He did this specifically so no one could claim they won through their own strength. God gave specific, unmistakable signs. The fleece, wet and dry. The dream in the enemy camp. The angel appearing with fire from the rock. God didn't leave Gideon guessing. He provided confirmation again and again. God gave victory in a way that was completely miraculous. 300 men with trumpets and torches defeated 100,000 warriors. Not through superior tactics or courage, but through God's supernatural intervention. The enemy army destroyed itself. Every part of this story demonstrates that God is real and powerful. He hears his people's cries. He responds to their prayers. He raises up leaders. He performs miracles. He keeps his promises. Similar to this is the story of Esther. A poor girl God used to prove that he is indeed a mighty God who works in mysterious ways. What happened? Long ago, there was a king so powerful that his empire stretched from India all the way to Ethiopia. His name was King Xerxes, though some knew him as Ahasuerus. He ruled over 127 provinces from his magnificent palace in Susa, the capital city. This was not just any kingdom. This was the Persian Empire, the greatest power the world had ever seen. But this story isn't really about the king. Not at first, anyway. This story begins with a people who had lost everything. Decades before our story opens, the Jewish people had been torn from their homeland. The Babylonians had come like a storm, destroying Jerusalem and its beautiful temple. They had dragged thousands of Jews away from the land God had promised to their ancestor Abraham. They were taken as captives to a foreign land, far from home. Then the Persians conquered the Babylonians. The Jews found themselves living under new rulers in this vast empire. Some Jews had returned to rebuild Jerusalem when the Persian kings allowed it. But many stayed behind, scattered throughout the 127 provinces. They were trying to make new lives in a land that would never quite feel like home. Among these scattered people was a young Jewish girl named Hadassah. You might know her better by her Persian name, Esther. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. Let me take you back to where the danger really began. In the 3rd year of his reign, King Xerxes decided to throw a party. But this wasn't just any party. This was a celebration that would last for 180 days. 6 whole months of feasting and drinking and showing off the wealth of his kingdom to all the nobles and officials from every province. The king wanted everyone to see his glory. He wanted them to see his gold and silver, his marble pillars and his elaborate gardens. He wanted them to know that he was the most powerful man in the world. After those 6 months ended, the king threw another party. This one was for everyone in the citadel of Susa, from the greatest to the least. It lasted 7 days. The courtyard of the palace garden was decorated with white and blue linen hangings, fastened with cords of fine linen and purple material. There were couches of gold and silver on a mosaic pavement. Wine flowed freely in golden goblets, each one different from the last. On the 7th day of this feast, when King Xerxes was drunk with wine, he made a decision that would change everything. He commanded his 7 eunuchs to bring Queen Vashti before him. She was to wear her royal crown so that everyone could see her beauty. The queen was lovely to look at, and the king wanted to show her off like another one of his treasures. But Queen Vashti refused to come. Can you imagine? The most powerful king in the world, drunk and surrounded by his officials, makes a command. And his own wife says no. The king was furious. His anger burned inside him like a fire. He called together his wise men, the ones who understood the laws and customs. What should be done to Queen Vashti? He asked them. She has not obeyed my command. One of the wise men, named Memucan, stood up. He saw an opportunity here. Queen Vashti has not only wronged the king, he said. She has wronged all the nobles and all the people in all the provinces. When women everywhere hear what the queen has done, they will look down on their husbands. They will say, King Xerxes commanded Queen Vashti to come before him, but she didn't come. This very day. The noble women of Persia who have heard about the queen's conduct will tell all the king's officials about it. There will be no end to the disrespect and discord. He continued, his voice growing stronger. If it pleases the king, let him issue a royal decree. Let it be written in the laws of Persia, which cannot be changed. Let the decree say that Vashti will never again enter the presence of King Xerxes. And let the king give her royal position to someone better than she. The king liked this advice. He sent out letters to all the provinces, written in every language, declaring that every man should be ruler over his own household. Queen Vashti was banished. Her crown would go to another. But who? In the citadel of Susa, there lived a Jewish man named Mordecai. He was from the tribe of Benjamin, descended from those who had been carried into exile from Jerusalem. Mordecai had a cousin, a young girl whose parents had died. He had taken her in and raised her as his own daughter. Her Hebrew name was Hadassah, which means myrtle. But in the Persian world where she lived, she went by another name, Esther. It means star. Esther was not just any young woman. She was lovely in form and beautiful to look at. But there was something else about her, something deeper than physical beauty. There was a strength in her, though she didn't know it yet, a courage that had not yet been tested. After King Xerxes' anger had cooled, his attendants had a suggestion. Let a search be made for beautiful young virgins for the king. Let the king appoint commissioners in every province to gather all these young women to the citadel of Susa. Let them be placed in the harem under the care of Haggai, the king's eunuch who is in charge of the women. Let beauty treatments be given to them. Then let the young woman who pleases the king become queen instead of Vashti. The king liked this plan, and so the search began. Young women from all across the empire were brought to Susa. They came from 127 provinces, from India to Ethiopia, daughters of nobles and daughters of common people. All of them beautiful, all of them hoping to become the next queen. Esther was one of them. Now here's what you need to understand. This wasn't some fairy tale romance. These young women weren't given a choice. When the king's men came looking for beautiful girls, you couldn't say no. Esther didn't volunteer for this. She was taken from the only home she'd known, taken from Mordecai, who had raised her, and brought to the king's harem. But before she was taken away, Mordecai gave her a warning. Don't tell anyone you are Jewish, he said. Don't reveal your people or your family background. Why? Because being Jewish in the Persian Empire was dangerous. The Jews were foreigners, exiles, people without real power. If Esther revealed who she really was, she might never even get a chance to see the king. So Esther kept her secret, and she waited. The harem in the citadel of Susa was unlike anything Esther had ever seen. It was filled with young women from across the empire, all of them beautiful, all of them competing for the same prize, the king's crown. They were placed under the care of Hegai, the king's eunuch, who was in charge of the women. Each young woman would receive 12 months of beauty treatments, 6 months with oil of mirage, and 6 months with perfumes and cosmetics. Only after this full year of preparation would she be allowed to go to the king. But something unusual happened with Esther. Hegai took a liking to her immediately. The text says she won his favor and approval. He quickly provided her with beauty treatments and special food. He assigned 7 female attendants to her from the king's palace and moved her and her attendants into the best place in the harem. Why did Hegai favor her? Maybe he saw something in her character. Maybe it was her humility, her grace, her kindness to the other women. Whatever the reason, Esther had found favor in the eyes of everyone who saw her. But she still kept her secret. She still didn't reveal that she was Jewish. Every day, Mordecai would walk back and forth near the courtyard of the harem. He wanted to find out how Esther was doing and what was happening to her. He couldn't see her or speak to her, but he stayed close, watching, waiting, worrying. The months passed slowly. One by one, the young women took their turn going to the king. Each one was allowed to take whatever she wanted from the harem to the king's palace. Jewelry, fine clothes, perfumes, anything to make her more attractive. When each girl's turn came, she would spend one night with the king. In the morning, she would move to another part of the harem, the one for the king's concubines. She would be under the care of a different eunuch now. And she would never see the king again unless he was pleased with her and summoned her by name. Month after month, this happened. Young women went in with hope and came out knowing their fate was sealed. They would spend the rest of their lives in the king's harem, wives in name only, forgotten unless the king happened to remember them. Finally, it was Esther's turn. When the time came for Esther to go to the king, she didn't ask for anything except what Hegai advised. She didn't pile on jewelry or perfumes. She didn't try to make herself into something she wasn't. She simply went as herself. It was the 7th year of King Xerxes' reign, in the 10th month, the month of Tebeth. 4 years had passed since Queen Vashti was banished. Esther was brought to King Xerxes in the royal residence. The king was attracted to her more than to any of the other women. She won his favor and approval more than any of the other virgins. So he set a royal crown on her head and made her queen instead of Vashti. Just like that, the Jewish orphan girl became queen of Persia. The girl who had lost her parents, who had been raised by her cousin, who had been torn from her home and placed in a harem. She was now the most powerful woman in the entire empire. The king gave a great banquet in Esther's honor. He invited all his nobles and officials. He proclaimed a holiday throughout the provinces and distributed gifts with royal liberality. But even as Queen of Persia, Esther kept her secret. She still didn't reveal that she was Jewish. Mordecai had told her not to, and she continued to obey him just as she had done when she was living in his house. And Mordecai? He had been given a position at the king's gate. He sat there day after day, watching, waiting, staying close to Esther even though they couldn't speak. It was during one of those days at the king's gate that Mordecai uncovered something terrible, something that would prove his loyalty to the king. Something that would, in ways he couldn't imagine, help save his people later on. While Mordecai was sitting at the king's gate, 2 of the king's officers became angry with King Xerxes. Their names were Bigthana and Teresh, and they were 2 of the eunuchs who guarded the doorway. They were so angry that they began to plot to assassinate the king. But Mordecai found out about it. Maybe he overheard them talking. Maybe someone told him. The text doesn't say. But somehow Mordecai learned about the conspiracy to kill King Xerxes. He immediately told Queen Esther, and Esther reported it to the king, giving credit to Mordecai. An investigation was made, and the report was found to be true. The 2 officials were hanged on a pole. All of this was recorded in the book of the Chronicles in the presence of the king. Mordecai's name was written down. His act of loyalty was documented. But nothing else happened. No reward was given. No public recognition. Mordecai had saved the king's life, and his reward was simply to have it written in a book. It seemed like such a small thing at the time, just a notation in the royal records. But remember this moment. Remember that Mordecai's name was written in that book. Because in the darkest hour, when death seemed certain for all the Jewish people, that small notation would become the hinge on which everything turned. For now, though, life continued. Esther was queen. Mordecai sat at the gate. The Jewish people lived quietly throughout the 127 provinces, trying not to draw attention to themselves. And then a man named Haman was promoted to power. King Xerxes elevated a man named Haman to a position above all the other nobles. Haman was the son of Hammedatha, an Agagite. This detail matters, though you might not know why yet. The Agagites were ancient enemies of the Jewish people, descendants of King Agag, whom the prophet Samuel had executed generations before. Old hatreds die hard, and Haman carried the hatred of his ancestors in his heart. The king commanded that all the royal officials at the gate must kneel down and pay honor to Haman. Everyone did. Everyone except Mordecai. Day after day, the officials would bow before Haman, and day after day, Mordecai remained standing. The other officials noticed, "Why don't you obey the king's command?" They asked Mordecai. They asked him day after day, but he refused to comply. Finally, Mordecai told them he was a Jew, and Jews bowed to no man. They bowed only to God. The officials told Haman about this, wanting to see whether Mordecai's behavior would be tolerated. When Haman saw for himself that Mordecai would not kneel down or pay him honor, he was enraged. His fury burned inside him. But having learned that Mordecai was a Jew, Haman decided that killing just Mordecai would not be enough. He would destroy all of Mordecai's people, all the Jews throughout the entire kingdom of Xerxes. One man's refusal to bow would become a death sentence for an entire nation. In the 12th year of King Xerxes, in the first month, the month of Nisan, Haman cast lots, called Pur, to determine the best day to carry out his plan. The lot fell on the 12th month, the month of Adar, almost a full year away. Then Haman went to King Xerxes with his proposal. He was clever about it. He didn't mention the Jews by name at first. He didn't mention Mordecai or his own personal vendetta. "There is a certain people dispersed among the peoples in all the provinces of your kingdom," Haman said. "They keep themselves separate. Their customs are different from those of all other people, and they do not obey the king's laws. It is not in the king's best interest to tolerate them. If it pleases the king, let a decree be issued to destroy them. And I will put 10,000 talents of silver into the royal treasury for the men who carry out this business." 10,000 talents of silver. That was an enormous amount of money, worth millions in today's currency. Where would Haman get such wealth? From plundering the Jews he planned to kill, of course. The king didn't ask questions. He didn't ask who these people were or what they had done. He simply took his signet ring from his finger and gave it to Haman. "Keep the money," the king said, "and do with the people as you please." Just like that, the fate of the Jewish people was sealed, or so it seemed. On the 13th day of the first month, the royal secretaries were summoned. They wrote out all of Haman's orders to the king's satraps, the governors of the various provinces, and the nobles of the various peoples. The orders were written in the script of each province and the language of each people, in the name of King Xerxes himself, and sealed with his own ring. Dispatches were sent by couriers to all the king's provinces with the order to destroy, kill, and annihilate all the Jews, young and old, women and children, on a single day, the 13th day of the 12th month, the month of Adar, and to plunder their goods. Copies of the decree were issued as law in every province and made known to the people of every nationality so they would be ready for that day. The couriers went out, spurred on by the king's command. The decree was issued in the citadel of Susa. The king and Haman sat down to drink. But the city of Susa was bewildered, and throughout the empire, the Jewish people began to mourn. When Mordecai learned of all that had been done, he tore his clothes and put on sackcloth and ashes. He went out into the city, wailing loudly and bitterly. He went only as far as the king's gate, because no one clothed in sackcloth was allowed to enter. In every province where the edict reached, there was great mourning among the Jews. They fasted and wept and wailed. Many lay in sackcloth and ashes. The sound of weeping filled the streets. Mothers held their children, knowing that in less than a year they would all be killed. Old men who had survived the exile from Jerusalem now faced destruction again. Young people who had built lives in Persia learned that those lives were about to end. All because one man refused to bow. All because another man's hatred was so deep that only genocide would satisfy it. Esther's female attendants and eunuchs came and told her about Mordecai. The queen was in great distress. She sent clothes for him to put on instead of his sackcloth, but he would not accept them. He would not be comforted. He would not stop mourning. Esther sent for Hathach, one of the king's eunuchs assigned to attend her. She ordered him to find out what was troubling Mordecai and why. Hathach went out to Mordecai in the open square of the city in front of the king's gate. Mordecai told him everything that had happened to him. He told him about the exact amount of money Haman had promised to pay into the royal treasury for the destruction of the Jews. He gave him a copy of the text of the edict that had been published in Susa, showing that all the Jews were to be destroyed. "Give this to Esther," Mordecai said. "Explain it to her, and tell her to go to the king and beg for mercy. Tell her to plead with him for her people." Hathach went back and reported to Esther everything Mordecai had said. Then Esther sent this reply to Mordecai. And what she said would reveal the terrible danger of what Mordecai was asking. All the king's officials and the people of the royal provinces know that for any man or woman who approaches the king in the inner court without being summoned, the king has but one law, Esther's message said. They are to be put to death unless the king extends the gold scepter to them and spares their life. But 30 days have passed since I was called to go to the king. Do you understand what Esther was saying? She couldn't just walk in and talk to her husband. Even though she was the queen, even though she wore a crown, she had no right to approach King Xerxes unless he called for her. And he hadn't called for her in a month. If she went to him uninvited, she would likely be executed. That was the law. It couldn't be broken. Not even for the queen. Esther was telling Mordecai that what he was asking was suicide. She would die before she even got a chance to speak. When Mordecai received Esther's message, he sent back this reply. And in this reply, we hear one of the most important speeches in the entire Bible. Do not think that because you are in the king's house, you alone of all the Jews will escape. For if you remain silent at this time, relief and deliverance for the Jews will arise from another place. But you and your father's family will perish. And who knows but that you have come to your royal position for such a time as this? Read that last line again. Who knows but that you have come to your royal position for such a time as this? Mordecai was saying that Esther's life, everything that had happened to her, the death of her parents, being raised by him, being taken to the harem, winning the king's favor, becoming queen, all of it might have been preparing her for this one moment. This one choice. She could stay silent and die anyway when her secret was discovered. Or she could speak up and possibly save her people, even if it cost her life. What would she choose? Esther sent this reply back to Mordecai. Go, gather together all the Jews who are in Susa, and fast for me. Do not eat or drink for 3 days, night or day. I and my attendants will fast as you do. When this is done, I will go to the king, even though it is against the law. And if I perish, I perish. If I perish, I perish. 5 words that showed Esther had made her decision. She would risk everything. She would walk into the throne room uninvited. She would face possible death to save her people. But first, 3 days of fasting. 3 days of prayer, though the text doesn't explicitly say it. 3 days of preparation. 3 days for Esther to gather her courage. 3 days for the Jewish people throughout Susa to cry out to God for deliverance. Mordecai went away and carried out all of Esther's instructions. The Jews fasted. Esther and her attendants fasted. For 3 days and 3 nights, they ate nothing and drank nothing. What did Esther think about during those 3 days? Did she remember her parents? Did she think about how she'd gone from orphan to queen? Did she wonder if she would die when she approached the king? We don't know. The text is silent about her thoughts. It only tells us what she did. On the 3rd day, Esther put on her royal robes. She walked through the palace toward the inner court, toward the throne room. Each step brought her closer to either salvation or death. She didn't know which. She stood in the inner court of the palace, in front of the king's hall. The king was sitting on his royal throne in the hall, facing the entrance. She could see him, and when he looked up, he could see her. Everything stopped. This was the moment. Would he extend the gold scepter, or would he call for her execution? The king saw Queen Esther standing in the court, and she won his favor. He held out to her the gold scepter that was in his hand. Esther approached and touched the tip of the scepter. She would leave, at least for now. "What is it, Queen Esther?" the king asked. "What is your request?" "Even up to half the kingdom, it will be given you." Half the kingdom. It was a standard royal saying, not meant to be taken literally. But it showed the king's favor toward Esther. He was pleased to see her. Whatever she wanted, he seemed ready to give. This was Esther's moment. She could tell him everything right now. She could reveal Haman's plot. She could beg for mercy for her people. But she didn't. Not yet. "If it pleases the king," Esther replied, "let the king, together with Haman, come today to a banquet I have prepared for him." A banquet? She had risked her life to invite the king to dinner. "Bring Haman at once," the king said, "so that we may do what Esther asks." So the king and Haman went to the banquet Esther had prepared. As they were drinking wine, the king again asked Esther, "Now what is your petition?" "It will be given you." "And what is your request?" "Even up to half the kingdom, it will be granted." Again, Esther could have spoken, but again she held back. "My petition and my request is this," she said. "If the king regards me with favor, and if it pleases the king to grant my petition and fulfill my request, let the king and Haman come tomorrow to the banquet I will prepare for them. Then I will answer the king's question." Another banquet. Another delay. Why was Esther waiting? Maybe she was being wise. Maybe she knew that timing was everything. Maybe she needed to build the right atmosphere, the right moment when the king would be most receptive. Or maybe she was just terrified and needed more time to work up the courage to speak. Whatever her reason, she had bought herself another day. And in that day, events would unfold that would change everything. Haman left the banquet that day happy and in high spirits. He had just dined with the king and queen, just the 3 of them. No other nobles were invited. He was the only one honored enough to join the royal couple at their private table. But when he left and saw Mordecai at the king's gate, his joy evaporated. Mordecai didn't stand up. He didn't show any sign of fear or respect. He just sat there, as calm as ever, refusing to tremble before Haman. Haman was filled with rage against Mordecai. But he restrained himself. He went on home and called together his friends and his wife Zeresh. He boasted to them about his vast wealth and his many sons. He told them all about how the king had honored him and how he had elevated him above the other nobles and officials. "And that's not all," Haman said. "I'm the only person Queen Esther invited to accompany the king to the banquet she gave. And she has invited me along with the king tomorrow." But then his face darkened. "But all this gives me no satisfaction as long as I see that Jew Mordecai sitting at the king's gate." His wife Zeresh and all his friends said to him, "Have a pole set up, reaching to a height of 50 cubits. In the morning, ask the king to have Mordecai impaled on it. Then go with the king to the banquet and enjoy yourself. 50 cubits. That's about 75 feet high. This wasn't just an execution Haman wanted. This was a spectacle. He wanted Mordecai's death to be visible from far away, a warning to anyone who might think about defying Haman. This suggestion delighted Haman. He had the pole set up right away, that very night. Tomorrow morning, he would ask the king to execute Mordecai. And then he would go to the queen's banquet with a light heart. But that night, while Haman was planning murder and Esther was preparing for her banquet, the king couldn't sleep. King Xerxes tossed and turned in his bed. Sleep wouldn't come. So he ordered the book of the Chronicles, the record of his reign, to be brought in and read to him. Can you imagine? Of all the things he could have done to pass a sleepless night, he chose to have historical records read aloud. Perhaps he thought it would bore him to sleep. Perhaps he wanted to review his reign. We don't know why he made this choice. But it wasn't his choice, was it? Not really, because in that moment, something greater was at work. Forces beyond human understanding were moving the pieces on the board. As the records were being read, they came to the passage about how Mordecai had exposed Bigthana and Teresh, the two eunuchs who had conspired to assassinate King Xerxes. What honor and recognition has Mordecai received for this? The king asked. Nothing has been done for him, his attendants answered. Nothing. The man who had saved the king's life had received no reward at all. It had been 5 years since Mordecai uncovered the plot, and he'd never been thanked. The king said, "Who was in the court?" It was early in the morning now, just as dawn was breaking, and Haman had just entered the outer court of the palace. He had come to speak to the king about impaling Mordecai on the pole he had set up. Talk about timing. Haman was there to ask for Mordecai's death at the exact moment the king was thinking about rewarding him. Haman is standing in the court, the attendants answered. "Bring him in," the king said. When Haman entered, the king asked him, "What should be done for the man the king delights to honor?" Haman thought to himself, "Who is there that the king would rather honor than me?" So he answered the king, "For the man the king delights to honor, have them bring a royal robe the king has worn and a horse the king has ridden, with a royal crest placed on its head. Then let the robe and horse be entrusted to one of the king's most noble princes. Let them robe the man the king delights to honor, and lead him on the horse through the city streets, proclaiming before him, 'This is what is done for the man the king delights to honor.'" Haman was describing his own fantasy. He wanted to wear the king's robe, ride the king's horse, and be paraded through the city as the most honored man in the empire. "Go at once," the king commanded him. "Get the robe and the horse and do just as you have suggested for Mordecai the Jew, who sits at the king's gate. Do not neglect anything you have recommended." Can you imagine the look on Haman's face? The man he hated most, the man he had come to ask to have killed. The king wanted him honored, but Haman had no choice. He had to obey. Haman got the robe and the horse. He robed Mordecai and led him on horseback through the city streets, proclaiming before him, "This is what is done for the man the king delights to honor." Every step must have been agony for Haman. Every word he shouted must have tasted like poison. The man who demanded worship was now acting as a servant to the man who refused to bow. Afterward, Mordecai returned to the king's gate. But Haman rushed home, his head covered in grief. He told his wife Zeresh and all his friends everything that had happened to him. His advisors and his wife said to him, "Since Mordecai, before whom your downfall has started, is of Jewish origin, you cannot stand against him. You will surely come to ruin." They saw what Haman, in his rage, could not see. The tide had turned. Mordecai was rising and Haman was falling. While they were still talking with him, the king's eunuchs arrived. They hurried Haman away to the banquet Esther had prepared. Haman went, but his earlier excitement was gone. He was shaken. Afraid. Something was going wrong, and he didn't know how to stop it. The king and Haman went to Queen Esther's banquet. As they were drinking wine on the second day, the king again asked, "Queen Esther, what is your petition?" "It will be given you. What is your request?" even up to half the kingdom, it will be granted. 3 times the king had asked. 3 times Esther had delayed. But now the moment had come. She couldn't wait any longer. She had to speak, even though speaking might mean revealing that she was one of the people marked for death. Esther took a breath, and then she told the truth. "If I have found favor with you, your majesty," Esther began, "and if it pleases you, grant me my life. This is my petition, and spare my people. This is my request." The king must have looked confused. Her life? Her people? What was she talking about? Esther continued, "For I and my people have been sold to be destroyed, killed, and annihilated. If we had merely been sold as male and female slaves, I would have kept quiet, because no such distress would justify disturbing the king." Now the truth was coming out. Esther was part of the group marked for death. She was one of the people Haman had convinced the king to destroy. King Xerxes asked Queen Esther, "Who is he? Where is he? The man who has dared to do such a thing?" Esther said, "An adversary, an enemy. This vile Haman." Then Haman was terrified before the king and queen. Everything came crashing down on him at once. The queen was a Jew. The man he'd honored that morning was a Jew. The people he'd planned to annihilate included the queen herself. The king got up in a rage, left his wine, and went out into the palace garden. He needed to think. He needed to process what he'd just learned. His wife was marked for death by his own decree. How had this happened? Haman, realizing that the king had already decided his fate, stayed behind to beg Queen Esther for his life. He knew he was doomed. His only hope was the queen's mercy. Just as the king returned from the palace garden to the banquet hall, Haman was falling on the couch where Esther was reclining. The king exclaimed, "Will he even molest the queen while she is with me in the house?" It was an accident, of course. Haman was begging for his life, perhaps even trying to grasp Esther's hand or the hem of her robe. But in the king's eyes, it looked like an assault on the queen. As soon as the word left the king's mouth, they covered Haman's face. He was a dead man now. Then Harbona, one of the eunuchs attending the king, said, "A pole reaching to a height of 50 cubits stands by Haman's house." He had it set up for Mordecai, who spoke up to help the king. The king said, "Impale him on it." So they impaled Haman on the pole he had set up for Mordecai. The man who had built gallows for another found himself dying on those same gallows. The king's fury subsided, but the story wasn't over. Not yet, because the decree to destroy the Jews was still in effect. That same day, King Xerxes gave Queen Esther the estate of Haman, the enemy of the Jews. And Mordecai came into the presence of the king, for Esther had told how he was related to her. The king took off his signet ring, which he had reclaimed from Haman, and presented it to Mordecai. And Esther appointed him over Haman's estate. So Mordecai, who had been sitting at the gate as a minor official, suddenly found himself wearing the king's signet ring. The man who had saved the king's life, who had been honored in the streets, was now second only to the king himself. But even with Haman dead and Mordecai elevated, the Jewish people were still doomed, because the law of the Medes and Persians could not be repealed. Once a decree was sealed with the king's signet ring, it stood forever. The decree ordering the destruction of all Jews on the 13th day of the 12th month was still in effect. The couriers had already delivered it to every province. People throughout the empire knew that in less than a year, they were authorized to kill any Jew they saw and plunder their possessions. Esther again pleaded with the king. She fell at his feet and wept. She begged him to put an end to the evil plan of Haman the Agagite, which he had devised against the Jews. The king extended the gold scepter to Esther, and she arose and stood before him. "If it pleases the king," she said, "and if he regards me with favor and thinks it the right thing to do, and if he is pleased with me, let an order be written overruling the dispatches that Haman wrote to destroy the Jews in all the king's provinces. For how can I bear to see disaster fall on my people? How can I bear to see the destruction of my family?" King Xerxes replied to Queen Esther and to Mordecai the Jew, because Haman attacked the Jews, I have given his estate to Esther, and they have impaled him on the pole he set up. Now write another decree in the king's name in behalf of the Jews, as seems best to you. Seal it with the king's signet ring, for no document written in the king's name and sealed with his ring can be revoked. Do you see the problem? The first decree couldn't be canceled. It was permanent. But the king was giving Mordecai permission to write a second decree, also permanent, that could counteract the first one. This was the challenge before Mordecai. How do you save people from a law that cannot be changed? At once the royal secretaries were summoned. It was the 23rd day of the 3rd month, the month of Sivan. They wrote out all Mordecai's orders to the Jews and to the satraps, governors, and nobles of the 127 provinces stretching from India to Ethiopia. These orders were written in the script of each province and the language of each people, and also to the Jews in their own script and language. Mordecai wrote in the name of King Xerxes, sealed the dispatches with the king's signet ring, and sent them by mounted couriers, who rode fast horses especially bred for the king. What did the decree say? It couldn't cancel the first decree. That was impossible. But it could give the Jews the right to defend themselves. The king's edict granted the Jews in every city the right to assemble and protect themselves. They could destroy, kill, and annihilate the armed men of any nationality or province who might attack them and their women and children. And they could plunder the property of their enemies. The day appointed for the Jews to do this in all the provinces of King Xerxes was the 13th day of the 12th month, the month of Adar, the same day Haman had chosen. The day that was supposed to mark the destruction of the Jews would instead become the day of their deliverance. A copy of the text of the edict was to be issued as law in every province and made known to the people of every nationality. The Jews were to be ready on that day to avenge themselves on their enemies. The couriers, riding the royal horses, went out, spurred on by the king's command. The edict was also issued in the citadel of Susa. When Mordecai left the king's presence, he was wearing royal garments of blue and white, a large crown of gold, and a purple robe of fine linen. And the city of Susa held a joyous celebration. For the Jews it was a time of happiness and joy, gladness and honor. In every province and in every city to which the edict of the king came, there was joy and gladness among the Jews, with feasting and celebrating. But the celebration was cautious, because the battle was still coming. The 13th of Adar was still months away, and when that day came, the Jews would have to fight for their lives. Many people of other nationalities became Jews. Why? Because fear of the Jews had seized them. They saw that the king favored the Jews. They saw that Mordecai, a Jew, wore the king's signet ring. They realized that attacking the Jews on the 13th of Adar might not be as easy as they'd thought. The months passed. Summer turned to fall, fall turned to winter, and all across the empire people prepared. Some prepared to attack the Jews and plunder their possessions, as the first decree allowed. Others prepared to defend the Jews, knowing that the king's favor was with them. And the Jews themselves prepared to fight for their survival. On the 13th day of the 12th month, the month of Adar, the edict commanded by the king was to be carried out. This was the day when the enemies of the Jews had hoped to overpower them. But now the tables were turned. The Jews got the upper hand over those who hated them. The Jews assembled in their cities throughout all the provinces of King Xerxes to attack those determined to destroy them. No one could stand against them, because the people of all the other nationalities were afraid of them. All the nobles of the provinces, the satraps, the governors, and the king's administrators helped the Jews. Why? Because fear of Mordecai had seized them. Mordecai was prominent in the palace. His fame spread throughout the provinces. He became more and more powerful. The Jews struck down all their enemies with the sword, killing and destroying them. They did what they pleased to those who hated them. In the citadel of Susa, the Jews killed and destroyed 500 men. They also killed the 10 sons of Haman, listing each name: Parshandatha, Dalphon, Aspatha, Poratha, Adalia, Aradatha, Parmashta, Arazai, Aradai, and Vizatha. The 10 sons of Haman son of Hammedatha, the enemy of the Jews, were killed. But the Jews did not lay their hands on the plunder. This detail is mentioned multiple times in the text, and it's important. The decree gave them the right to plunder their enemies' possessions. Haman's original plan had been motivated partly by greed, by the desire to steal from the Jews. But the Jews didn't act out of greed. They fought only to defend themselves and to eliminate the threat. They didn't take anything that wasn't theirs. The number of those killed in the citadel of Susa was reported to the king that same day. The king said to Queen Esther, "The Jews have killed and destroyed 500 men and the 10 sons of Haman in the citadel of Susa. What have they done in the rest of the king's provinces? Now what is your petition? It will be given you. What is your request? It will also be granted." Esther said, "If it pleases the king, give the Jews in Susa permission to carry out this day's edict tomorrow also, and let Haman's 10 sons be impaled on poles." Why did Esther ask for an extra day? Because the threat wasn't completely eliminated yet. There were still enemies in Susa who wanted to destroy the Jews. Esther wanted to make sure her people were truly safe. So the king commanded that this be done. An edict was issued in Susa, and they impaled the 10 sons of Haman. The Jews in Susa came together on the 14th day of the month of Adar, and they put to death in Susa 300 men. But again, they did not lay their hands on the plunder. Meanwhile, the remainder of the Jews who were in the king's provinces also assembled to protect themselves and get relief from their enemies. They killed 75,000 of them. But they did not lay their hands on the plunder. This happened on the 13th day of the month of Adar. On the 14th they rested and made it a day of feasting and joy. The Jews in Susa, however, had assembled on the 13th and 14th. So they rested on the 15th and made it a day of feasting and joy. That is why rural Jews, those living in villages, observe the 14th of the month of Adar as a day of joy and feasting, a day for giving presents to each other. The Jews had survived, against all odds, against a decree that could not be changed, against enemies throughout 127 provinces. They had survived. More than that, they had won. But how did it happen? Let's trace the thread back. If Esther had not become queen, the Jewish people would have been destroyed. But Esther only became queen because Vashti was banished. And Vashti was only banished because she refused to come when the king called her. If Mordecai hadn't uncovered the assassination plot, his name wouldn't have been written in the Chronicles. If his name hadn't been written there, the king wouldn't have remembered him on that sleepless night. If the king hadn't remembered him, Mordecai wouldn't have been honored. If Mordecai hadn't been honored, Haman might have succeeded in having him killed before Esther's second banquet. If Haman hadn't built the 75-foot pole for Mordecai, there wouldn't have been a pole ready when the king ordered Haman's execution. If the king hadn't had a sleepless night on that particular night, if he hadn't called for the Chronicles on that particular night, if the reader hadn't happened to come to that particular passage. So many small moments that seemed like coincidence. But were they coincidences? Or was there a hand moving behind the scenes, arranging events, timing things perfectly? The book of Esther never mentions God by name. Not once. You can read it from beginning to end and never see the word God or Lord. But his presence is everywhere. In the timing, in the way circumstances align, in the way seemingly random events build toward deliverance. Mordecai had said it to Esther. Who knows but that you have come to your royal position for such a time as this? He saw it. The purpose behind the pain. The reason behind the randomness. And now, with the Jewish people saved, it was time to make sure this story would never be forgotten. Mordecai recorded these events. Then he sent letters to all the Jews throughout the provinces of King Xerxes, near and far, to have them celebrate annually the 14th and 15th days of the month of Adar as the time when the Jews got relief from their enemies. It was the month when their sorrow was turned into joy and their mourning into a day of celebration. He wrote them to observe the days as days of feasting and joy and giving presents of food to one another and gifts to the poor. So the Jews agreed to continue the celebration they had begun, doing what Mordecai had written to them. They called these days Purim, from the word pur, meaning lot. Because Haman had cast lots to determine the day to destroy the Jews, the lot had fallen on the 13th of Adar. But what Haman meant for evil, God turned to good. The day of destruction became the day of deliverance. To this day, thousands of years later, Jewish people all over the world celebrate Purim. They read the book of Esther aloud in synagogues. When Haman's name is mentioned, people boo and shake noisemakers to drown out his name. They give gifts of food to friends and charity to the poor. They feast and celebrate. But this story isn't really about Esther. It's not really about Mordecai. It's not even really about the Jewish people, though they're central to it. This story is about God and His ways. If God could turn a death decree into a deliverance, if He could elevate an orphan to a throne at exactly the right time, if He could orchestrate events across 127 provinces to save His people, then we have no reason to doubt His existence. He can take our losses and use them for something greater. He can put us in places we never expected for purposes we never imagined. He can bring us through the impossible. He is real and works in mysterious ways. Again, similar to this is the story of Nehemiah. A poor cupbearer God used to rebuild a whole city. The year was 445 BC. In the magnificent palace of Susa, capital of the Persian Empire, a Jewish man named Nehemiah stood before the most powerful ruler on earth. His hands trembled as he lifted the golden cup, checking it carefully for poison before presenting it to King Artaxerxes. This was his job, every single day. He was the king's cupbearer, a position of incredible trust. One mistake, one moment of carelessness, and he would be executed. But on this particular day, something was different. Nehemiah's face betrayed an emotion he had hidden for months. The king noticed immediately. What happened next would change the course of history for an entire nation. To understand Nehemiah's story, you need to know what happened to his people. The Jews had once been a mighty nation with their own land, their own kings, and a glorious temple in Jerusalem where they worshiped the one true God. They were descendants of Abraham, a man to whom God had made incredible promises thousands of years earlier. God had promised Abraham that his descendants would become a great nation, that they would have their own land, and that through them all nations of the earth would be blessed. For many generations, those promises seemed to be coming true. King David had united the tribes. King Solomon had built a temple so magnificent that foreign queens traveled for months just to see it. Gold covered the walls. The presence of God filled the building. It was the center of their world. But the people had turned away from God. Again and again, prophets had warned them. Again and again, they ignored the warnings. They worshipped false gods. They oppressed the poor. They trusted in their own military might instead of trusting in God. Finally, God's patience ran out. In 586 BC, about 140 years before Nehemiah's time, the Babylonian army had surrounded Jerusalem. For months, the people starved inside the city walls. Then the walls were breached. Babylonian soldiers poured through the streets. They killed thousands. They burned Solomon's magnificent temple to the ground. They broke down the walls of Jerusalem until they were nothing but rubble. Then came the worst part. The Babylonians rounded up most of the surviving Jews and forced them to march hundreds of miles to Babylon. Families were torn apart. The elderly died on the journey. Everything they had known was destroyed. The Jews became exiles in a foreign land. Decades passed in exile. Then something unexpected happened. The Persian Empire conquered Babylon. The new Persian king, Cyrus, did something remarkable. He allowed the Jews to return home. He even gave them resources to rebuild their temple. Some Jews made the dangerous journey back to Jerusalem. It took them months of travel through bandit-infested territory. When they arrived, their hearts broke. Jerusalem was a ghost town. Wild animals roamed through the ruins. The walls were still broken, leaving the city defenseless. Their enemies surrounded them on every side, but they started rebuilding anyway. They cleared the rubble. They laid the foundation for a new temple. The work was slow and dangerous. Their enemies mocked them. They faced opposition at every turn. Still, they persisted. After years of struggle, they finished the temple. It wasn't as grand as Solomon's temple, but it was a place where they could worship God again. Yet the city walls remained broken. This was a massive problem. In the ancient world, a city without walls was like a body without skin. It was vulnerable, defenseless, barely a city at all. Jerusalem's walls had been rubble for nearly 150 years. And that's where our story really begins. Nehemiah had been born in Persia, far from Jerusalem. He had never seen the city of his ancestors, but he had heard the stories. Every Jewish family in exile told their children about Jerusalem, about the temple, about the God who had chosen them as his people. Nehemiah had risen to an incredibly important position. The king's cupbearer wasn't just someone who poured wine. He was a trusted advisor, someone who had the king's ear, someone who could be killed instantly if he was ever suspected of disloyalty. Nehemiah had comfort, security, and influence. Then his brother Hanani arrived from Judah. Nehemiah's heart raced as he greeted his brother. It had been years since they'd seen each other. Nehemiah immediately asked about Jerusalem and about the Jews who had returned there. Hanani's face darkened. "The survivors there are in great trouble and disgrace," he said. "The wall of Jerusalem is broken down, and its gates have been burned with fire." The words hit Nehemiah like a physical blow. You might wonder why he was so upset. After all, he already knew the walls had been destroyed 140 years earlier. But there's more to the story. About 13 years before this conversation, some Jews had tried to rebuild the walls. They had worked hard, making real progress. But their enemies had written to the Persian king, claiming the Jews were rebelling. The king had ordered the work stopped. Armed men had come and violently torn down whatever progress had been made, burning the gates with fire. Jerusalem wasn't just still broken. It had been broken again, deliberately. Recently, the Jews living there were humiliated, defenseless, and mocked by everyone around them. God's people were a laughingstock. The city that was supposed to display God's glory to the nations was nothing but ruins. When Hanani left, Nehemiah sat down and wept. He didn't cry for an hour or a day. He mourned for months. He fasted, going without food to focus on prayer. He didn't do this once. He did it repeatedly, denying himself the comfortable life he had in the palace to plead with God about Jerusalem. His prayers were remarkable. He didn't blame God. He didn't make excuses for his people. Instead, he confessed their sins. He included himself in that confession, even though he personally hadn't done the things that led to Jerusalem's destruction. "We have acted very wickedly toward you," he prayed. "We have not obeyed the commands, decrees, and laws you gave your servant Moses." But then Nehemiah did something powerful. He reminded God of his own promises. God had told Moses that if the people were scattered for their disobedience, but then turned back to him, he would gather them again and bring them back to the place he had chosen. "These are your servants and your people," Nehemiah prayed. "You redeemed them by your great strength and your mighty hand." Then came the specific request. "Give your servant success today by granting him favor in the presence of this man." This man, the king of Persia. Nehemiah was planning something audacious, but he waited. He prayed for months, building up his courage, waiting for the right moment. That moment came in the month of Nisan, around March or April of 445 BC. Nehemiah entered the king's presence as he had done hundreds of times before. He checked the wine carefully, but his heart was so heavy with grief that despite months of prayer and preparation, his face showed his sadness. King Artaxerxes noticed immediately. "Why does your face look so sad when you are not ill?" The king asked. "This can be nothing but sadness of heart." Nehemiah's blood ran cold. He was terrified. In the ancient Persian court, showing sadness in the king's presence could be seen as an insult. It suggested you weren't happy to be serving him. People had been executed for less. The Bible tells us clearly that Nehemiah was very much afraid. But he had come too far to turn back now. May the king live forever. Nehemiah said, giving the traditional greeting, "Why should my face not look sad when the city where my ancestors are buried lies in ruins and its gates have been destroyed by fire?" The king's response would determine everything. Would he be angry? Would he see this as disloyalty? Would Nehemiah's career end right now, possibly along with his life? Instead, Artaxerxes asked a question that opened the door to everything. "What is it you want?" This was the moment Nehemiah had been praying for. But he didn't rush into his answer. Bible said he prayed to the God of heaven right there, a quick silent prayer in the seconds before he spoke. Then he took the leap. "If it pleases the king, and if your servant has found favor in his sight, let him send me to the city in Judah where my ancestors are buried so that I can rebuild it." The request was enormous. Nehemiah wasn't just asking for vacation time. He was asking to leave his prestigious position. He was asking for permission to rebuild the very walls that the king's predecessor had ordered destroyed. He was asking for royal backing for a project that had been violently stopped just years earlier. The king looked at him. The queen sat beside the king. The silence must have been crushing. Then the king asked, "How long will your journey take, and when will you get back?" Nehemiah's heart soared. The king wasn't saying no. He was asking for details. It pleased the king to send him. But Nehemiah wasn't finished. He had been planning this for months. He knew exactly what he needed. "If it pleases the king," he said, "may I have letters to the governors of Trans-Euphrates, so that they will provide me safe conduct until I arrive in Judah?" The king agreed. Nehemiah continued, "And may I have a letter to Asaph, keeper of the royal park, so he will give me timber to make beams for the gates of the citadel by the temple and for the city wall and for the residence I will occupy." These were not small requests. Nehemiah was asking for official documents that would give him authority throughout the empire. He was asking for massive amounts of expensive timber from the king's own forests. He was asking for resources to build not just walls but his own fortified residence. The king granted him everything he asked for. The Bible adds a beautiful note right here. "And because the gracious hand of my God was on me, the king granted my requests." Nehemiah understood something crucial. Yes, he had served the king faithfully for years. Yes, he had planned carefully. Yes, he had spoken wisely. But ultimately, this was God's doing. God had moved the heart of the most powerful man on earth to grant everything needed for his purposes. Nehemiah set out for Jerusalem with royal letters, royal timber, and a military escort of army officers and cavalry. The cupbearer had become a governor. The journey from Susa to Jerusalem took about 4 months. Nehemiah traveled with his military escort through the vast Persian Empire. When he reached the provinces beyond the Euphrates River, he presented his letters to the governors. Everything went smoothly, but not everyone was happy about his arrival. 2 men in particular heard about Nehemiah's mission and were deeply disturbed. Their names were Sanballat and Tobiah. Sanballat was the governor of Samaria, the region just north of Judah. Tobiah was an Ammonite official with significant influence in the area. Both men had prospered while Jerusalem lay in ruins. Both men had reason to want Jerusalem to stay weak. The biblical account says they were very much disturbed that someone had come to promote the welfare of the Israelites. Think about that. They weren't just annoyed or concerned. They were deeply disturbed that anyone would want to help the Jews. This opposition would become a major theme in the story. But Nehemiah didn't confront them yet. He had just arrived. He needed to assess the situation first. Nehemiah spent 3 days in Jerusalem resting from his journey. He didn't tell anyone why he had come or what he was planning to do. He watched. He listened. He learned about the political situation, the condition of the people, and the state of the ruins. Then, on the third night, something remarkable happened. Nehemiah got up in the middle of the night. He took a few men with him, but he told no one what his God had put in his heart to do for Jerusalem. He didn't even tell his own small group exactly what he was planning. He mounted his animal and set out into the darkness. He rode toward the valley gate on the west side of the city. From there he headed south toward the Jackal Well and the Dung Gate. What he saw broke his heart all over again. The walls weren't just damaged, they were utterly destroyed. In some places there were piles of rubble so large that his animal couldn't get through. Nehemiah had to dismount and climb over the broken stones on foot, examining the ruins by lamplight or moonlight. He continued around to the fountain gate and the king's pool, but the rubble was so thick his animal couldn't even find a path. So he went up into the valley and inspected the wall from there before turning back and re-entering through the valley gate. The whole time, the officials of Jerusalem had no idea he was doing this. He hadn't told the priests. He hadn't told the nobles. He hadn't told the officials or anyone else who would be doing the work. Why the secrecy? Why the midnight inspection? Nehemiah was being strategic. He needed to see the full extent of the damage himself before making any announcements. He needed to form a plan. He needed to understand exactly what they were facing. If he had announced his intentions immediately, opposition could have formed before he even knew what he was up against. This wasn't deception. This was wisdom. Now he was ready to reveal his plan. Nehemiah gathered the people. This time he held nothing back. "You see the trouble we are in," he said. He didn't sugarcoat the situation. He didn't pretend things were better than they were. He started with the painful reality. Jerusalem lies in ruins, and its gates have been burned with fire. Then came the call. "Come, let us rebuild the wall of Jerusalem, and we will no longer be in disgrace." Disgrace. That word captured everything. A city without walls was a humiliation. It announced to every surrounding nation that the Jews were weak, defeated, not worth taking seriously. The city that was supposed to show the world the glory of the one true God instead showed nothing but ruin and shame. But Nehemiah didn't stop there. He told them about God's favor. He explained how the hand of his God had been upon him. He described how God had moved the heart of King Artaxerxes to grant everything they needed. The people's response was immediate and powerful. "Let us start rebuilding." Just like that, the project began. The impossible task that had defeated previous attempts was starting again. But this time, something was different. This time, they had a leader who had planned carefully, prayed intensely, and secured the resources they needed. This time, they had Nehemiah. But the opposition wasn't going to sit idle. As soon as Sanballat, Tobiah, and another enemy named Geshem the Arab heard what was happening, they began their attack. They didn't use swords or armies. Not yet. They used something often more devastating. They used mockery. "What is this you are doing?" They jeered. "Are you rebelling against the king?" This was a clever accusation. Remember, just 13 years earlier, the Persian king had ordered the wall construction stopped because of accusations that the Jews were rebelling. Sanballat and Tobiah were trying to resurrect those old fears. They were suggesting that building the wall was an act of treason against Persia. But Nehemiah had something they didn't expect. He had letters from the king himself. He had official authorization. The accusation of rebellion was empty. Nehemiah's response was perfect. "The God of heaven will give us success. We, his servants, will start rebuilding, but as for you, you have no share in Jerusalem or any claim or historic right to it." He didn't argue with them. He didn't try to convince them. He simply stated the truth and went back to work. But this was just the beginning of the opposition they would face. What happened next was remarkable. The people organized themselves with incredible efficiency. The third chapter of Nehemiah's account reads like an ancient construction report, listing person after person, group after group, each taking responsibility for a section of wall. The high priest and his fellow priests rebuilt the sheep gate. They dedicated it and set its doors in place. Men of Jericho rebuilt the section next to them. The sons of Hassenaah rebuilt the fish gate, laying its beams and putting its doors and bolts and bars in place. Goldsmiths worked on the wall. So did perfume makers. These weren't construction workers by trade. They were craftsmen who put down their normal work to rebuild their city's defenses. One man named Shallum had his daughters working alongside him. In ancient culture, this was unusual and shows the level of commitment everyone felt. The rulers of various districts each took responsibility for sections. Some people worked on the wall near their own homes, giving them extra motivation to do the work well. But not everyone participated. Bible mentions that the nobles of Tekoa refused to put their shoulders to the work under their supervisors. While everyone else was sacrificing and sweating and building, these nobles apparently thought the work was beneath them. The contrast was stark. Most people, rich and poor, worked with everything they had. A few held back, protecting their pride or their comfort. But the work moved forward anyway. As the wall began to rise, Sanballat's anger grew. He couldn't stop the work through accusations, so he tried ridicule. He gathered his associates and the army of Samaria. In front of them all, he mocked the Jews. What are those feeble Jews doing? Will they restore their wall? Will they offer sacrifices? Will they finish in a day? Can they bring the stones back to life from those heaps of rubble, burned as they are? Tobiah the Ammonite joined in. What they are building, he sneered. If even a fox climbed up on it, he would break down their wall of stones. The mockery was strategic. They weren't just being mean. They were trying to crush the people's spirit, to make them believe the task was impossible, to convince them they were wasting their time. Nehemiah didn't try to argue. Instead, he prayed, "Hear us, our God, for we are despised. Turn their insults back on their own heads. Give them over as plunder in a land of captivity. Do not cover up their guilt or blot out their sins from your sight, for they have thrown insults in the face of the builders." Then he led the people right back to work. The result? So we rebuilt the wall till all of it reached half its height, for the people worked with all their heart, half height. They were making real, measurable progress. The impossible was becoming possible. And that's when the opposition turned dangerous. When Sanballat, Tobiah the Arabs, the Ammonites, and the people of Ashdod heard that the repairs to Jerusalem's walls were going ahead and that the gaps were being closed, they were furious. They stopped mocking and started plotting. They formed a conspiracy. All of them plotted together to come and fight against Jerusalem and stir up trouble against it. This was the moment of greatest danger. The Jews were surrounded by enemies on every side. And now those enemies were planning a coordinated military attack. The workers were vulnerable, spread out along different sections of wall, focused on construction rather than combat. If the enemies attacked now, they could massacre the workers and end the project permanently. The people heard about the plot. Jews who lived near the enemies came and warned them again and again. Wherever you turn, they will attack us. Fear began to spread. Some people started to doubt. Was this project worth dying for? Should they give up while they still could? Nehemiah had to make a decision. If he pulled everyone off the wall to form a defensive army, the construction would stop and might never restart. If he kept everyone working and the attack came, they could all be killed. He chose a third option. Nehemiah positioned people by families in the lowest parts of the wall, at the exposed places. He stationed them with their swords, spears, and bows. Then he gathered the nobles, the officials, and the rest of the people. He gave them a speech that would echo through history. "Don't be afraid of them," he said. "Remember the Lord, who is great and awesome, and fight for your families, your sons and your daughters, your wives and your homes." Notice what he told them to remember first. not their own strength, not their weapons, not their strategy. Remember the Lord. When the enemies heard that their plot had been discovered and that God had frustrated their plan, they backed down. The Jews returned to the wall, each to their own work. But everything had changed. From that day on, half of Nehemiah's men did the work while the other half stood guard, holding spears, shields, bows, and armor. The officers posted themselves behind all the people of Judah. Those who carried materials did their work with one hand and held a weapon in the other. Every builder wore his sword at his side as he worked. Picture this scene. Men hauling stones with one hand, a sword strapped to their side. Women mixing mortar while armed guards watched for attack. The sound of hammers and trowels mixed with the sound of soldiers practicing with weapons. Nehemiah kept a trumpeter beside him at all times. The work is extensive and spread out, he told the people, and we are widely separated from each other along the wall. Wherever you hear the sound of the trumpet, join us there. Our God will fight for us. So they continued working from dawn until the stars came out. Nobody went home at night. Nehemiah, his brothers, his men, and the guards stayed in Jerusalem, fully dressed and armed, ready for attack at any moment. The work continued. But the opposition had only just begun. External enemies weren't Nehemiah's only problem. A crisis was brewing inside Jerusalem itself. The people were working so hard on the wall that they had no time to farm or pursue their normal occupations. They needed to eat, but they had no money to buy food. Some families were mortgaging their fields, vineyards, and homes just to get grain during the famine. Others were borrowing money to pay the king's tax on their fields and vineyards. The situation was so desperate that some Jewish parents were being forced to sell their own children into slavery just to survive. But here's what made it even worse. The people lending money and taking the children as slaves were other Jews. Wealthy Jews were exploiting their poor brothers and sisters in their moment of weakness. When Nehemiah heard their outcry, he was furious. He called a large meeting and confronted the nobles and officials directly. "What you are doing is not right," he told them. "You are charging your own people interest." In Jewish law, charging interest to fellow Jews in their time of need was forbidden. These wealthy Jews were violating God's commands and exploiting their own people. The nobles and officials were silent. They had no defense. Nehemiah continued, "We have done our best to buy back our fellow Jews who were sold to the Gentiles. Now you are selling your own people, only for them to be sold back to us." Then he made them a direct demand. Give back to them immediately their fields, vineyards, olive groves, and houses, and also the interest you are charging them. The wealthy Jews could have resisted. They could have argued. They could have used their power to silence Nehemiah. Instead, they said, "We will give it back, and we will not demand anything more from them. We will do as you say." Nehemiah made them take an oath before the priests. Then he did something symbolic. He shook out the folds of his robe and said, "In this way may God shake out of their house and possessions anyone who does not keep this promise." The whole assembly said, "Amen," and praised the Lord. And the people did as they had promised. This moment reveals something crucial about Nehemiah's leadership. He cared about more than just building walls. He cared about justice. He cared about the poor. He wouldn't tolerate oppression, even when it came from powerful people, even when confronting it might have cost him their support for the wall. And his example went even deeper than that confrontation. Nehemiah had been appointed governor of Judah. The position came with benefits. Previous governors had placed heavy burdens on the people, taking food and wine from them, extracting 40 shekels of silver from them. Even the governor's assistants had lorded it over the people. Nehemiah did none of this. For the entire 12 years of his governorship, neither he nor his brothers ate the food allotted to the governor. He didn't burden the people because they were already struggling with the heavy work on the wall. Instead, Nehemiah devoted himself to working on the wall alongside everyone else. He and his men didn't acquire any land for themselves. They didn't use their positions for personal gain. More than that, Nehemiah fed 150 Jews and officials at his own table every day, plus visitors from surrounding nations. Each day, 1 ox, 6 choice sheep, and some poultry were prepared, along with wine. All of this came from Nehemiah's own resources, not from the governor's allowance. He could have demanded payment. He had every right to it. But he didn't. "I did not demand the food allotted to the governor," he wrote, because the demands were heavy on these people. This was leadership by example. While some nobles refused to work and others exploited their poor brothers, Nehemiah worked harder than anyone and served at his own expense. But his integrity would be tested again, in an even more personal way. The wall was nearly complete. Only the doors and the gates remained to be set in place. Sanballat and Geshem sent Nehemiah a message. "Come, let us meet together in one of the villages on the plain of Ono." On the surface, it seemed reasonable. Perhaps they wanted to negotiate. Perhaps they were ready to make peace. The plain of Ono was about 27 miles northwest of Jerusalem, neutral territory. But Nehemiah saw through it immediately. They were scheming to harm him. If he left Jerusalem and traveled to meet them, he would be vulnerable. They could kidnap him, kill him, or simply delay him long enough to disrupt the work. He sent back a simple message. "I am carrying on a great project and cannot go down. Why should the work stop while I leave it and go down to you?" They didn't give up. 4 times they sent him the same message. 4 times he gave them the same answer. On the 5th attempt, they changed tactics. Sanballat sent his aide to Nehemiah with an unsealed letter. An unsealed letter meant its contents would be public, read by everyone who handled it. This was intentional. Sanballat wanted rumors to spread. The letter said, "It is reported among the nations, and Geshem says it is true, that you and the Jews are plotting to revolt, and therefore you are building the wall. Moreover, according to these reports, you are about to become their king, and have even appointed prophets to make this proclamation about you in Jerusalem. There is a king in Judah. Now this report will get back to the king, so come, let us meet together." This was a more sophisticated attack. Sanballat was creating a false narrative that could reach the Persian king. He was suggesting that Nehemiah's true goal was rebellion, that he wanted to crown himself king, that the whole wall project was actually preparation for war against Persia. It was slander, but it was dangerous slander. Nehemiah's response was direct and fearless. "Nothing like what you are saying is happening. You are just making it up out of your head." He understood what they were trying to do. "They were all trying to frighten us," he wrote, thinking, "their hands will get too weak for the work, and it will not be completed." But instead of being frightened, Nehemiah prayed, "Now strengthen my hands." The attacks kept coming. One day Nehemiah went to the house of a man named Shemaiah. Shemaiah shut himself inside his house and then gave Nehemiah a message that was supposedly from God. "Let us meet in the house of God, inside the temple, and let us close the temple doors, because men are coming to kill you. By night they are coming to kill you." It sounded urgent. It sounded spiritual. A prophet was telling him that God had revealed an assassination plot. Surely the wise thing would be to hide in the temple, the one place his enemies wouldn't dare attack him. But Nehemiah saw through this deception too. "Should a man like me run away?" he asked. "Or should someone like me go into the temple to save his life? I will not go." He realized that God had not sent Shemaiah at all. Tobiah and Sanballat had hired him to intimidate Nehemiah. They wanted him to sin by entering the inner part of the temple, which was forbidden to anyone who wasn't a priest. If Nehemiah went in there, he would violate God's law. He would lose credibility. His enemies could say he was a false leader who didn't respect God's commands. More than that, hiding in fear would have destroyed morale. If the leader ran away, why should anyone else stay and fight? Nehemiah refused to be manipulated. He refused to compromise his integrity. He refused to show fear. He prayed instead. "Remember Tobiah and Sanballat. "My God, because of what they have done, remember also the prophet Nehemiah and how she and the rest of the prophets have been trying to intimidate me." Even some prophets had been turned against him. The opposition had infiltrated every level of society, trying every tactic they could think of to stop this project, but they failed. 52 days after they began, the wall was finished. 52 days, less than 2 months. A project that seemed impossible, that had failed multiple times before, that faced constant opposition from every direction, was complete. When all their enemies heard about it, all the surrounding nations were afraid and lost their self-confidence. They realized that this work had been done with the help of God. Think about what had been accomplished. Not just a wall, but a statement. Jerusalem was no longer defenseless. The Jews were no longer a humiliated people. God's city had been restored. But Nehemiah knew that walls alone weren't enough. A city needed more than physical protection. It needed spiritual renewal. Even with the wall complete, danger remained. Tobiah had connections inside Jerusalem. Many nobles were under oath to him because he had married into a prominent Jewish family. His son had also married the daughter of an important Jewish leader. These nobles kept reporting to Tobiah everything Nehemiah did. They also kept sending letters to intimidate Nehemiah. Imagine that. The wall was built, but the enemy had agents inside the city, people who were supposed to be on Nehemiah's side, but who were actually working for his opponents. Nehemiah set guards at the gates. He appointed his brother Hanani, the one who had first brought him news of Jerusalem's troubles, as commander of the citadel. He put a man named Hananiah in charge alongside him, because Hananiah was a man of integrity who feared God more than most people do. He gave them strict instructions. The gates of Jerusalem are not to be opened until the sun is hot. While the gatekeepers are still on duty, have them shut the doors and bar them. Also appoint residents of Jerusalem as guards, some at their posts and some near their own houses. The city was still vulnerable. It was large but didn't have many people living in it yet. Security had to be maintained. But Nehemiah had a bigger vision than just a secure city. He wanted a renewed people. When the 7th month came, all the people assembled in the square before the water gate. They asked Ezra the priest to bring out the book of the law of Moses, which the Lord had commanded for Israel. Ezra stood on a high wooden platform built for the occasion. When he opened the book, all the people stood up. He praised the Lord, and all the people lifted their hands and responded, "Amen, Amen." Then Ezra read from the book from daybreak until noon. The people stood there, listening to God's word for hours. But it wasn't just reading. Ezra and other Levites read from the book of the law of God, making it clear and giving the meaning, so that the people understood what was being read. As the people heard God's word, they began to weep. They realized how far they had fallen from what God had called them to be. They saw their sins clearly for the first time in years. But Nehemiah, Ezra, and the Levites told them, "This day is holy to the Lord your God. Do not mourn or weep." They continued, "Go and enjoy choice food and sweet drinks, and send some to those who have nothing prepared. This day is holy to our Lord. Do not grieve, for the joy of the Lord is your strength." That phrase, "the joy of the Lord is your strength," would echo through history. It captured something essential. Their strength didn't come from their own abilities or their new walls. It came from the joy of knowing God, of being in relationship with Him, of understanding His love for them. The people went away to eat and drink, to send portions of food, and to celebrate with great joy, because they now understood the words that had been made known to them. The next day, they discovered in the law that during the 7th month, the Israelites were supposed to live in temporary shelters to remember how their ancestors had lived in the wilderness after leaving Egypt. No one had celebrated this festival of booths properly since the days of Joshua, hundreds of years earlier. So they built temporary shelters on their roofs, in their courtyards, in the courts of the house of God, and in the public squares. For 7 days they celebrated with great rejoicing. Day after day, Ezra read from the book of the law. The people were hungry for God's word, desperate to understand what he required of them. On the 24th day of the same month, the Israelites gathered together, fasting and wearing sackcloth, with dust on their heads. They stood and confessed their sins and the sins of their ancestors. They stood there for a quarter of the day reading from the book of the law, and for another quarter of the day they confessed and worshiped the Lord their God. The Levites led them in a remarkable prayer that reviewed their entire history. They praised God as Creator. They recalled how He chose Abraham and found his heart faithful. They remembered the Exodus from Egypt, how God divided the Red Sea, led them with a pillar of cloud and fire, and gave them His law at Mount Sinai. But they also remembered the dark parts, how their ancestors became arrogant and stiff-necked, how they refused to listen and failed to remember God's miracles, how they made an idol of a golden calf and committed terrible blasphemies. Yet even then, God didn't abandon them. He gave them His Spirit to instruct them. He fed them with manna. He brought them into the promised land. The prayer continued through their history, the times of the judges, the period of the kings, the warnings of the prophets, and finally the exile. But see, we are slaves today, they prayed. We are slaves in the land you gave our ancestors. Its abundant harvest goes to the kings you have placed over us because of our sins. They rule over our bodies and our cattle as they please. We are in great distress. It was a moment of brutal honesty before God. Yes, they were back in the land. Yes, the temple and walls were rebuilt. But they were still under foreign rule. They were still paying taxes to Persia. They were still experiencing the consequences of centuries of rebellion against God. In response to all this, they made a binding agreement in writing, putting it under seal. Their leaders, Levites, and priests affixed their seals to it. They bound themselves with a curse and an oath to follow God's law. They promised not to intermarry with the surrounding peoples. They promised to keep the Sabbath. They promised to bring their tithes and offerings to the temple. They promised to care for the house of God. This was revival. Not just emotional excitement, but concrete commitment to obey God's word. The wall was built. The people were renewed. But Jerusalem still had a problem. It was a large city with few people living in it. The leaders lived in Jerusalem, but most people lived in the surrounding towns and villages. This made the city vulnerable and undermined its role as the center of Jewish life. So they cast lots to bring 1 out of every 10 people from the towns to live in Jerusalem. The rest were to stay in their own towns. The people commended all who volunteered to live in Jerusalem. Not everyone wanted to move there. Life in Jerusalem meant more danger, more responsibility, more sacrifice. But some volunteered anyway, and others accepted the call when their lot was chosen. Lists were made of everyone who settled in Jerusalem. Priests, Levites, temple servants, descendants of Solomon's servants, people from the tribes of Judah and Benjamin, leaders and administrators. The city began to fill with life again. When the time came to dedicate the wall of Jerusalem, they brought in the Levites from all their locations to celebrate joyfully with songs of thanksgiving and with music from cymbals, harps, and lyres. The musicians were assembled from the region around Jerusalem. They had purified themselves, and they purified the people, the gates, and the wall. Nehemiah had the leaders of Judah go up on top of the wall. He appointed 2 large choirs to give thanks. One went to the right on the wall toward the dung gate. Half the leaders of Judah followed them, along with priests carrying trumpets. The second choir went in the opposite direction. Nehemiah followed with half the people along the top of the wall, past the Tower of the Ovens to the broad wall, over the gate of Ephraim, the Jeshanah gate, the Fish gate, the Tower of Hananel and the Tower of the 100, as far as the Sheep gate. Both choirs took their places in the house of God. The sound of rejoicing in Jerusalem could be heard far away. After all the opposition, after all the attacks, after all the fear and exhaustion, the people celebrated. They offered great sacrifices that day, rejoicing because God had given them great joy. The women and children also rejoiced. On that day, men were appointed to be in charge of the storerooms for the contributions, first fruits, and tithes. The people were so full of joy that they wanted to support the priests and Levites who served in the temple. Everything seemed perfect. The wall was built. The city was populated. The people were celebrating. God was being worshipped. The story could have ended there, a tale of triumph against impossible odds. But it didn't end there. Years passed. Nehemiah went back to King Artaxerxes in Babylon, having served his agreed-upon term as governor. But after some time, he asked the king for permission to return to Jerusalem. What he found there broke his heart. During his absence, everything had started to fall apart. Eliashib the priest had provided a large room in the temple courts for Tobiah the Ammonite. Yes, that Tobiah, one of Nehemiah's chief enemies. A man who had mocked the wall, conspired to attack the workers, hired false prophets to intimidate Nehemiah, and worked constantly to undermine everything they had accomplished. And now he had a room in God's temple. Nehemiah was furious. He threw all of Tobiah's household goods out of the room. He gave orders to purify the rooms, and then he brought back the articles of God's house. But that wasn't the only problem. The portions for the Levites had not been given to them. All the Levites and musicians responsible for the service had gone back to their own fields because they weren't being supported. The people had stopped bringing their tithes. The storerooms were empty. Nehemiah confronted the officials. Why is the house of God neglected? He called the Levites and musicians back and stationed them at their posts. Then he found out that people were treading wine presses on the Sabbath. They were bringing in grain and loading it on donkeys. They were bringing wine, grapes, figs, and all kinds of loads into Jerusalem on the Sabbath day. Nehemiah warned them against selling food on that day. People from Tyre who lived in Jerusalem were bringing in fish and all kinds of merchandise and selling them on the Sabbath to the people of Judah. Nehemiah rebuked the nobles of Judah. What is this wicked thing you are doing, desecrating the Sabbath day? Didn't your ancestors do the same things, so that our God brought all this calamity on us and on this city? Now you are stirring up more wrath against Israel by desecrating the Sabbath. He ordered the city gates to be shut at nightfall before the Sabbath and not opened until it was over. He stationed some of his own men at the gates so that no load could be brought in on the Sabbath. Merchants and sellers camped outside Jerusalem once or twice, trying to wait out the restrictions. Nehemiah warned them, "If you do this again, I will arrest you." From that time on, they no longer came on the Sabbath. But there was one more problem, perhaps the most serious of all. Nehemiah saw men of Judah who had married women from Ashdod, Ammon, and Moab. Half of their children spoke the language of Ashdod, or the language of one of the other peoples, and they didn't even know how to speak the language of Judah. This was more than a cultural issue. The entire history of Israel showed that intermarriage with pagan nations led to idolatry. It had been one of the key sins that led to the exile in the first place. Solomon himself, the wisest king Israel ever had been led astray by his foreign wives. And here they were, making the same mistake again. Nehemiah rebuked them. He called down curses on them. He beat some of them and pulled out their hair. He made them take an oath in God's name. You are not to give your daughters in marriage to their sons, nor are you to take their daughters in marriage for your sons or for yourselves, he told them. Was it not because of marriages like these that Solomon, king of Israel, sinned? Among the many nations there was no king like him. He was loved by his God, and God made him king over all Israel. But even he was led into sin by foreign women. Must we hear now that you too are doing all this terrible wickedness and are being unfaithful to our God by marrying foreign women? Even the family of the high priest was involved. One of the sons of Joiada, the son of Eliashib the high priest, was son-in-law to Sanballat. Yes, that's Sanballat, another one of Nehemiah's chief enemies. Nehemiah drove him away from him. The book ends with Nehemiah's prayer. Remember them, my God, because they defiled the priestly office and the covenant of the priesthood and of the Levites. Then, remember me with favor, my God. And God did just that. Nehemiah's story doesn't have a neat, perfect ending, but teaches an important lesson. When God's people pray and work together with faith and courage, God makes impossibilities become realities. Look at what Nehemiah accomplished. He rebuilt walls that had been rubble for nearly 150 years. He united a discouraged, scattered people to accomplish the impossible in just 52 days. The God of Nehemiah is the same today. He still moves hearts. He still empowers ordinary people to accomplish impossible tasks. He still protects his people from their enemies. He still keeps his promises. Away from that, let's look at another story that serves as a reminder that when human solutions fail, a higher power, the Almighty God, is still very much at work. The story of Solomon's unnatural wisdom. You see, history is full of clever rulers, but Solomon possessed a discernment that defied natural explanation. The palace gardens were quiet that morning, but inside the throne room, two women screamed at each other with a fury that made the guards step back. Between them lay a baby boy, alive and gurgling, unaware that his fate hung in the balance. And beside him, wrapped in cloth stained with tears, lay another infant. This one would never wake again. The younger woman, her face twisted with grief and rage, pointed at the child. "He's mine," she's lying. The older woman clutched her arms around herself, rocking back and forth. "No, no, the living child is mine. The dead one belongs to her." Neither would yield. Neither would stop shouting. And in a kingdom of thousands, these two women had no husband, no family, no witness to speak for them. Just their word against each other, and a king who somehow had to find the truth. This was not supposed to happen to Solomon. He was young. He had just become king of Israel after his father David died. The crown still felt heavy on his head. The throne still felt too large, and now these two women stood before him, demanding justice in a case that seemed impossible to solve. But something was different about Solomon. Something had changed just nights before. And what happened next in that throne room would echo through history as proof that God was not distant or silent, but alive and active in the world of men. To understand what happened that day, you need to know how Solomon got here. His father David had been a warrior, a giant slayer, a man who united the 12 tribes of Israel into one nation. David had killed lions with his bare hands as a shepherd boy. He had defeated armies. He had danced through the streets when the Ark of God came home to Jerusalem. The people loved him. They sang songs about him. They told stories about him around their fires at night. But David was not perfect. He had made terrible mistakes. He had taken another man's wife and arranged for that man to die in battle. He had lost children to violence and betrayal. His own son Absalom had tried to steal the throne and died in the attempt. David's life was marked by both magnificent triumphs and devastating failures. Now David was old. His body, which had once moved with the grace of a warrior, was cold and still beneath blankets. His advisors gathered around him, asking the question that would determine the future of the nation. Who would be king? David had many sons. Adonijah, one of the older ones, had already started acting like he was king. He gathered chariots and horsemen. He held feasts. He invited all his brothers except Solomon. He was preparing to take the throne by force if necessary. But David had made a promise. Years before, he had sworn to Bathsheba, Solomon's mother, that her son would be the next king. And David kept his word. The old king called for Zadok the priest and Nathan the prophet. His voice was weak, but his command was clear. Take Solomon down to Gihon. Put him on my own mule. Pour oil on his head and proclaim him king over Israel. Then blow the trumpet and shout, "Long live King Solomon." They did exactly as David commanded. The people of Jerusalem heard the trumpet blast. They saw the young prince anointed with oil, and they erupted in celebration. The sound was so loud that Adonijah, feasting with his supporters across the city, heard it and knew his plans had crumbled. Solomon was king. He was young, probably in his early 20s. He had grown up in the palace, yes, but he had not led armies. He had not fought in wars. He had studied and learned and watched his father rule, but now the weight of leadership pressed down on his own shoulders. Israel was not a small tribe anymore. It stretched from the Euphrates River in the north down to Egypt in the south. Hundreds of thousands of people looked to Jerusalem for justice, for protection, for guidance. Neighboring kingdoms watched to see if this young king would be strong or weak. Inside his own borders, tribal leaders and officials waited to test him. And Solomon knew something that terrified him. He was not ready. Shortly after becoming king, Solomon went to Gibeon. This was a high place, a sacred location where people came to worship God and offer sacrifices. It was not the tabernacle in Jerusalem, but it was an important place. Solomon came with deep reverence. He offered 1,000 burnt offerings on the altar there. That night, as Solomon slept in Gibeon, God came to him in a dream. The dream felt more real than waking life. God's presence filled Solomon's awareness completely. And then God spoke. His voice was not harsh or demanding. It was an offer, an invitation. Ask for whatever you want me to give you. Imagine that moment. The creator of everything, the God who had parted the Red Sea, who had brought down the walls of Jericho, who had turned day into night and water into blood. The God who had made David a king and built Israel into a nation. This God was offering Solomon anything he wanted, anything. He could have asked for long life, for wealth beyond measure, for victory over every enemy, for fame that would last forever. He could have asked to be the greatest king who ever lived, remembered for all time. But Solomon had seen something in his short time as king. He had seen the complexity of leadership. He had seen people come with problems he did not know how to solve. He had seen disputes where both sides seemed right. He had felt the weight of decisions that would affect thousands of lives. And Solomon knew himself. He knew his youth. He knew his inexperience. He knew that all the gold and all the armies in the world would not help him if he could not tell right from wrong, truth from lies, justice from injustice. So Solomon spoke to God. You have shown great kindness to my father David because he was faithful to you. He walked before you in truth and righteousness, and you have continued this great kindness by giving him a son to sit on his throne. Now, Lord my God, you have made me king in place of my father David. But I am only a little child. I do not know how to carry out my duties. Your servant is here among the people you have chosen. They are a great people, too numerous to count or number. So give your servant a discerning heart to govern your people and to distinguish between right and wrong. For who is able to govern this great people of yours? He asked for wisdom. He asked for understanding. He asked for the ability to discern truth. He asked for what he needed to serve others well. And God was pleased. The Lord spoke to Solomon again in the dream. Since you have asked for this, and not for long life or wealth for yourself, and not for the death of your enemies, but for discernment in administering justice, I will do what you have asked. I will give you a wise and discerning heart, so that there will never have been anyone like you, nor will there ever be. Moreover, I will give you what you have not asked for. I will give you both wealth and honor, so that in your lifetime you will have no equal among kings. And if you walk in obedience to me and keep my decrees and commands as David your father did, I will give you a long life. Then Solomon woke up, and he realized it had been a dream. But he also realized it had been far more than a dream. It had been real. God had spoken. God had answered. Something had changed inside him. Solomon returned to Jerusalem. He stood before the Ark of the Covenant and offered more sacrifices and fellowship offerings. Then he gave a feast for all his court. He was ready now, or at least he thought he was. He had no idea how quickly his new gift would be tested. Not long after Solomon returned from Gibeon, the two women came to the palace. They were not nobles. They were not from important families. They were prostitutes living together in the same house. They had no husbands, no fathers or brothers to speak for them. In that society, they were among the lowest, the most vulnerable. They had no power, no influence, no one to defend their rights. But Israel's justice system had a radical principle. Anyone, no matter how poor or powerless, could come directly to the king with their case. The palace gates were open. The king was required to hear them. So these two women came, and they brought with them a tragedy that seemed impossible to resolve. The younger woman spoke first. Her voice was raw with emotion, but she forced out her words clearly. She wanted everyone to understand. "My lord, this woman and I live in the same house. I gave birth to a baby while she was there with me. 3 days later, she also had a baby. We were alone. No one else was in the house, just the two of us and our babies." The court was silent. Officials and nobles leaned forward. This was unusual. Women like this did not usually come before the king. The woman continued. "During the night, this woman's son died. She rolled over on him while sleeping. And when she woke up and realized what had happened, she got up in the middle of the night while I was asleep. She took my son from my side. She put him at her breast. And she put her dead son at my breast." Her voice broke. Tears streamed down her face. "The next morning, I got up to nurse my son. And he was dead. But when I looked at him closely in the morning light, I realized he was not the son I had born." The other woman immediately shouted, "No. The living one is my son. The dead one is yours." The first woman wheeled on her. "No. The dead one is yours. The living one is mine." They began screaming at each other again. Guards moved forward, but Solomon raised his hand. "Let them speak. Let everyone see exactly what he was dealing with." This was the test. This was where wisdom would matter. There were no witnesses. Both women claimed the living child. Both women claimed the other was lying. There was no way to prove who was telling the truth. No DNA tests, no birth certificates, no neighbors who could testify. Just two desperate women and one impossible question. Who was the mother? The officials in the court began murmuring to each other. Some suggested sending them away. There was no way to decide this. Others suggested splitting the difference somehow, though no one could say how. A few suggested that Solomon simply choose one based on instinct. But Solomon sat on his throne, watching, listening. His new gift from God was beginning to work inside his mind. He was not listening to their words anymore. He was watching something deeper. He was seeing something that others missed. Solomon suddenly stood up. The room fell silent. "Bring me a sword," the king commanded. A guard rushed forward with a blade. The weapon gleamed in the light streaming through the palace windows. Solomon took it and held it up where everyone could see. The two women stopped shouting. They stared at the king, confused and frightened. Solomon's voice rang out clear and strong. "Cut the living child in two. Give half to one woman and half to the other." The court erupted in shocked gasps. Nobles turned to each other in disbelief. Was the king serious? Was this the wisdom of God they had heard about? This seemed like madness. But watch what happened next. The older woman, the one who had been so insistent, so loud in her claims, suddenly nodded. "Neither I nor you shall have him. Cut him in two." Her voice was cold, final. If she could not have the child, then no one would. But the other woman screamed. It was not a scream of anger. It was a scream of pure terror and desperation. She lunged forward, reaching for the baby, reaching for the king, reaching for anyone who would listen. "Please, my lord, please, give her the living baby. Don't kill him. Let her have him. Just don't kill him." She fell to her knees, sobbing. Every person in that room could see it. This was not strategy. This was not calculation. This was a mother who would rather lose her child forever than see him harmed. This was love that surpassed all reason, all pride, all desire for justice or revenge. Solomon lowered the sword. His face broke into a slight smile. He handed the weapon back to the guard. "Give the living baby to the first woman," he commanded, pointing to the younger woman still sobbing on the floor. "Do not kill him. She is his mother." The room understood instantly, of course. It was brilliant. No real mother would agree to have her child killed, no matter what. The woman willing to cut the baby in half had revealed herself. She had no mother's heart. She was willing to destroy what she could not have. But the woman who begged for the child's life, even if it meant giving him to her enemy, had proven herself. Only a mother's love could make that sacrifice. The guards helped the younger woman to her feet. They placed the baby in her arms. She clutched him to her chest, weeping with relief and gratitude. She looked up at Solomon with wonder and thankfulness. The other woman was escorted out, her face twisted with rage and shame. And the court stood in stunned silence. Then someone began to clap. Then another. Soon the entire throne room was filled with applause and shouts of amazement. This was wisdom beyond human cleverness. This was insight that came from somewhere deeper than logic. This was a king who could see into the human heart itself. Word of Solomon's judgment spread through Jerusalem like wildfire. By evening, everyone in the city knew the story. By the next day, travelers were carrying the tale to every corner of Israel. People gathered in marketplaces and around wells, retelling what happened. The story grew in each telling, but the essential facts remained the same. The king had solved an impossible case. He had found truth where there was no evidence. He had protected the powerless and exposed the fraud. But more than that, people began to realize something profound. This was not just a clever king. This was not just a skilled judge. This was something supernatural. This was God's hand at work in Israel again. For years, Israel had been waiting for proof that God had not abandoned them, waiting for signs that He still cared about their nation, waiting to see if the promises made to Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, and David were still true. And now, in a simple case about two women and a baby, they saw it. God was alive. God was active. God had given their young king a gift that could only come from heaven. The fear of the Lord came upon all Israel. They saw Solomon and they saw God's hand on him. They respected him not just because he wore a crown, but because God had clearly chosen him and equipped him. That day in the throne room was just the beginning. Solomon's reign would last 40 years, and in those 4 decades, his wisdom would become legendary throughout the known world. He wrote 3,000 proverbs, short, powerful sayings that captured profound truths about life, human nature, and how to live well. People memorized them, taught them to their children, built their lives around them. He composed over 1,000 songs. Music that celebrated God's goodness, explored the mysteries of love, and expressed the deepest longings of the human heart. He studied the natural world with the curiosity of a scientist and the wonder of a poet. He spoke about trees, from the cedar of Lebanon to the hyssop that grows out of walls. He taught about animals, birds, reptiles, and fish. He understood how the world worked in ways that amazed everyone who heard him. Kings and queens from distant lands heard about Solomon's wisdom and came to test him with hard questions. They brought riddles, philosophical problems, matters of statecraft and governance, and Solomon answered them all. Not one question was too difficult for him. The Queen of Sheba, ruler of a wealthy kingdom far to the south, heard the reports and did not believe them. She traveled for months with a great caravan loaded with spices, gold, and precious stones. She came to Jerusalem determined to expose Solomon as a fraud. She asked him every difficult question she could think of, and he answered every single one. He explained mysteries. He solved problems. He demonstrated knowledge that left her breathless. But it was not just his answers that amazed her. It was everything she saw. The palace he had built, the food on his table, the organization of his officials, the way his servants carried themselves, the burnt offerings he made at the temple. Everything spoke of wisdom, of order, of someone who understood how to build something beautiful and lasting. She said to Solomon, "The report I heard in my own country about your achievements and your wisdom is true. But I did not believe these things until I came and saw with my own eyes. Indeed, not even half was told me. In wisdom and wealth you have far exceeded the report I heard." Then she said something remarkable. "Praise be to the Lord your God, who has delighted in you and placed you on the throne of Israel. Because of the Lord's eternal love for Israel, he has made you king to maintain justice and righteousness." She saw it. This foreign queen, who worshipped other gods, who came from a pagan land, she saw what was really happening. This was not just about Solomon. This was about God. God had done this. God was alive and working through this king. But Solomon's greatest work was not his wisdom itself. It was what he did with that wisdom. His father David had wanted to build a temple for God. For generations, the Ark of the Covenant, the symbol of God's presence with Israel, had lived in a tent. David thought this was wrong. God should have the most magnificent building ever constructed. But God told David, "No. You have shed much blood and have fought many wars. You are not to build a house for my name. But you will have a son who will be a man of peace and rest, and I will give him rest from all his enemies on every side. His name will be Solomon, and I will grant Israel peace and quiet during his reign. He is the one who will build a house for my name." So Solomon took up his father's dream. But he did not just build a building. He created a masterpiece that would become one of the wonders of the ancient world. The temple took 7 years to build. Tens of thousands of workers labored on it. Stone was quarried and dressed at the quarry so that no hammer or chisel or any iron tool would be heard at the temple site during construction. The building itself rose in reverent silence. The interior was overlaid with pure gold. Carved cherubim, palm trees, and open flowers covered the walls. Everything was designed to reflect the beauty and majesty of God. When it was finished, Solomon gathered all the elders and leaders of Israel to Jerusalem. The priests brought the Ark of the Covenant to its place in the inner sanctuary of the temple, the most holy place. And then something happened that left everyone on their faces. When the priests withdrew from the holy place, the cloud filled the temple of the Lord. The glory of God came down so powerfully that the priests could not perform their service. The presence of God was so intense, so overwhelming, that they could not even stand. Solomon turned to the people. He spread out his hands toward heaven and prayed one of the most beautiful prayers in Scripture. "Lord, the God of Israel, there is no God like you in heaven above or on earth below. You who keep your covenant of love with your servants who continue wholeheartedly in your way. You have kept your promise to your servant David my father. With your mouth you have promised, and with your hand you have fulfilled it." He prayed for the temple to be a place where God would hear prayers, where people could come and find forgiveness, where foreigners could come and know the true God, where the sick could find healing and the lost could find direction. And when Solomon finished praying, fire came down from heaven and consumed the burnt offering and the sacrifices. The glory of the Lord filled the temple again. All the Israelites saw it. They fell on their faces on the pavement and worshipped, giving thanks to the Lord. This was not just architecture. This was not just religious ceremony. This was proof, visible and undeniable, that God was real. God was present. God was alive among his people. Solomon's kingdom grew wealthy beyond imagination. Gold flowed into Jerusalem like water. Silver became so common it was considered as plentiful as stones. The king's drinking cups were made of gold. Nothing was made of silver, because silver was not valuable enough. The king had a fleet of trading ships. They sailed to distant ports and brought back gold, silver, ivory, apes, and peacocks. Every 3 years the ships returned with treasures from lands most Israelites had never even heard of. Kings throughout the region sent ambassadors with gifts. They wanted Solomon's favor. They wanted his wisdom. They wanted to be aligned with this powerful, blessed nation. Israel had peace on every side. No enemy dared attack. The nation's borders were secure. People lived in safety. Farmers planted their crops without fear of raids. Merchants traveled the roads without worry of bandits. It was everything God had promised. Blessing upon blessing. Prosperity that seemed endless. But something was happening beneath the surface. Something dangerous. Solomon had 700 wives and 300 concubines. Many of these marriages were political alliances with foreign nations. Each wife brought her own gods with her, her own religious practices, her own view of the world. And slowly, gradually, these foreign women turned Solomon's heart away from the Lord. It did not happen all at once. It was subtle. First, he allowed them to worship their gods. Then he built high places for these foreign deities so his wives would be comfortable. Then he began to participate in their rituals. Then he began to honor their gods alongside the Lord. The man who had been given wisdom directly from God, the man who had built the temple, the man who had judged with divine insight, began to drift away from the very source of his greatness. God was not pleased. He spoke to Solomon. "Since this is your attitude, and you have not kept my covenant and my decrees, which I commanded you, I will most certainly tear the kingdom away from you and give it to one of your subordinates. Nevertheless, for the sake of David your father, I will not do it during your lifetime. I will tear it out of the hand of your son. Yet I will not tear the whole kingdom from him, but will give him one tribe for the sake of David my servant, and for the sake of Jerusalem, which I have chosen." The golden age was ending. The consequences of Solomon's choices would shatter the United Kingdom. His son would lose most of what he had built. The nation would split. Civil war would come. Centuries of conflict would follow. But for now, Solomon still reigned. The temple still stood, and the memory of that day in the throne room, when a young king solved an impossible case and proved that God was alive, would echo through the centuries. Solomon died after 40 years on the throne. His son Rehoboam took his place, and just as God had warned, the kingdom split. 10 tribes broke away and formed the northern kingdom of Israel. Only 2 tribes remained loyal to Rehoboam in the southern kingdom of Judah. The golden age was over. But Solomon's wisdom did not die with him. His proverbs were written down and preserved. His songs were sung. His example, both his triumphs and his failures, taught future generations. The judgment of the 2 women became one of the most famous stories in the world. Centuries later, people would still say the wisdom of Solomon when they wanted to describe perfect discernment. Because that day in the throne room was about more than one baby. It was about more than 2 women. It was about more than even Solomon himself. It was about what happens when a human being surrenders to God. When someone admits they do not have all the answers. When someone asks for help from the only source who truly knows all things. Solomon could have asked for anything: power, wealth, victory, fame. He asked for wisdom to serve others well. And God gave him what he asked for, and so much more. The judgment revealed something profound about both human nature and divine nature. It showed how a mother's love surpasses all other concerns. It showed how truth can be revealed through testing the heart rather than examining evidence. It showed that real wisdom is not about being clever, but about seeing what others miss. But most importantly, it showed that God is not distant. He is not silent. He is not uncaring. When a young king asked for help, God answered. When impossible cases came before the throne, God provided solutions. When justice seemed unreachable, God made a way. The God who spoke to Abraham, the God who led Moses, the God who danced with David. That same God was alive and active in Solomon's time. And the story whispers to every generation that reads it. God is still alive, still active, still willing to give wisdom to those who ask, still concerned with justice for the powerless, still able to reveal truth where lies seem to prevail. The two women who came to Solomon's court that morning had no idea they were stepping into a moment that would echo through millennia. They just wanted justice. They just wanted someone to see the truth. And they got a king who could see, because God had opened his eyes. That is the story of Solomon's wisdom. Not just a tale of a clever ruler, but evidence that the God of Israel was real, present, and actively working in human history. The question it leaves with every reader is simple but profound. If God gave such wisdom to Solomon when he asked, what might he give to anyone else who asks with the same humility, the same sincerity, the same desire to serve others well? The answer, according to Solomon's own later writings, is clear. If any of you lacks wisdom, you should ask God, who gives generously to all without finding fault, and it will be given to you. The throne room is empty now. The palace has crumbled. The kingdom has fallen and risen and fallen again. Jerusalem has been destroyed and rebuilt multiple times, but the story remains. The wisdom remains. And the God who gave that wisdom remains, present, ready to give wisdom to anyone who asks. That is what Solomon's judgment proved. Not that one king was smart, but that God is real. God is alive, and he is able to do far more than we can imagine when we come to him with humble hearts. And lastly, let's travel to Gibeah, north of Jerusalem. How did a jealous king fail again and again to kill God's chosen servant? This is the story of how God repeatedly protected David from King Saul. The air in King Saul's palace felt different that morning. Servants whispered in corners. Guards exchanged nervous glances. Something had shifted in the kingdom of Israel, and everyone could sense it. David sat in the corner of the great hall, his fingers moving across the strings of his harp. The young shepherd boy had become the most unlikely hero in all of Israel. Just months ago, he had been watching his father's sheep in the hills of Bethlehem. Now he lived in the palace, married to the king's daughter, best friends with the king's son, and celebrated throughout the land as the greatest warrior Israel had ever seen. But David could feel it too. The change. The danger. The way King Saul's eyes had started to follow him around every room. It had all begun so wonderfully. David remembered the day the prophet Samuel had arrived at his father's house in Bethlehem. Samuel was the most respected man in Israel, the one who spoke with God and anointed kings. Jesse, David's father, had lined up his 7 oldest sons, certain that Samuel had come to honor one of them. Each son was tall, strong, and impressive. Each one looked like he could be someone important. But Samuel had looked at each of them and shaken his head. "Do you have any other sons?" Samuel had asked. Jesse had almost seemed embarrassed. "Well, yes, the youngest, David, but he's just a boy out watching the sheep." "Send for him," Samuel had said. And he would not sit down or eat until David arrived. David had run from the fields, probably smelling like sheep, his face sunburned from days in the wilderness. He was the smallest of all his brothers, with reddish hair and bright eyes that always seemed to be looking at something others couldn't see. While his brothers trained for war, David wrote songs. While they practiced with swords, he practiced with his sling. While they dreamed of battles, he lay on his back at night and stared at the stars, talking to God as if God were his closest friend. When David had arrived, dusty and confused, Samuel had stood up. The old prophet's eyes had filled with tears. Without a word of explanation to anyone else in the room, Samuel had taken his horn of oil and poured it over David's head. "The Lord has chosen you," Samuel had whispered. "You will be king over Israel." David's brothers had stared in shock. His father had looked bewildered. David himself had barely understood what was happening. King? He was a shepherd. He was a boy. Israel already had a king. King Saul ruled from his palace in Gibeah, led the armies, and made the decisions. What could Samuel's words possibly mean? But something had happened that day. David had felt it. A warmth had spread through his chest, a sense of purpose, a feeling that God had just marked him for something extraordinary. He had returned to his sheep, but he was different. He prayed more, he sang more. And when lions or bears came to attack the flock, David fought them with a courage that seemed to come from somewhere beyond himself. He killed a lion with his bare hands. He struck down a bear with his staff. The God of Israel was with him, and David could feel it. Then came the day that changed everything. The Philistines had gathered for war. These were Israel's greatest enemies, a powerful people from the coast who worshipped false gods and wanted to conquer all the land. Their army had camped on one hill, and Israel's army had camped on another, with a valley between them. Every day, a giant had come out from the Philistine camp. Goliath was his name. He stood over 9 feet tall. His armor weighed more than a man. The spear he carried was as thick as a weaver's beam. And every morning and every evening, he had stood in the valley and shouted his challenge, "Choose a man to fight me." Goliath had roared, "If he kills me, we will be your servants. If I kill him, you will be ours. I defy the armies of Israel. Give me a man to fight." But there was no man. Every soldier in Saul's army, including King Saul himself, was terrified. For 40 days, Goliath had shouted his challenge. For 40 days, no one had answered. David's older brothers were soldiers in that army. Jesse had sent David to bring them food and check on them. David had arrived at the camp just as Goliath was giving his morning challenge. He had heard the giant's mocking words. He had seen the fear on the faces of Israel's soldiers, and David had been outraged. Who is this uncircumcised Philistine that he should defy the armies of the living God? David had demanded. The soldiers had tried to quiet him. "You don't understand, boy. He's a giant. He's killed dozens of men." But David had kept asking questions, making a scene, until word had reached King Saul that some young shepherd was volunteering to fight Goliath. Saul had summoned him. The king was a tall man, taller than anyone else in Israel, but even he would have looked small next to Goliath. Saul had looked at David and seen only a boy with red cheeks and no armor. "You cannot fight this Philistine," Saul had said. "You're only a boy. He has been a warrior since his youth." David had looked at the king with those bright eyes. "Your servant has been keeping his father's sheep. When a lion or a bear came and took a lamb from the flock, I went after it and struck it down and rescued the lamb. If it turned on me, I seized it by its hair and struck it and killed it. Your servant has killed both the lion and the bear. This uncircumcised Philistine will be like one of them, because he has defied the armies of the living God. The Lord who delivered me from the paw of the lion and the paw of the bear will deliver me from the hand of this Philistine." Something in David's voice had convinced Saul, or perhaps it was simply that no one else would go. The king had tried to put his own armor on David, but it was far too big. David had taken it off and gone to the stream instead. He had chosen 5 smooth stones and put them in his shepherd's bag. Then, with only his staff and his sling, he had walked down into the valley. Goliath had laughed when he saw him. The giant had cursed David by his gods. "Am I a dog, that you come at me with sticks? Come here, and I'll give your flesh to the birds and the wild animals." David had not flinched. His voice had rung out clear and strong across the valley, and both armies had heard every word. "You come against me with sword and spear and javelin, but I come against you in the name of the Lord Almighty, the God of the armies of Israel, whom you have defied. This day the Lord will deliver you into my hands, and I'll strike you down. The whole world will know that there is a God in Israel. All those gathered here will know that it is not by sword or spear that the Lord saves, for the battle is the Lord's, and he will give all of you into our hands." Then David had run toward the giant. He had reached into his bag, taken out a stone, and slung it with all his might. The stone had sunk deep into Goliath's forehead. The giant had fallen face down on the ground with a crash that echoed across the valley. David had run over, taken Goliath's own sword, and cut off his head. The Philistine army had fled in terror. The army of Israel had surged forward with a roar, chasing their enemies for miles. It was the greatest victory Israel had seen in years. And when David had returned from the battle, carrying Goliath's head, the women of Israel had come out to meet the army. They had sung and danced. They had played instruments and celebrated. But it was their song that had started all the trouble. Saul has slain his thousands, the women had sung, and David his tens of thousands. David remembered seeing King Saul's face change when he heard that song. The king had gone pale. His eyes had gone dark. From that day on, Saul had looked at David differently. At first, it had been subtle. Saul had promoted David, made him a commander in the army. David had won every battle he fought. The people loved him. Saul's own son, Jonathan, had become David's closest friend. Jonathan had given David his own robe, his armor, his bow and his sword, pledging eternal friendship. And Saul's daughter, Michal, had fallen in love with David. But the king's jealousy had been growing like a poisonous plant. One day David had been playing his harp in the palace, just as he was doing now. He often played for Saul when the king was troubled by dark moods. But on that day, as David's fingers had moved across the strings and his voice had lifted in a song to God, Saul had suddenly thrown his spear at him. David had dodged just in time. The spear buried itself in the wall behind him, vibrating from the force of the throw. David's fingers froze on the harp strings. He looked at the king in shock. Saul said nothing, his eyes wild and empty. David left the room slowly, his heart pounding. He told himself it was an accident. The king was troubled in his mind. It meant nothing, but it had happened again, and again. Twice more, Saul had thrown his spear at David. Each time, David barely escaped. The king's jealousy had become public knowledge. Saul tried to have David killed in other ways. He had sent David on the most dangerous military missions, hoping he would die in battle. But David had returned victorious every time. Saul had promised David his daughter Michal in marriage, but only if David killed 100 Philistines first. It was meant to be a suicide mission. David had killed 200 in return to marry the princess. Everything Saul tried, David turned into success. The more the king plotted against him, the more the people loved him. It was driving Saul mad. Now, sitting in the great hall with his harp, David could feel the tension building again. King Saul sat on his throne, staring at nothing. The court officials were silent, and David played softly, watching the king carefully, ready to move if he needed to. Jonathan entered the hall. Saul's son was everything good about royalty. He was brave, loyal, skilled in battle, and humble. He loved God, and he loved David like a brother. Jonathan had told David privately that he knew David would be the next king, and he was glad of it. He had pledged to help David in any way he could. But now Jonathan's face was troubled. He caught David's eye and gave a small shake of his head. A warning. David's fingers slowed on the harp. He glanced at the king. Saul's hand was moving slowly toward his spear. David stood up, still playing, and began to back toward the door. He tried to make it look natural, as if he were simply moving to a different spot in the room. But his eyes never left that spear. Saul's fingers closed around it. David stopped playing and turned to run. The spear flew through the air with deadly force. David dove to the side. The spear struck the doorframe inches from where his head had been, the impact cracking the wood. David ran. He heard Saul shouting behind him, calling for his guards. He raced through the corridors of the palace, his heart hammering in his chest. Everything had finally broken. The king wasn't just jealous anymore. Saul wanted him dead. David burst into his own chambers and found Michal waiting for him. His wife's face was white with fear. "You have to leave," she said urgently. "Now. My father has sent men to watch the house. They're going to kill you in the morning." David looked at her in anguish. "Come with me." She shook her head, tears streaming down her face. "I can't. They'll chase you harder if I'm gone. I'll slow you down." She grabbed his hands. "There's a window in the back. I'll let you down with a rope. Go tonight, while it's dark." "Michal, go," she said fiercely. "Live, David. God has plans for you. Now go." She pushed him toward the back of the house. David climbed out the window, and Michal lowered him down on a rope. His feet touched the ground, and he looked up at her one last time. "I love you," she whispered. Then she pulled the rope up and shut the window. David ran into the darkness. He didn't know where to go. The king's men would be searching for him everywhere. His own home was being watched. The palace was forbidden to him now. He had nothing but the clothes on his back and the knowledge that the king of Israel had just become his enemy. David ran through the streets of Gibeah, keeping to the shadows. His mind was racing. He needed help. He needed guidance. He needed to know what God wanted him to do. Without really planning it, his feet carried him toward Ramah, where the prophet Samuel lived. If anyone could help him understand what was happening, it would be Samuel. The old prophet who had anointed him all those years ago, the one who heard directly from God. David ran through the night. It was about 3 miles from Gibeah to Ramah, and he covered the distance quickly, glancing over his shoulder constantly. Every shadow seemed like a soldier. Every sound seemed like pursuit. He found Samuel's house just before dawn and pounded on the door. When the old prophet opened it and saw David's face, frightened and desperate, he immediately pulled him inside. "Tell me everything," Samuel said, and David did. He told Samuel about the spears, about Saul's jealousy, about fleeing from his own house in the night. He told him about Michal's warning and the guards who were coming to kill him. Samuel listened to it all, his ancient face grave. When David finished, the prophet was quiet for a long moment. "Saul has rejected God," Samuel finally said. "And God has rejected Saul as king. The Spirit of the Lord left him long ago, and now an evil spirit torments him. He knows that God has chosen you, David, and it terrifies him. He will stop at nothing to kill you, because as long as you live, you are proof that he has failed." "What do I do?" David asked. "How do I fight a king?" "He's God's anointed. I can't raise my hand against him." "You don't fight him," Samuel said. "You run. You hide. You wait. God will protect you, David. He has chosen you to be king, and Saul cannot change that. No weapon formed against you will prosper, because you belong to God. But you must be patient. You must wait for God's timing." "How long?" David whispered. Samuel put his hand on David's shoulder. "As long as it takes. Trust in the Lord with all your heart, David. Do not lean on your own understanding. In all your ways acknowledge him, and he will make your paths straight." David stayed with Samuel that day, but by evening, word had reached them that Saul's men were coming to Ramah. The king had discovered where David had gone, and he was sending soldiers to capture him. But something strange happened. 3 times, Saul sent groups of soldiers to arrest David. And 3 times, when the soldiers arrived in Ramah and saw Samuel and the other prophets prophesying, the Spirit of God came upon them too. Instead of arresting David, the soldiers began to prophesy. They fell down in ecstasy, overwhelmed by the presence of God, completely forgetting their mission. Finally, Saul himself came to Ramah. He was furious that his soldiers had failed. But when he arrived, the Spirit of God came upon him too. The king of Israel stripped off his royal robes and fell down and prophesied all day and all night, lying on the ground in front of Samuel's house. While Saul was incapacitated, David slipped away. He knew he couldn't stay. God had protected him this time, but he needed a plan. He needed to know how serious the danger really was. Was Saul truly trying to kill him, or had the king just been having a bad day? David went to find Jonathan. He needed to know the truth, and only Saul's son could tell him. They met in secret, in a field outside the city. Jonathan was shocked when he saw David. "Why are you running?" Jonathan asked. "What have you done?" "Your father wants to kill me," David said. Jonathan shook his head. "That can't be true. My father doesn't hide anything from me. If he wanted to harm you, I would know." "Jonathan, please," David said urgently. "Your father knows how much you love me. He's not going to tell you when he's plotting to kill me. But I swear to you, there is only a step between me and death." Jonathan looked at his friend for a long moment. David's face was sincere, desperate, and afraid. Jonathan had never seen him like this before. "What do you want me to do?" Jonathan asked quietly. David explained his plan. Tomorrow was the new moon festival, an important celebration when everyone gathered at the king's table. David was supposed to be there, but he would hide instead. If Saul asked where David was, Jonathan would make an excuse, say that David had gone to Bethlehem for a family sacrifice. If Saul accepted this explanation, then David would know he was safe. But if Saul became angry, then David would know for certain that the king wanted him dead. They needed a way to communicate safely. David couldn't risk coming back to the palace to hear Jonathan's report. So they devised a signal. Jonathan would come to a specific field and practice his archery. If he told his servant boy to run and find the arrows because they fell short, it meant David was safe. But if he told the boy to run farther because the arrows were beyond him, it meant David needed to flee for his life. The two friends made a covenant that day, a sacred promise before God. No matter what happened, they would protect each other. They would protect each other's families. Their friendship would last forever, bound by their love for each other and their love for God. Then David went into hiding, and Jonathan went back to the palace. The new moon feast began the next day. King Saul sat at his usual place at the table. Jonathan sat nearby, and David's place was empty. Saul said nothing the first day. Perhaps David was ceremonially unclean and couldn't attend. It happened sometimes, but on the second day, when David's place was still empty, Saul turned to Jonathan. "Where is David?" the king demanded. "Why hasn't he come to the meal yesterday or today?" Jonathan delivered the excuse they had planned. David earnestly asked permission to go to Bethlehem. He said his family is having a sacrifice there, and his brother insisted he come. "That's why he hasn't come to your table." The moment Jonathan finished speaking, he knew it was a mistake. Saul's face went red with rage. The king stood up from the table, shaking with fury. "You son of a perverse and rebellious woman." Saul shouted at his own son. "Don't I know that you have chosen David to your own shame? As long as David lives on this earth, neither you nor your kingdom will be established. Now send for him and bring him to me, for he must die." Jonathan stood up too, his voice steady but his heart breaking. "Why should he be put to death? What has he done?" Saul grabbed his spear and threw it at Jonathan, his own son, the prince of Israel. Saul tried to kill him right there at the dinner table. Jonathan dodged the spear and ran from the room. He was furious and grieved. His father had just tried to murder him for defending his friend. Any doubt was gone now. Saul truly wanted David dead, and he would stop at nothing. The next morning, Jonathan went to the field where David was hiding. He brought a young servant boy with him and his bow and arrows. David was concealed among the rocks, watching. Jonathan shot an arrow far into the field. Then he called out to the servant boy, "Run and find the arrows I shoot." The boy ran. Jonathan shot another arrow, even farther. "Isn't the arrow beyond you?" he called out loudly. "Hurry, go quickly, don't stop." It was the signal. The danger was real. David needed to run. The servant boy found the arrows and brought them back. Jonathan sent him back to town with the bow and arrows. And then, when the boy was gone, David came out from his hiding place. The two friends stood facing each other in the field, and they both began to cry. They embraced, weeping openly. The prince and the shepherd, the best friends who would now be separated, perhaps forever. "Go in peace," Jonathan said, his voice breaking. "The Lord is witness between you and me, and between your descendants and my descendants forever." David couldn't speak. He kissed Jonathan's face and then turned and ran before his grief overwhelmed him. Jonathan watched his friend disappear into the wilderness. He knew he would probably never see David again. He also knew that David would be king someday, and he was glad of it. But that didn't stop his heart from breaking as he walked slowly back to the palace, back to his father who was descending into madness, back to a life that would never be the same. David ran into the wilderness with nothing, no army, no supplies, no plan. He had been a prince the day before. Now he was a fugitive. The king of Israel was hunting him, and David was utterly alone. He made his way to the town of Nob, where the tabernacle was located. This was where the priests served God, where the holy things were kept, where people came to worship. If anyone would help him, surely it would be the priests. The priest Ahimelech came out to meet him, and David could see the fear in his eyes. "Why are you alone?" Ahimelech asked nervously. "Why is no one with you?" David lied. He told the priest that he was on a secret mission for the king, that his men were meeting him somewhere else. It was necessary, David told himself. If the priest knew the truth, he might not help, or worse, he might be in danger. "Do you have any food?" David asked. "Give me 5 loaves of bread or whatever you can find." The priest hesitated. "I don't have any ordinary bread. I only have the holy bread from the tabernacle." This was the showbread, the bread that was placed before the Lord as an offering and then eaten only by the priests. It was holy, set apart for God's purposes. But David was desperate and hungry, and the priest, seeing his desperation, gave him the holy bread. David also asked for a weapon. He had fled with nothing, not even a sword. The priest led him to the back of the tabernacle, where they kept holy objects, and showed him a sword wrapped in cloth. "The only sword I have here is the sword of Goliath the Philistine, whom you killed in the valley of Elah," Ahimelech said. "I have kept it here since that day. If you want it, take it." David's hands trembled as he unwrapped the cloth. There it was. Goliath's sword, the weapon of the giant he had killed, the giant who had defied the armies of God. It seemed like a lifetime ago. He had been so brave that day, so sure of God's protection. "There is no sword like it," David whispered. "Give it to me." Armed with the giant's sword and carrying the holy bread, David left Nob. But he had been seen. One of Saul's servants, a man named Doeg the Edomite, had been at the tabernacle that day. He had watched David talk to the priest, and Doeg would remember. David kept running. He didn't know where to go, so he went to the one place Saul might not think to look. He went to Gath, a Philistine city. The Philistines were Israel's enemies, but David thought he might be able to hide among them for a while. It was a terrible mistake. The moment David entered Gath, he was recognized. "Isn't this David, the king of the land?" The Philistines said. "Isn't he the one they sing about? Saul has slain his thousands, and David his tens of thousands?" They seized him and brought him before King Achish of Gath. David realized with growing horror that he was in mortal danger. These people had every reason to hate him. He had killed their champion. He had slaughtered their warriors. They would execute him the moment they were sure of his identity. In desperation, David did the only thing he could think of. He pretended to be insane. He drooled on his beard. He scratched marks on the doors. He acted like a madman, babbling and thrashing. The Philistines stared at him in disgust. "Look at the man," King Achish said. "He's insane. Why did you bring him to me? Do I need more madmen? Get him out of here." They threw David out of the city, laughing at the crazy man who drooled and raved. And David escaped into the wilderness, humiliated but alive. He made his way to a cave in Adullam, a desolate place in the wilderness where he could hide. And there, in that dark cave, David broke down. He was at his lowest point. He had gone from being a prince in the palace to being a fugitive in a cave. He had nothing. He was nobody. and the king wanted him dead. But word began to spread about where David was hiding, and slowly people started coming to him. His brothers came. His father's whole family came, seeking safety from Saul's anger. Then others began to arrive, men who were in distress, men who were in debt, men who were discontented with Saul's increasingly unstable rule, outcasts, rebels, and refugees. About 400 men gathered around David in that cave. David looked at them and felt overwhelmed. He hadn't asked to be a leader. He just wanted to survive. But these men were looking at him with hope in their eyes. They believed in him. They believed that God was with him. And slowly, reluctantly, David began to lead them. He moved his family to safety in Moab, begging the king of Moab to shelter his father and mother. Then he and his men moved through the wilderness, staying one step ahead of Saul. Because Saul was coming. The king had heard that David was gathering men in the wilderness, and his paranoia reached new heights. He gathered his officials and ranted at them. "Will David give all of you fields and vineyards?" Saul demanded. "Will he make all of you commanders? Is that why you've all conspired against me? Why didn't anyone tell me that my own son has made a covenant with David? None of you cares about me." Then Doeg the Edomite stepped forward. "I saw David at Nob," he said. "The priest Ahimelech gave him food and a sword. He inquired of the Lord for him." Saul's eyes went wild. "Send for Ahimelech and all his family," he commanded. The priests of Nob were brought before the king. Ahimelech stood there confused and afraid, not understanding what he had done wrong. "Why have you conspired against me?" Saul demanded. "You gave David bread and a sword. You inquired of God for him. You helped my enemy. But my lord," Ahimelech said desperately, "who among all your servants is as loyal as David? He's your son-in-law, captain of your bodyguard, and highly respected in your household. This wasn't the first time I inquired of God for him. The king should not accuse me or my family, for we knew nothing about any of this." But Saul wasn't listening. His jealousy and fear had completely consumed him. "You will die, Ahimelech," Saul said coldly. "You and your whole family." He ordered his guards to kill the priests. But the guards refused. They would not lift their hands against God's priests, no matter what the king commanded. So Saul turned to Doeg the Edomite. "You do it." And Doeg did. That day, 85 priests died, slaughtered by Saul's order for the crime of helping David. Then Saul sent men to the town of Nob, and they killed everyone there. Men, women, children, babies, cattle, donkeys, and sheep. An entire town destroyed because one priest had given bread to a hungry man. One priest escaped the massacre. His name was Abiathar, and he ran to David in the wilderness, bringing the news of what Saul had done. David wept when he heard. He blamed himself. "I knew that day when Doeg saw me at Nob that he would tell Saul, 'I am responsible for the death of your whole family. Stay with me. Don't be afraid. The man who wants to kill you wants to kill me too. You will be safe with me.'" The guilt pressed down on David like a physical weight. 85 priests dead. An entire town slaughtered. Because of him. Because he had asked for bread. The horror of it threatened to crush him. But there was no time to grieve properly. Word came that the Philistines were attacking the town of Keilah, raiding the threshing floors and stealing the grain. The people of Keilah were desperate for help. David's men looked at him expectantly. Would he help? "We're barely safe here in the wilderness," one of his men said. "If we go to Keilah, we'll be in even more danger." But David prayed about it. He asked God what to do, and God told him to go save Keilah. So David and his men went and fought the Philistines and rescued the town. The people of Keilah were grateful and welcomed David and his men inside the city walls. Then word reached David that sent chills down his spine. Saul had heard that David was in Keilah, and the king was delighted. "God has handed him over to me," Saul said. "David has imprisoned himself by entering a walled town. he's trapped. Saul called up his army to march on Keilah. And David, standing on the walls of the city he had just saved, faced a terrible question. Would the people of Keilah protect him, or would they hand him over to Saul to save themselves? David prayed, "Lord God of Israel, will Saul come to Keilah? Will the citizens of Keilah surrender me to him?" And God answered, "He will come, and they will surrender you." The people David had saved would betray him to save their own lives. So David and his men left Keilah before Saul arrived. About 600 men now followed David, and they moved constantly through the wilderness, never staying in one place for long. They hid in the desert of Ziph, in the hill country, in places so remote that few people ever went there. Saul searched for David day after day. He deployed scouts, sent out search parties, and scoured the wilderness. But he couldn't find him, because God was protecting David. One day, while David was hiding in the desert of Ziph, he received an unexpected visitor. Jonathan came to him. Saul's son, the prince of Israel, slipped away from his father's army and came into the wilderness alone to find his friend. When David saw Jonathan walking through the trees toward the hideout, he could barely believe it. The two friends embraced, and for a moment it was like the old days, before everything had fallen apart. "Don't be afraid," Jonathan said. "My father will not lay a hand on you. You will be king over Israel, and I will be second to you. Even my father knows this." They talked for hours. Jonathan strengthened David's faith, reminding him of God's promises, encouraging him to keep trusting. Then, all too soon, Jonathan had to leave. They made their covenant before the Lord one more time. Then Jonathan went home, and David went back into hiding. But the people of Ziph had seen Jonathan visit David, and they went to Saul. "David is hiding on the hill of Keilah," they told the king. "We know exactly where he is. Come down whenever you're ready, and we'll hand him over to you." Saul was overjoyed. "The Lord bless you for your concern for me," he said. "We go back and get more information. Find out exactly where he goes and who has seen him there. Then come back to me, and I will go with you. If he is in the area, I will track him down, even if I have to search every hiding place in all of Judah." The net was closing in. David and his men moved deeper into the wilderness, but Saul was right behind them. The king deployed his army in a massive search pattern. They were on one side of a mountain, and David and his men were on the other side. David could hear them calling to each other, organizing the search, moving closer. "We need to hurry," David told his men urgently. "They're almost on us." They moved as quickly as they could, but Saul's forces were everywhere. It seemed impossible to escape. The army was circling around them like a closing fist. In a matter of hours, maybe minutes, they would be found. After all this running, after all this hiding, David was finally going to be caught. Then a messenger came racing up to Saul. "Come quickly." The messenger said, gasping for breath, "The Philistines are raiding the land. They've launched a major invasion." Saul stood frozen for a moment, torn between his obsession with David and his duty to his kingdom. Then, reluctantly, he called off the search. "Fall back," Saul commanded. "We march to defend Israel." The army withdrew, and David and his men sat in their hiding place, trembling with relief. God had delivered them at the last possible second. The place was later called the Rock of Escape, but David knew Saul would come back. The king would never stop hunting him. So David and his men went to the most remote, dangerous place they could think of. They went to En-Gedi, a desolate area near the Dead Sea where wild goats lived on sheer cliffs and caves dotted the rocky landscape. Sure enough, as soon as Saul finished dealing with the Philistines, he came looking for David again. He took 3,000 of his best soldiers and went to En-Gedi to search the caves. David and his men were deep inside one of these caves when they heard voices outside. David peered carefully around the rocks and saw soldiers milling around the entrance. His heart sank. They'd been found. But then the soldiers moved away, and one man entered the cave alone. It was Saul. The king had come into the cave to relieve himself, not knowing that David and his men were hidden in the darkness at the back of the cave. David's men grabbed his arm, their eyes wide with excitement. "This is it," they whispered. "This is the day the Lord spoke about when he said, 'I will give your enemy into your hands.' The king has walked right into your trap. Kill him now." David stared at Saul's back, visible in the dim light from the cave entrance. Goliath's sword was in his hand. He could end this right now. One thrust, and his enemy would be dead. No more running, no more hiding. He could go home. He could see his wife again. He could live in peace. His men were urging him forward. "Do it. God has delivered him to you." David crept forward silently. He raised his sword. Saul had his back turned, completely vulnerable. But David couldn't do it. Instead, he reached down and carefully cut off a corner of Saul's robe with his sword. Then he backed away into the shadows. Even that small act made David's heart trouble him. Saul was God's anointed king. Cutting his robe felt like a violation of something sacred. The king finished and walked out of the cave, never knowing how close to death he had been. David's men stared at him in disbelief. They had just missed their chance to end all of this. David waited until Saul was some distance away. Then he walked out of the cave into the sunlight. "My lord the king," David called out. Saul spun around, his hand going to his sword. His bodyguards rushed to protect him. But David was bowing low, his face to the ground in a gesture of respect. "Why do you listen when men say I am bent on harming you?" David called out. "This day you have seen with your own eyes how the Lord delivered you into my hands in the cave. Some urged me to kill you, but I spared you. I said, I will not lift my hand against my master, because he is the Lord's anointed." David held up the piece of cloth he had cut. "See, my father, look at this piece of your robe in my hand. I cut off the corner of your robe but did not kill you. See that there is nothing in my hand to indicate evil or rebellion. I have not wronged you, but you are hunting me down to take my life." His voice echoed across the rocky landscape. Saul stood frozen, staring at David. "May the Lord judge between you and me," David continued. "And may the Lord avenge the wrongs you have done to me, but my hand will not touch you. As the old saying goes, from evildoers come evil deeds. So my hand will not touch you. Against whom has the king of Israel come out? Whom are you pursuing? A dead dog? A flea? May the Lord be our judge and decide between us. May he consider my cause and uphold it. May he vindicate me by delivering me from your hand." When David finished speaking, there was a long silence. Then Saul began to weep. The king of Israel stood there on the rocks of En-Gedi and cried like a child. "Is that your voice, David my son?" Saul said, his voice breaking. "It is, my lord the king," David said. "You are more righteous than I," Saul wept. "You have treated me well, but I have treated you badly. You have just told me of the good you did to me. The Lord delivered me into your hands, but you did not kill me. When a man finds his enemy, does he let him get away unharmed? May the Lord reward you well for the way you treated me today. I know that you will surely be king, and that the kingdom of Israel will be established in your hands." Then Saul made David swear an oath that when he became king, he would not kill off Saul's family or wipe out his name. David swore it willingly. Then Saul took his army and went home. David watched him go. His men gathered around him, confused. "Why did you let him go?" they asked. "He'll just come back and hunt you again." David didn't answer, but he was right to be cautious, because Saul would come back. The king's remorse wouldn't last. His jealousy and fear would return, and the hunt would begin again. For now, though, there was a moment of peace. David and his men returned to their strongholds in the wilderness. They were still fugitives. They were still hunted. But they were alive, and David had not compromised his integrity. He had not raised his hand against God's anointed. Days turned into weeks. David and his men moved through the wilderness of Maon, protecting the shepherds in the area in exchange for food and supplies. It was a hard life, but they were surviving. Then they heard that Samuel had died. The news hit David like a physical blow. Samuel, the old prophet who had anointed him as a boy. Samuel, who had seen something in a young shepherd that no one else had seen. Samuel, who had told him to trust God and wait. All of Israel mourned Samuel's death. He was buried in his hometown of Ramah, and the nation wept for the loss of the man who had led them faithfully for so long. David felt terribly alone. Jonathan was far away. Samuel was dead. His wife Michal had been given by Saul to another man. Everyone he loved was being torn away from him. He and his men were camped near the property of a wealthy man named Nabal. This man had 3,000 sheep and 1,000 goats. David's men had been protecting Nabal's shepherds all season, making sure no bandits or wild animals attacked the flocks. It was time for sheep shearing, a time of celebration and feasting when wealthy men like Nabal traditionally showed generosity to those who had helped them. David sent 10 of his young men to Nabal with a polite message. "We have protected your shepherds all this time. Nothing of yours was stolen. Please give whatever you can find to your servants and to your son David." But Nabal was a harsh, mean-spirited man. When David's men delivered the message, Nabal sneered at them. "Who is this David?" Nabal said mockingly. "Who is this son of Jesse? Many servants are breaking away from their masters these days. Why should I take my bread and water and the meat I've slaughtered for my shearers and give it to men coming from who knows where?" David's men returned empty-handed, reporting Nabal's insulting words. David's face went dark with anger. "Put on your swords," David commanded. 400 men strapped on their swords and followed David. They had protected this man's property for months. They had asked politely for food, and Nabal had not only refused but had insulted David publicly. This was not just rudeness. This was a rejection of the basic laws of hospitality and honor. In David's mind, it was unforgivable. "May God deal with me severely if by morning I leave alive one male of all who belonged to him." David swore as they marched toward Nabal's property. They were going to wipe out Nabal and every man in his household. But Nabal's wife, Abigail, was everything her husband was not. She was intelligent, beautiful, and wise. When she heard what Nabal had done, she immediately understood the danger they were in. Without telling her husband, Abigail quickly loaded donkeys with 200 loaves of bread, 2 skins of wine, 5 dressed sheep, a bushel of roasted grain, 100 cakes of raisins, and 200 cakes of pressed figs. She sent her servants ahead with the supplies and then followed them on her donkey. She met David and his men coming down a ravine, their faces set with murderous intent. When Abigail saw David, she quickly got off her donkey and bowed down before him with her face to the ground. "Please, my lord," she said urgently, "let this wrong be on me alone. Please listen to what I have to say. Don't pay attention to that wicked man Nabal. He is just like his name, which means fool. But I, your servant, did not see the men you sent." She looked up at David with earnest eyes. "Now, since the Lord has kept you from bloodshed and from avenging yourself with your own hands, may your enemies and all who intend to harm my master be like Nabal. Please accept this gift I've brought for your men. Please forgive any offense. The Lord will certainly make a lasting dynasty for my master, because you fight the Lord's battles. Let no wrongdoing be found in you as long as you live." Her words were like cool water on David's burning anger. She continued speaking, and David listened. "Even though someone is pursuing you to take your life, the life of my master will be bound securely in the bundle of the living by the Lord your God. But the lives of your enemies he will hurl away as from the pocket of a sling. When the Lord has fulfilled for my master every good thing he promised concerning him and has appointed him ruler over, My master will not have on his conscience the staggering burden of needless bloodshed or of having avenged himself." David stared at her. This woman had just saved him from making a terrible mistake. He had been about to murder innocent men because of one fool's insult. He had been about to compromise everything he believed in, everything God had called him to be, because of his anger and pride. "Praise be to the Lord, the God of Israel, who has sent you today to meet me," David said. "May you be blessed for your good judgment and for keeping me from bloodshed this day and from avenging myself with my own hands. If you had not come quickly to meet me, not one male belonging to Nabal would have been left alive by daybreak." David accepted her gifts and sent her home in peace. The crisis was averted. The innocent people in Nabal's household were saved. And David had learned something important about the kind of king he wanted to be. When Abigail returned home, she found Nabal holding a feast fit for a king. He was drunk and in high spirits, completely unaware of how close to death he had come. Abigail waited until morning when he was sober, then told him everything that had happened. Nabal's heart failed him when he heard how close his household had come to destruction. He became like a stone, and about 10 days later the Lord struck him and he died. When David heard that Nabal was dead, he sent messengers to Abigail, asking her to become his wife. She accepted immediately, and Abigail became one of David's wives, a wise counselor and faithful companion during his years in the wilderness. But still the running continued. Still Saul searched. The Ziphites came to Saul again and told him where David was hiding. And once more, Saul took 3,000 of his best troops and went to hunt David in the wilderness. David's scouts reported that Saul had arrived, so David went to see for himself. From a distance, he watched Saul's camp being set up. He saw where the king's tent was pitched, right in the center of the camp, surrounded by his army commander Abner and all his soldiers. That night, David did something incredibly reckless. He asked for a volunteer to sneak into Saul's camp with him. Abishai, one of his men, agreed to go. Under cover of darkness, David and Abishai crept into the enemy camp. They moved silently between the sleeping soldiers, stepping over bodies, barely breathing. If anyone woke up, they would be killed instantly. There were thousands of soldiers surrounding them. But God had sent a deep sleep on the whole camp. Not one man stirred as David and Abishai made their way to the center where Saul lay sleeping on the ground, his spear stuck in the ground near his head. Abner and the other soldiers lay sleeping all around him. "God has delivered your enemy into your hands today," Abishai whispered excitedly. "Let me pin him to the ground with one thrust of the spear. I won't need to strike twice." It was tempting, so tempting. Saul was completely defenseless. One thrust and all of this would be over. David could stop running. He could go home. He could claim his rightful place as king. But again, David refused. "Don't destroy him," David whispered back. "Who can lay a hand on the Lord's anointed and be guiltless? As surely as the Lord lives, the Lord himself will strike him. Either his time will come and he will die, or he will go into battle and perish. But the Lord forbid that I should lay a hand on the Lord's anointed." Instead, David took Saul's spear and water jug, the items that were right next to the sleeping king's head. Then he and Abishai crept back out of the camp the same way they had come. Not one soldier woke. Not one alarm was raised. They climbed to the top of a hill far away where they were safe. Then David shouted across the valley, his voice echoing in the night. "Aren't you going to answer me, Abner?" David called out to the army commander. Abner woke with a start. "Who are you that calls to the king?" "You're a man, aren't you?" David said. "And who is like you in Israel? Why didn't you guard your lord the king? Someone came to destroy your lord the king. What you have done is not good. As surely as the Lord lives, you and your men deserve to die, because you did not guard your master, the Lord's anointed. Look around you. Where are the king's spear and water jug that were near his head?" There was a commotion in the camp as men jumped up, looking around in confusion. Someone checked the king's tent. The spear and jug were gone. Someone had been right next to the king while they all slept, and they hadn't known it. Saul recognized David's voice. "Is that your voice, David, my son?" "It is, my lord the king," David said. "Why is my lord pursuing his servant? What have I done? What wrong am I guilty of? If the Lord has incited you against me, then may he accept an offering. But if men have done it, may they be cursed before the Lord. They have now driven me from my share in the Lord's inheritance and have said, 'Go serve other gods.' Now do not let my blood fall to the ground far from the presence of the Lord. The king of Israel has come out to look for a flea, as one hunts a partridge in the mountains." Saul was weeping again. "I have sinned. Come back, David my son. Because you considered my life precious today, I will not try to harm you again. I have acted like a fool and have been terribly wrong." "Here is the king's spear," David called back. "Let one of your young men come over and get it. The Lord rewards everyone for their righteousness and faithfulness. The Lord delivered you into my hands today, but I would not lay a hand on the Lord's anointed." But David didn't go back to Saul. He had heard these promises before, and they never lasted. Saul's disease was too deep, his jealousy too strong, his fear too great. As long as David lived, Saul would see him as a threat. And eventually, maybe the next time or the time after that, Saul would succeed in killing him. David made a difficult decision. He would leave Israel entirely. He would go to the land of the Philistines. It was the last place Saul would think to look for him. And if David was out of the country, maybe Saul would finally leave him alone. So David and his 600 men went to Gath and presented themselves to King Achish. This time, they weren't pretending to be crazy. They came as mercenaries, offering their services to the Philistine king. Achish was delighted. Having David and his warriors on his side would be a great advantage. And David had apparently fallen out with Saul so badly that he was willing to fight for Israel's enemies. The Philistine king gave David the town of Ziklag to live in. David and his men settled in Ziklag with their families. Abigail was there. David's other wives were there. Finally, they had a place to call home, but it was a complicated situation. David was now living among the Philistines, and Achish expected him to raid Israelite towns. David couldn't do that. He would never attack his own people. So instead, he raided the desert tribes that were enemies of both Israel and the Philistines. He would attack them completely, leaving no survivors to report back to Achish about what he had really done. Then he would tell Achish that he had raided Israelite territories. It was a dangerous deception, but it allowed David to live in peace while not compromising his loyalty to Israel. Achish believed that David had become so hated by his own people that he would serve the Philistines forever. For over a year, David lived this double life. It wasn't ideal, but it was better than running through the wilderness and hiding in caves. His men could sleep in houses. Their children could play safely. There was food and water and relative security. But then the Philistines decided to attack Israel in force. They gathered their armies for a major invasion, and King Achish expected David and his men to fight alongside them. David was trapped. He couldn't refuse without revealing his deception and making Achish an enemy. But he couldn't actually fight against Israel either. As they marched with the Philistine army toward the battlefield, David prayed desperately for God to provide a way out. And God did. The other Philistine commanders saw David and his men marching with them, and they were furious. "What are these Hebrews doing here?" they demanded of Achish. "This is David," Achish said, "who was an officer of Saul, king of Israel. He has been with me for over a year, and from the day he left Saul until now, I have found no fault in him." But the commanders wouldn't accept it. "Send him back. Don't let him go with us into battle, or he will turn against us during the fighting. How better could he regain his master's favor than by taking the heads of our own men? Isn't this the David they sang about in their dances? Saul has slain his thousands, and David his tens of thousands? Achish had no choice. He called David and told him, "I know you have been as pleasing in my eyes as an angel of God. Nevertheless, the Philistine commanders don't want you in the battle. Go back in the morning." David protested convincingly, as if he really wanted to fight for the Philistines. But inside, he was thanking God for the deliverance. He and his men turned around and headed back to Ziklag. They had been gone for 3 days when they saw the smoke. David and his men ran the last few miles to Ziklag, their hearts pounding with dread. When they arrived, they found the town burned to the ground. Every house was destroyed, and their wives, their children, and everything they owned were gone. The Amalekites had raided Ziklag while David and his men were away. They had taken everyone captive and burned the town. David's 2 wives, Abigail and Ahinoam, were gone. Every man's family was gone. David's men sat down and wept until they had no strength left to weep. Then their grief turned to anger. They began talking about stoning David. After all, if David hadn't led them to live among the Philistines, their families would still be safe. David was in great danger and great distress. His own men were turning against him. Everything he had worked for, everyone he loved, had been taken from him. He had lost his position, his home, his wives, and now even the loyalty of his men. But David did what he had always done in times of crisis. He found his strength in the Lord his God. He called for Abiathar the priest, the one who had escaped when Saul killed the priests at Nob. "Bring me the ephod," David said. The ephod was the special garment the priest wore when seeking God's guidance. David prayed, "Shall I pursue this raiding party? Will I overtake them?" And God answered clearly, "Pursue them. You will certainly overtake them and succeed in the rescue." David stood up, his face set with determination. "We're going after them," he told his men. "God has promised we will get our families back." They set out immediately. All 600 men started the pursuit, but when they came to the Besor Valley, 200 of them were too exhausted to continue. David left them there to guard the supplies and pressed on with 400 men. They found an Egyptian man lying in a field, weak from hunger and thirst. He had been abandoned by his Amalekite master 3 days earlier. David's men gave him food and water, and when the man had recovered enough to speak, David questioned him. "Who do you belong to? Where do you come from?" "I am an Egyptian, the slave of an Amalekite," the man said. "My master abandoned me when I became ill 3 days ago. We raided the Negev of the Kerethites, some territory belonging to Judah, and the Negev of Caleb. And we burned Ziklag. Can you lead me to this raiding party?" David asked. The Egyptian agreed on the condition that David would not kill him or hand him back to his master. Then he led David and his men straight to the Amalekite camp. The Amalekites were scattered across the countryside, eating, drinking, and celebrating their successful raid. They had taken plunder not just from Ziklag, but from several other places as well. They felt completely safe, never imagining that anyone would pursue them so quickly. David and his men attacked at twilight and fought until the evening of the next day. It was a complete victory. They struck down the entire Amalekite force, except for 400 young men who escaped on camels. David recovered everything the Amalekites had taken. Every person, every possession, every animal. Not one thing was missing. They found Abigail and Ahinoam and all the other wives and children unharmed. They also captured all the Amalekites' flocks and herds, which David's men drove ahead of the other livestock, saying, "This is David's plunder." When they returned to the 200 men who had been too exhausted to continue, some of David's men wanted to deny them a share of the recovered plunder. "They didn't go with us to battle," these men argued. "They can have their wives and children back, but nothing else." But David refused. "No, my brothers, don't do that with what the Lord has given us. He has protected us and delivered into our hands the raiding party that came against us. The share of the man who stayed with the supplies is to be the same as that of him who went down to the battle. All will share alike." David made this a rule in Israel from that day forward. Then he sent portions of the plunder to the elders throughout Judah, to all the places where he and his men had roamed. It was a way of thanking the people who had helped them and showing that David had not forgotten his loyalty to Israel. A few days later, a messenger came to Ziklag. He had torn clothes and dust on his head, signs of mourning. He fell down before David. "Where have you come from?" David asked. "I have escaped from the Israelite camp," the man said. David's heart went cold. "What happened? Tell me." The men fled from the battle. Many of them fell and died, and Saul and his son Jonathan are dead. David stared at him. "How do you know that Saul and Jonathan are dead?" The man told his story. He claimed he had found Saul on the battlefield, wounded and dying, leaning on his spear while enemy chariots closed in on him. Saul had asked the man to kill him to end his suffering. And the man claimed he had done so, then taken Saul's crown and armlet to bring to David. Whether the story was true or whether the man was lying to gain favor, David would never know. But the news itself was true. Saul was dead. Jonathan was dead. The king and the prince of Israel had fallen in battle against the Philistines. David tore his clothes. All his men did the same. They mourned and wept and fasted until evening for Saul and Jonathan and for all the house of Israel, because they had fallen by the sword. The man who brought the news expected to be rewarded. After all, he had killed David's enemy. He had brought proof. Surely David would be pleased. But David turned to him with fury in his eyes. "Why weren't you afraid to lift your hand to destroy the Lord's anointed?" he demanded. He ordered one of his men to strike the messenger down. The man died there, executed for claiming to have killed Saul. Then David took up a lament for Saul and Jonathan. He composed a song so beautiful, so heartbreaking, that it was taught to all the people of Judah. It was called the Song of the Bow. "Your glory, O Israel, lies slain on your heights," David sang. "How the mighty have fallen. Tell it not in Gath, proclaim it not in the streets of Ashkelon, lest the daughters of the Philistines be glad. Saul and Jonathan, in life they were loved and gracious, and in death they were not parted. They were swifter than eagles. They were stronger than lions. How the mighty have fallen in battle. Jonathan lies slain on your heights. I grieve for you, Jonathan, my brother. You were very dear to me. Your love for me was wonderful, more wonderful than that of women. How the mighty have fallen. For Jonathan, the friend who had been closer than a brother. For Saul, the king who should have been great, but who had been destroyed by his own jealousy and fear. For all that had been lost, all the years of running and hiding, all the pain that could have been avoided. But it was over now. Saul was dead. The man who had hunted David for years was gone, and God's promise remained. David would be king. David inquired of the Lord, "Should I go up to one of the towns of Judah?" "Go up," the Lord said. "Where should I go?" "To Hebron." So David and his men and their families went to Hebron. And there the men of Judah came and anointed David king over the house of Judah. David stood there as the oil was poured on his head for the second time. The first time he had been a boy in his father's house, and Samuel had anointed him in secret. Now he was a man, tested by years of hardship, refined by suffering, proven by trials. And the people themselves were acknowledging what God had declared so long ago. David, the shepherd boy who killed a giant. David, the singer who played for a mad king. David, the fugitive who lived in caves. David, the man who refused to raise his hand against God's anointed even when he had every reason and every opportunity. David was king. It was not yet the whole kingdom. That would take time. Saul's son Ishbosheth would rule over the northern tribes for a while longer. There would be more battles, more challenges, more years of struggle before all of Israel would unite under David's rule. But the long night of running and hiding was over. God had protected David through it all, through jealous spears and murderous plots, through battles and betrayals, through loneliness and loss. God had been with him every single day, preserving his life, preparing him for kingship, transforming a shepherd boy into the greatest king Israel would ever know. David had learned many things in those years of running from Saul. He had learned patience. He had learned to trust God's timing rather than taking matters into his own hands. He had learned that doing the right thing was more important than doing the expedient thing. He had learned mercy, even for his enemies. He had learned that God's anointing was sacred, even when worn by someone unworthy. Most importantly, David had learned that God is faithful. In the darkest caves, in the most desperate moments, in the times when death seemed certain, God had been there, protecting, guiding, delivering. And he still does same today. And so we come to the end of this journey. 7 hours, dozens of stories, every miracle, every fulfilled prophecy, every impossible situation. They all point to a God who is present and powerful. I'm so grateful you listened all the way through. Now help us spread this truth. Subscribe, like, and share this video with everyone in your circle. Your engagement brings these stories to those who desperately need them. Thank you for being part of this mission. God bless you, and I will see you again.